Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Sharigan and had passed like Obito? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is El Maldito de Ojos Rojos by Yuda777_. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. We find ourselves in a world where people have stopped being normal and have become extraordinary. It all started in a city in China. There a baby was born who shone. After that same child, thousands more people around the world began to manifest strange things in them around 4 years of age. These strange manifestations began to be called gifts. More and more people around the world were manifesting gifts. All of this seemed great, but people began to use their gifts and impose their will on them. The so-called villains were born. In turn, the world's governments took action and imposed rules. 1. It is forbidden to use gifts in public places. 2. Any use of quirk would be punishable by jail. How ridiculous. As expected, no one expected. The villains didn't respect those rules. The police couldn't do anything because of the imposed rules. Governments once again decided to take matters into their own hands and formed the World Heroes Commission. It is linked to every country in the world. The commissions proposed creating a society of heroes. That's right. Heroes, the profession everyone dreamed of since childhood, could now be a real one. Different people decided to become heroes and fight against the villains. The results were immediate. Crime began to drop exponentially. More and more heroes rose up. The governments, seeing that everything was a success, continued to celebrate, but a new problem arose. The crowding of heroes. Everyone wanted to become a hero and save those suffering, or so they said. This is how the various hero rankings and hero schools were created around the world. Since then, the society has functioned, well, in the public eye. The world lives and will live idolizing heroes. Children all over the world want to become heroes. Currently, the population with a gift or potential for a gift is 100%. There's no margin for error. People without a gift have completely disappeared. That said, it brings us to a black-haired boy. He was holding hands, walking alongside a green-haired woman and a black-haired man who was holding a green-haired girl. Both boys were the same age. The child had a big smile and was filled with emotion. You might be wondering why. The reason. Gifts. Today, you'd learn the gift each child has. Mom, Dad, what do you think my gift is? Maybe a super strong one that allows me to be the best hero. And they'll make me an action figure. The parents looked at him a little strangely without saying much more than a quiet summer Izuku. That was the only thing Izuku received from his father. Izuku. And you, Masami. Are you excited about what your gift is? Masami. No, it's just a gift that can be so exciting. Izuku. But it's your gift. That's exciting. Or don't you want to be a hero? Masami. Yes, I want to, but I know it will be the best, so what does it matter? Very well said, little one. The father flattered his daughter and the mother just stood there quietly looking at the children. Izuku, seeing how his father ignored him, decided to stay quiet and just wait until he got to the hospital. After a few minutes, the four arrived at a large hospital, which they walked straight through without asking anyone else if they could enter. They entered an office. There was a rather old and small doctor. Midoriya family. What do you want to do to come into my office like this? I want the best doctor, recovery girl, to examine our children's quirk. For the first time the mother spoke. Recovery girl. And why would she do that? They don't just come in as they please, they also demand that I do so. It's not a demand, we ask you as a favor. Recovery. Fine, if that's enough to get rid of you too. Inko and Hizashi. Hizashi. It's a pleasure that you remember us with such fervor. Recovery. How could I not remember them, but anyway, leave the kids in their chairs, I'll run the tests in a moment. Inko. Thank you very much. The old lady didn't care much about that, so she started testing the children. They calmly let her do it. After a while, the little old lady finally had everything she needed to start getting the test results. She headed to the family to discuss everything. She sat down in front of the family and began to comment. Recovery girl. Well, tell me your quirks, you too. Hizashi. Is it necessary? Can't we just get to the important stuff? Recovery girl. It's for the hospital registration. Inko. Well, mine is telekinesis and Hizashi's is blue flames. Recovery girl. Good. Now I'll tell you the children's quirks. First. Masami Midoriya. Being the oldest, you inherited both of your parents' gifts. Enhanced flames are 4 times more powerful than your father's. In your mother's case, your telekinesis can affect and move any object regardless of size, just like her. However, you can use telekinesis on your fire, animals, and people. Hizashi. I knew my daughter was going to be the best. Well done, little one. Inko. Congratulations, Masami. Masami. Thank you. Recovery. Now, in Izuku's case. He didn't inherit any quirk from his parents. He has a very different quirk. The ability to change the color of your eyes. Izuku. Hizashi. Are you serious? Recovery. Do you think I would be wrong? Inko. That's enough, Hizashi. Thank you so much for everything, Recovery. It's a pleasure to see you again and that you were able to help us figure out our children's quirks. She grabbed Izuku by the wrist in a very rough manner. Izuku. You hurt me. Inko. We're leaving now. They left the room and started walking out of the hospital to go home. They arrived at a large mansion and everyone went in. Once inside, the mother released the little green-haired boy. Izuku. What's wrong with you? You hurt me. Inko just ignored him. Izuku. Mom? Dad? Do you know he has a mom? The father also ignored him and this now left the little one confused. Izuku. What's wrong? Well, what does it matter? I'll go to my room. The boy only went upstairs to sleep. He woke up in the middle of the night and decided to go downstairs to see his family having dinner. Izuku. Why didn't you tell me dinner was ready? He spoke but none of the adults answered. Izuku. Why aren't you answering me? I'm talking, you're not listening, Dad Ma. He fell as a fork flew past him. Inko. Silence, I'm eating with my family. Izuku. And what about me? I'm his son too. Hizashi. No more, we are a family of great heroes and what about you? Izuku. What do you mean, me? I want to be a hero. Inko. Don't be ridiculous, just be content that we let you live here for free, serve your own food. The boy didn't understand why his parents acted like that, they almost never paid attention to him but now it was another level. Izuku. Why are you talking to me like that? I'm your son too, what did I do? Inko. I don't consider you my son. I don't want a son with a gift that only allows you to change eye color. That's useless for a hero. What will our friends say about you? Izuku. What's wrong with that? I'll be a great hero. Even with this gift. Hizashi. Izuku. That's impossible. You'll never be a hero. Get out of here now. The words the elder had just said had made a great rumble in the black-haired man's mind. Izuku. But. He was about to continue speaking, but was silenced by a small fireball that hit him, sending him flying and causing a severe burn on his chest. It was a miracle he didn't catch fire. He let out a great cry of agony from the severe burn, but the family cared little about it. Masami. My parents say you have to go. Now, Izuku could only listen to what his sister had told him, and watch as his parents began to congratulate her for using her quirk. Izuku. And me. Where is it? His eyes began to shed tears but at the same time they also began to turn red and a cross came out of them. The little black-haired boy fainted due to the pain of the large burn. The next day, we see the same black-haired boy bandaged over the burn. He was just waking up in his room. Izuku. What happened? He tried to get up but it was impossible, the burn had him almost tied to the bed. Izuku. I remembered. He just lay back down and started to shed tears. Izuku. Why did this have to happen to me? Sniff, it's not my fault. I just want them to listen to me. Now, let's recap how our dark-haired boy lives. He is Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko Midoriya and Hizashi Midoriya. His family is one of the most famous in Japan. Several professional heroes have emerged from them, and they also own a company. Izuku has a sister, Masami. They are twins. Masami is the second oldest. Since they were both born, their parents have always had a preference for Masami. Izuku began to notice this when he was just beginning to understand. Even at 4 years old, He's aware of all this. He's always tried to get his parents' attention. Izuku. Crying, I just want them to tell me that they are happy for me. 2 years later. Age. 6 years. Izuku's life has gone downhill since the moment his gift became known to his acquaintances. At home, Izuku has become a background character with no further relevance to anyone. He's like a ghost. He's stopped trying to get attention. This isn't just at home. He's become very quiet around people. Izuku. Looking at his family, it's better if I don't talk whispering. Passing past them without further ado, Izuku has resigned himself to his fate without further ado. At school, things have been even worse for our black-haired boy. Upon learning of his gift, all his classmates began bullying him. Especially one, Katsuki Bakugo, along with a small gang of 2 girls and 2 boys, have been bullying Izuku more than usual. Masami did nothing to defend her brother. She herself didn't even consider it that way. With Izuku. Izuku. Katsuki, stop please, it hurts. Bakugo. Who do you think you are, calling me that? You're just some useless idiot with an extra gift. Just thinking about that disgusts me. Izuku. What do you care about that? Kachan, are you going to let him talk to you like that? Katsuki. Of course not. Looking at Izuku, look, damn. He began to approach Izuku at a slow pace. He took the black-haired boy by the collar of his uniform. Katsuki. I don't care that the green-haired girl is your sister. You're not going to talk to me like that again. An extra like you can't yell at the protagonist. He threw it to the floor. Bakugo. You're only good for that, being a nuisance on the floor. He moved closer to Izuku and grabbed his hair. Bakugo. Apologize and kiss the ground I walk on. That's all you can hope for. He stuck Izuku's head in the floor. Many times. Everyone who saw this thought it was funny. It's just a child's game. Nobody does anything when it comes to really helping. Izuku's life was getting worse and worse. Every day was the same. He left home to forget his situation inside it and went to school alone to arrive and receive abuse from everyone. Now we see Izuku walking a little badly and with a bruise on his eye. Izuku. Katsuki hit me a lot today. Why are you treating me like this? He continued walking when he turned to his right and saw the park he always wanted to go to, but his parents had forbidden him. Izuku. What does it matter? They don't care. He entered the park and in the distance he could see a tree with a large shadow. He approached and sat under it to rest and watch clouds. Izuku. Why does everything have to be like this? It would be different if I could have another quirk. I haven't even been able to activate it. I wish I were a cloud. He was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice when a girl fell from the tree on top of him. Girl. Ow, ow, ow. The ground is very hard. At that moment another girl came to where the 2 boys were on the floor. Girl. Najire, are you okay? Najire. Yes, Itsuka. I fell on top of him, and he saved me from a big blow. Thank you very much, by the way. Izuku realized his situation and just stayed silent. He tried to get Najire away from him, and he succeeded. He grabbed his backpack and started to leave. But before that could happen, he started to spit up a little blood. The girls were worried about it and went to where he was. Najire. Hey wait, that's blood, we must take you to your parents. Izuku didn't speak. Kendo. Let's take it to our own people who should be close by. They took Izuku by the hands and began to drag him around the park looking for his parents. When they finally did, they ran into a couple of men with black hair and some women with blue and orange hair. The girls arrived and started talking. Najire. Mom, Dad, this child is bleeding and I think it's my fault. Kendo. Yes, he spit that out. The parents got a little scared and took Izuku to realize that he had a little blood on his clothes. They got even more worried, but then Izuku finally spoke. Izuku. I'm fine. That was all he said. The parents calmed down a bit. That's when an orange-haired lady intervened. Lady. Calm down you two. Looking at the black and blue-haired gentleman first, tell me what happened, girls. Najire. We were playing in the trees and then I accidentally fell. Itsuka. But before Najire fell to the ground she fell on him. Pointing at Izuku, and then he wanted to leave but he spit out that red thing. Lady. Now, if the boy says he's fine, don't worry. Hira and Taki. Hira. But what if something was damaged because of Najire? She's very heavy. Najire. Mom. Taki. Admit that you are a little overweight. Everyone burst out laughing at that except Izuku. He just looked at the scene somewhat uncomfortable. Ma'am. That's right, nice to meet you, kiddo. I'm Hana. Could you tell me your name? Izuku just looked at the lady but didn't speak or anything. Hana. Are you okay? Izuku. Let's go to Izuku. The boy said, somewhat scared of how the people he was with would react. Hana. Nice to meet you, Izuku. So, what do you say if you can pay for what those two troublemakers did by staying with us for lunch? Hira. That's a great idea. What do you say? Looking at Izuku. Izuku just looked at everyone for a bit but in the end he just nodded. Hira. Okay, it's time for lunch. Everyone. Izuku. Yes. They, under the guidance of a quiet black-haired man, began to prepare a table with different foods. Then they sat down. Izuku just stared at everyone gathered around the table. This reminded him of his family, and he felt a little sad. Hira. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? Looking at Izuku. Come sit down. She pointed to a spot next to the two girls and he just listened to what the older blue-haired girl said. Everyone started eating and talking except for Izuku who just looked at his plate. Hana. You don't like it? Izuku. It's not that. It's just that. Is it okay for me to eat with you? Taki. Don't worry about that, kid. You eat. Mealtime is the most important time for a family. You may not be our family, but right now you are. So don't worry. That said, Izuku began to eat little by little, although Izuku does not eat often or in large quantities. Everyone was watching this, and Izuku looked as happy to be eating as he had been when he didn't know his quirk. The older girls found this a bit odd, but something changed when Izuku stretched out his arm and they saw that he had a very poorly placed bandage on it. The older girl with orange hair tried to start a conversation with him. Hana. Hey Izuku, from what I see, you study at Shikashi, right? It's a great school, but for people from very high society. Hira. I heard it's very expensive. But they also have great students. Even though they're all barely children. Taki. Is it true? How old are you? Izuku. Izuku. Cease. Hana. You have the same as Kendo. Najire. I'm the oldest. Hira. You're only a year older, so don't get too carried away. Najire got a little sad and Itsuka laughed. Izuku just watched this. After that, everyone ate very quietly, and then the girls started playing with Izuku. He was having fun until then, but he didn't smile much. This lasted for hours until it started to get dark. We see three children sitting on the grass watching the sunset. Najire. I want to grow up and be a heroine. Itsuka. Me too. Najire. By the way, what is your gift, Izuku? He was a little afraid to share his gift. Every time he did, people he knew made fun of him. But that didn't matter to him. For the first time since he was told about his gift, he felt like he was part of a family. Izuku. Is to change my eye color. Najire. That sounds great, can I see it? Izuku. I don't know how to use it. Itsuka. That's a shame. They continued talking about things, just the two of them, and Izuku listened. That is, until they were interrupted. Hana. Girls, it's time to go. The girls got up from the grass and started walking towards the lady. Najire. See you tomorrow, Izuku. Izuku. Tomorrow. Itsuka. Sure, you're our friend now, so come back tomorrow to play again. That was the only thing the girls said to say goodbye and leave the park. Izuku got up and started walking home. Izuku. I finally have friends. With a big smile. He got up from where he was sitting and grabbed his backpack to head home. When he arrived, he knew his parents wouldn't be there, so he just went up to his room. Hours later, I went downstairs to get some water. He was very happy because it had been a wonderful day for him. He had had fun after a long time. Izuku. Water, water of my life. He arrived at the kitchen and took a glass and filled it with water to go out to the living room, and when he was about to go up the stairs something happened. Hazashi. Izuku. He stopped dead in his tracks upon hearing that. Inko. Come here. He simply did as requested in silence. and stood before his parents. Hazashi. First of all, stand up straight and put down your glass of water. The boy just did what was asked. Inko. Aren't you going to talk? Izuku. It's no use, they don't care if I talk or not. Inko. You'd better keep quiet if you're going to say that. You disgust me. Both parents looked somewhat stressed. Izuku looked at the table and saw several papers with red stamps. This puzzled him greatly. Hazashi. I'll get straight to the point. We don't need you with us anymore, Izuku. Izuku. What, Inko? What did you expect? You're a useless person with no ambitions. We don't need you anymore. Izuku. It's a joke, right? Hazashi. I know you're still too young to understand all this, but the company is going through problems and… Izuku. I don't care about that, am I supposed to be your son? Do you know how hard I've tried to get you to praise me? Inko. You're not going to yell at me here, much less at me. She was going to do something against the green-haired man but her husband stopped her. Hazashi. Izuku already made the decision. You'll help me get back to the company. That's the only good thing. You can go. They'll come for you tomorrow. Izuku. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you think I'm something you can just throw away? I'm your son shedding tears and his eyes changing color. Dad. Mom. Hazashi. I already told you. Don't call me that. Izuku's eyes began to change and 3 blades began to appear in one of them. Izuku. Why? Did they never care? With tears. Hazashi. No. Izuku. Then tell me why. Inko. Why have you always been a bastard? Hazashi. Basta Inko. Inko. Tell him we only had him because it was the only way to obtain your father's inheritance. That's the reason, you little bastard. You're not my son, and I've never considered you as such. If that stupid dead woman hadn't interfered and that damn old man hadn't left you everything, we'd be very happy without you. Hazashi. Enough, please, Inko. Get out of here, Izuku. Inko. Come on, are you going to back off now? Izuku. Dead, what are you talking about? Hazashi. Sighing, you're not our son. We only adopted you because of an inheritance. That hit the green-haired man like a bucket of cold water. His whole life was a lie. He understood nothing, yet understood everything. What a dilemma. Izuku. What? Hazashi. It was the only way, it's the same as now. Inko. We'll get rid of you like your mother and that damn old man. Izuku was entering a moment of crisis. He was silent until he finally reacted. Izuku. They killed someone just for an inheritance. Hazashi. It was the only way. Now go now. He was going to take Izuku's arm, but Izuku pulled away. He stepped back, and the parents could see the little black-haired boy's eyes shining like rubies. Izuku. Don't touch me. You're supposed to be heroes. What's wrong with you? Hazashi. Izuk. Izuku. I don't want to listen to you. Also, I asked them, what's wrong with them? They're heroes, they're supposed to protect everyone, and now I find out that I was never their son. They have no idea how hard I had to work for them to look at me. I won't forgive them. I hated them. Before he could finish, he was hit by a large fireball that sent him flying. Masami. Shut up. Don't insult my parents. Izuku was getting up, but now it wasn't normal. He had a big face of hatred towards his parents and his eyes shone blood red. Izuku. My whole life has been a lie and you still expect me to react well. You don't understand how I feel. No one ever has. Masami. I don't care, you're not even my brother. Izuku. You knew about this too, right? Masami. Yes, and what does it matter? Izuku. You're the worst. I can't believe you two are heroes. Pointing at his parents, you're the worst I've ever seen. And you pointing at Masami, you're just like them. Hazashi. Tranquillo Izuku. Izuku. You don't call me that, you have no right to call me that. Inko. Do we need the right to call trash by its name? Just as stupid as your mother. Izuku. Don't you dare mention my mother. I don't know her, but I know she was better than all of you combined. So don't mention her. Inko. Masami, please take charge. I'm already tired. Masami started throwing fireballs at Izuku. Hazashi. Détente. She didn't pay attention, she just kept attacking. Izuku, for his part, could only think of one thing in his head: hate. Her body began to move and everyone could see how Izuku ran at great speed towards Masami, dodging everything as if it were nothing, quickly arriving where he grabbed her by the neck. Izuku. They disgust me. Everything disgusts me. The parents were surprised but immediately became concerned when they saw their daughter begin to close her eyes. Inko used her telekinesis to attract a knife and stab it into Izuku's arm, trying to get him to let go of the girl, but it was of little use. She brought even more and stabbed them. Now Izuku let go of her. She fell to the ground and began to breathe very hard, trying to catch her breath. Izuku was losing blood in droves and knelt down. Inko. What's wrong with you? You almost killed my daughter. She now used her telekinesis and began throwing different things at him, including a highly flammable and acidic oil. He began to scream in pain. But that wasn't the only thing. Masami stood up and saw her brother kneeling on the floor. She started walking toward him, and when she was in front of him, she touched his right shoulder. From there, a large blue flame erupted, melting the knives she had buried in parts of his body. Izuku started screaming in such a way that it was thunderous. Izuku. Ah, the scream was heard of such magnitude, he wouldn't stop burning for anything in the world. The parents saw this, on one hand worried for the black-haired boy and on the other hand happy beyond belief. Masami stopped, and a severely battered Izuku fell to the ground, with third-degree burns on the right side of his face and his body melted in places. He was completely unrecognizable. Inko. That's what you were looking for, you damn bastard. The black-haired man was able to say something clearly that was heard throughout the room. Izuku. I swear I'll get stronger, so powerful that my reputation will reach the heavens. Inko. You're scum, and you always will be. I'd kill you now, but we need you. You don't know how much I wanted to see you like this. Just like your mother when she died. A damn bastard who was looking to take everything from me, just like you. This caused Izuku great anger. He barely found out that he has another mother, but he would have liked to meet her. Inko. Does it hurt that I'm talking about her? What a shame, she's already dead. Ha ha ha. Izuku became extremely angry but finally fainted. Inko. Just like your mother, a red-eyed bastard. 2 days later, we can see an old underground laboratory, where 2 scientists were talking about something. 1. The merchandise has arrived. I hope it holds up. 2. Yes, but it arrived in poor condition, it's very ugly. I think it would be best to try the other thing first. 1. Are you sure? That's experimental. It'd hardly be the first time we'd tried it. 2. It's the only option if we want the boy to turn out well, it's all for the good of science. 1. Okay, so let's get that ready first. They entered a room, and there was a dark-haired man with a disfigured face and useless body parts. He was tied to many tubes that kept him alive, along with a stretcher. They removed the stretcher and began transporting everything with help to a new, large room. This one had glowing tubes, but most of them had a failed seal. The scientists stopped in front of a large capsule, called a phone, and several robots arrived. These robots placed the black-haired man's body inside the large capsule. The scientists attached various devices to the black-haired man's body. After a while, they closed the capsule, and it began to fill with a strange water. It glowed and illuminated that part of the room. The capsule filled completely and rose vertically, revealing the black-haired man's body floating there. Step 1. First step, a complete success. Now, test number 1. Alpha genome cell recovery and alteration. First administration. Something was coming out of the tubes connected to the green-haired man. This entered the green-haired man's body and began to release something that turned the water black, obscuring the green-haired man's body. The scientists were a little scared by this, but they didn't stop the experiments. 6 months later. 1. It seems that the first administration was a success. 2. That's right, I just notice a change in my skin. 1. I'll make a note of that. It might help if this first experiment fails. 2. If this works, we will be the greatest geniuses in the universe. 3 months later. 1. Second dose successful. 2. The subject seems to have adapted more quickly than usual now. His body is almost rebuilt. 1. We will note that it starts with the last dose, this is the decisive one. 2. Okay, looking at the black-haired man, please endure this. Help me be the best scientist in the world. Asterisk. He pressed several buttons, and things began to emerge from the tubes toward the green-haired man's body. Now, the thing that turned the water black didn't begin to release. Instead, it began to move in different ways. Both scientists watched this, and also saw the monitor begin to beep, indicating a bad signal. They were losing faith. This lasted several minutes until the period became constant and the black-haired man's body stopped moving. 2. I guess not everything goes right the first time. He was about to turn off the machine that kept the black-haired man alive until his body gave a great movement and returned to the initial position. The beeping stopped and suddenly became normal. 1. What just happened? 2. I don't know, but I think it worked. It worked. Both scientists hugged each other and began to celebrate their great discovery. 3 months later, a year had passed since Isizuku disappeared. No one really cared much about this. The Midoriyas returned to their large company comfortably thanks to selling Isizuku for experiments. No one is worried about what Isizuku might be feeling right now. Or well, some girls are. They were Najire and Kendo. A year before, they returned to the same place where they met Isizuku, but he never returned. With Isizuku, a year had passed since they began experimenting on him. His body was rebuilt again, but there was something strange. He wasn't waking up. This worried the scientists a little, but nothing that would keep them awake at night. 1. Looks like we finally made a big discovery. It feels great. 2. When this gets out, we'll be world famous. What I'm wondering is when we'll start trying the other stuff. 1. That's right, the other thing. I'd love to see what this kid is capable of with that thing. 2. We're planning for that thing to turn him into someone capable of being a living weapon. Imagine being able to control the elements. Sounds great. 1. We will test it in a month. Now we must wait for the alpha genome cells to adapt better to your body and rebuild. 2. I like the idea. 1 year later, age 8 years, we find ourselves back in the lab and can see the 2 scientists standing in front of the capsule where our black-haired man was. Still asleep. 1. You know, we finished the 2 successful experiments and I feel like it was a waste of time. 2. I feel a little bad thinking about the boy not waking up. It would be a complete waste of time. We've invested a lot of money. 1. I know. They continued conducting various studies, leaving the room where the black-haired man's room was located. A few minutes later, we see the same capsule again, with the black-haired man connected. We focused on his face, but now he opened one eye. The difference was that it wasn't black like it was naturally. Instead, it was red and had 3 blades. He opened several eyes and the first thing he saw was a dark room. He looked down and saw that his body was different. He stretched out his right hand and when he looked at it, it had many wrinkles and was a different skin color. This made him very happy. He didn't remember what had happened and why he was like that until those memories came to mind. Hazashi. You will help the company. Inko. What a pity she's already dead. This made our protagonist angry and make a huge face. He wanted to get out of there but couldn't move properly. What he didn't expect was that scientists and several robots came through the door of the dark room, filling it with light. They could see how the black-haired man was moving and was awake. They looked at each other and began to celebrate. 1. It is a complete success. 2. We are the best. They finished celebrating to look at the green-haired boy who didn't understand anything, but then I saw how the water in the capsule began to go down and he fell to the floor. He couldn't use his legs. He tried to stand as best he could but it seemed impossible. The capsule door opened and then one of the scientists spoke. 1. Welcome to life again, subject to testing. 16292116. Isizuku didn't understand why they called him that until he saw him offer a hand to get up. Isizuku took it and was able to get up. The scientist along with Isizuku Amiyozurona had to walk with difficulties on the part of the black-haired man but nothing that a robot that held him could not solve. 2. Talking on the phone, tell Hoshino to bring clothes. Phone. Understood. He hung up and approached Izuku while a robot brought a chair in which he sat and both scientists began to do tests to see how his body was. After a while, a very pretty, rather young woman entered the room through the door. She had a very disinterested expression on her face. She looked ahead and saw the two scientists with their backs to her. Hoshino. I already have the clothes. 1. Great, help us change it. She did as requested and approached the two scientists to see a boy with very pretty red eyes sitting very quietly in the chair. Hoshino. What? 2. You are looking at test subject 16292116. The first successful experiment in the alpha genome cell implantation and alteration project and also the sole survivor of the VE project. Izuku could only look at the three of them in front of him without saying anything. The three of them changed it and then moved away from it a little. 2. It seems like your entire body has rebuilt itself well. The only thing is that you can't move the reconstructed parts properly because you haven't gotten used to it. The cells did their job. All that remains is to run one more test. 1. Are you talking about? Hoshino. What? 2. I'm talking about the VE. Okay kid, look at me. Izuku turned to look at the scientist carefully. 2. You're going to do what I tell you. Izuku just nodded. 2. You are going to close your eyes and you are going to start concentrating on your body. Izuku just did what the guy said. 2. You found something, didn't you? Izuku nodded. 2. Place your hands on your face and leave a small hole in your mouth. Izuku did what was asked. 2. Finally, take a deep breath and let it all out as if you were spitting. Or blowing. Izuku did just that and everyone saw how the moment he released it a large ball of fire began to form. The scientists couldn't have been more excited. And the girl, well, she didn't understand a thing. Izuku opened his eyes and saw how there was a large ball of fire in front of him. That pleased him and he stopped blowing and closing his eyes. The fireball stopped the moment it stopped blowing and everyone had a big smile, especially the scientists. 1. It was a success. We did it. 2. This will be great when it gets out. 1. Maybe we can sell it and make a lot of money. 2. Yes. The girl and the black-haired man heard this and opened his eyes. 1. Okay, Hoshino, take care of him. We'll go out and celebrate. 2. Let's go. The two of them left the room very happy and only Izuku remained, looking at where the scientists had gone with great disgust. Hoshino. Okay, let's go. She pulled Izuku out of the chair and walked quickly, not caring that the black-haired boy couldn't move much. After walking for a long time, they arrived at a room. It was decorated with a bed and nothing else. Hoshino. You can stay here. This will be your room. If you need more clothes, press that button. She left Izuku there and left, locking the door. When she left, Izuku walked to the bed and sat on it. And then for the first time in a long time, I speak. Izuku. I need strength. That was the only thing he said to get out of bed. 6 months had passed since our previous interaction with our green-haired boy. Now we can see Izuku in his room exercising. That is, until he fell to the floor. Izuku. 120. That's my limit. It's no good to me. He was resting when someone came through the door of the room. Hoshino. You're still doing that, right? Izuku. Yes. Hoshino. Well, it's time to train VE. Izuku. I'm going. He got up from the floor and approached the bed to grab a shirt. He had a slightly defined body. Due to the cells and his training, his body was back to the age it belonged to. They both left the room and started walking. Hoshino. How does your body feel? Izuku. Okay. Coldly. Hoshino. Are you never going to smile or what? Izuku. I save my smiles for the moment when I achieve my goal. Hoshino. What is it? Izuku. Finish off the Midoriya family. He continued walking while the girl stayed a little behind. Hoshino. This is wrong. They continued walking and after a few minutes they arrived at a very modern place. There, the boy began to practice the VE for hours. Izuku. Breathing heavily, I'm finally done. Surrounding him were many destroyed robots, some had fire marks, others were cut in half and others seemed to have disappeared. The girl just looked at this with some sadness. That's until the scientists entered, accompanied by one other person. 1. How's it going? Hoshino. He controls the VE very well, the problem is that he didn't know how his quirk works. 2. I know something about his gift, but for that we need this big guy. He pointed to the person who came with them, a very big and muscular guy. 2. He will face the boy. 1. Okay, let's do it. The guy left the room to go to the field and stand in front of Izuku. He didn't understand until a speaker started to sound. Speaker. Boy, you're going to have to fight him. He's trying to kill you, so use whatever you can. Izuku was still a little tired but got into a fighting stance. What I don't know is that I hope the guy would appear in front of him at high speed to land a punch that sent him flying against the wall, making him spit blood. Hoshino. Are you sure about this? 1. Al 100%. Izuku was recovering from the blow, but again the guy appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the neck to begin to strangle him. Guy. You just wasted my time with a kid. You're worthless. Izuku's words echoed in his ears, and his eyes began to shine. He grabbed the guy's arm with his hands and began to squeeze it so hard that the guy let go. He stepped back a little because of the pain in his arm but didn't notice when Izuku appeared in front of him with his hand full of lightning and hit him with a blow that sent him flying backwards. It didn't stop there. Izuku started running at high speed toward the guy and created a stake from his arm. He started filling it with a blue substance. Everyone could see this in surprise. Izuku increased his speed and caught up with the guy in mid-flight. He jumped, putting him over the guy in flight. Izuku threw the stake, but in mid-air, he spun around and kicked the stake so that it pierced the guy's arm and he fell pinned to the ground. Izuku stopped and started walking towards the guy who was moaning in pain. Izuku looked at his face and the guy could see how those blood-red eyes looked at him. Izuku. You're no one to tell me whether I'm good or not. You're just some of the scum of this world. He appeared in front of the guy again and gave him a huge punch to the jaw which made a huge sound throughout the place and also made the guy spit blood. Izuku grabbed him by the neck and began to choke him. Izuku. I will end all the trash in the world like you. The guy fainted. Everyone thought he'd killed him, so they quickly got out of there. When they did, Izuku let go of the guy and removed the stake from his arm. Izuku. He's not dead, he fainted from lack of air. He started walking out of the room. Izuku. I want to go to my room. Now. 1. Hoshino. Hoshino. Right away, she went with the black-haired man in the room. 1. His gift is incredible. 2. To think that he did all this with his gift and a little VE. That kid is quite a weapon. They called robots to heal the guy and get him out of here. With Izuku, he and the woman were walking straight to the protagonist's room. Hoshino. Why didn't you kill him? You had the chance. Izuku. I don't care about that guy. I only have someone else in mind. I don't care about the others at all. Anyone who wants to take away my freedom should be prepared to bet theirs. Hoshino. There's still a chance. Asterisk. They arrived at the black-haired man's room and he entered so Hoshino could close the door. Izuku started training like crazy again while the woman headed to the bathroom. When she got there she took out a small radio. She left the bathroom and continued doing her lab work. Normally. With Izuku, he was in his room sitting training his VE circulation. Izuku. What happened in the fight? It's like when that guy insulted me he unleashed superhuman strength. I felt a tingling in my eyes. He tried something that was to close his eyes. He was thinking about everything and remembered the moment he was discarded. He felt the same tingling so he opened his eyes and could see how his eyes shone in the bathroom mirror. Izuku. This will make me stronger. I'll get out of here, but I need more power. 2 years later, we can see an 11-year-old black-haired boy with a very good body for a boy his age. Only now something had changed in him. He started wearing a mask. He was training in his room, doing push-ups, until someone opened the door. Hoshino. Are you still doing that? Besides, isn't it uncomfortable with the mask? Izuku. Yeah, I need even more power. Besides, I won't take it off because I'm ugly and because you gave it to me. Hoshino. I already told you not to say that about yourself. Izuku. Sorry, but it's the truth. So, do you really need something? Hoshino. I just came to see how you were. Izuku. Doing push-ups good. Hoshino. Are you going to remain serious as always? Izuku. Sorry, Hoshino. It pisses me off that you're apologizing all the time. Sitting on the bed isn't it boring being locked up here all day? Izuku. A little, but I spend my time entering, so there's no problem. Hoshino. And you don't want to go out, see the outside world? Izuku. I will, but I need more power. Hoshino. Everything with you is power. Have you thought about girls or games? Something for people your age. Izuku. No, Hoshino. Why are you doing all this? Why are you so obsessed with having so much power? Izuku. You don't care about that. Hoshino. Of course I care, we are friends, right? Izuku. Yes, but I can't say anything. It's my own pain. Hoshino. What are you talking about? Izuku. If you don't share another's pain, you can't understand it. Hoshino. You and your lines. You never change. Izuku just stayed silent and continued doing the push-ups. Hoshino. And you haven't thought about leaving all that hate and pain behind. Turn the page, there's more. Izuku. For me there is only one thing. Hoshino. And what will you do after you achieve your goal? What happens after you've killed someone? Have you ever had a dream? Izuku. I had it. I wanted to be a hero. But they showed me the sad truth about heroes. I'm not interested in being like them. Hoshino. Why don't you change that? Become someone capable of changing the sad truth about heroes. Fulfill your dream. Izuku. It's too late. Hoshino. It's never too late for anything, Izu. Well, it's time to get back to work. She left the room and Izuku stopped doing push-ups and sat on the floor to look at his hand. Izuku. Fulfill my dream. He put his hand on the mask and took it off to start touching his scars. Izuku. I'm a monster. Even though I managed to achieve my dream, I have no one. He drank some water and went back to exercising as usual. What he didn't know was that someone was listening to everything. Hoshino. You're not alone. I swear I'll get you out of here and have you back to normal life. 2 years later, age 13 years, we can see a masked man walking to a place accompanied by a woman in a white coat. Izuku. Do you know what they want me for? Hoshino. A test. Izuku. Good. They arrived at the long-awaited place, where no one was standing. The woman climbed some stairs to reach an observation room, where the 2 scientists were. Hoshino. It's here. 1. After this we will be able to sell it well. 2. Make sure you record everything. Hoshino. So this is what I was talking about. I think today is the end of it. They all watched through a large window as people began to emerge from different places. They all looked like thieves. There were approximately 3,000 of them. The special was a bit short, but nothing too over the top. They were all in front of Izuku. Speaker. You'll have to defeat them all, they'll be using their gifts. Do whatever it takes to finish them off in 10 minutes, tops. Izuku. Good. At that the others launched themselves at Izuku and he did the same. Izuku swung back and forth, taking out every enemy in his path, all without using a single bit of VE. But he avoided damaging vital points. The scientists and Hoshino were surprised. That was until a very large guy hit Izuku and made him retreat. The guy stood in front of the others. And with his quirk, he started launching rock attacks at Izuku. He dodged them all until he started making hand seals and breathing very heavily. That's when a huge wave of fire began to engulf everyone. Some tried to take cover but it was impossible. Izuku had finished everyone in less than 10 minutes, surprising everyone watching this from the living room. 1. Tell me what you recorded that. 2. I did it. This will make you millionaires. Hoshino. Didn't kill them. Asterisk. The 2 scientists were celebrating and dancing while Hoshino watched Izuku seriously. At that moment, the 3 of them went down to where the black-haired man was. 1. That was great, kid. 2. If you are very strong. Izuku. Thanks, but I guess that's it. 1. What it has. Before finishing he appeared in front of both of them and activating his eyes he put them in an illusion. They rolled their eyes as Izuku started to leave the room. Hoshino. Hey wait, Izuku. What do you want? Hoshino. Why not me? Izuku. I guess because I like you. Hoshino. Can I make you a proposal? Izuku. Hoshino. You see, I'm here on a mission. Izuku. And what does that matter to me? Hoshino. I'll help you escape from here and also erase all the information about you here. I know everything. Izuku. And why would I trust you? Hoshino. We are friends. Izuku. How do I know it's not part of your mission and you'll betray me? Hoshino. Look, I came here to investigate the disappearance of several children and the illegal experiments of these two. What I want from you is something else. I propose to help you escape and destroy all information about you. But I want to ask you for something in return. Izuku. What? Hoshino. Come with me. Izuku. Do you want me for more experiments? Hoshino. I already told you, we're friends. I want to take you in as my son and give you a normal life. Izuku. Why would you do that? Hoshino. I don't know what you've been through, but the fact is, I always wanted someone who would give me this chance I'm giving you. I want you to come with me so you can be happy. Izuku just started walking towards the exit. Hoshino. Is it a yes? Izuku. I'll think about it. Come on, I hate being here. Hoshino. Wait, I have to take these too. They started walking out of the room and then out of the lab. Izuku. There are no more people or something. Hoshino. No, I was hired to take care of you only. This is all clandestine. Izuku. Fine, it'll be easier to get out. But where do we go with the information? Hoshino. There's a room a little further ahead. All the information should be there. The rest is in this chamber. Izuku. Bien lady. She handed the camera to the black-haired man and it was a small ball of fire that roasted her. Izuku. Let's continue. Hoshino. If you're going to become my son, I'll have to make changes with you. Izuku ignored him and just walked until he reached the room where there was a large computer. Hoshino sat there and started searching through everything and found several folders, including one named Izuku Midoriya. It seemed a little odd to her. But she just kept looking for folders related to Izuku and deleting them. Izuku was waiting for the woman to finish. She saved several folders that blamed scientists for different acts on the flash drive and took out another one to save Izuku Midoriya's folder. Hoshino. Done. I've already deleted everything of yours. Izuku. Okay, now what? Hoshino. It will destroy all of this. Izuku. Good. The one with the hand started to create a kind of sand or clay and put it in the shape of dinosaurs. He threw them all over the room and also threw a dinosaur that started to move. It went back the way they had come. Izuku threw even more so that everyone left the lab in parts. Izuku. Let's go. He began walking, and she followed calmly, without asking anything about the dinosaurs. After a varied walk, they reached some stairs that led to a large door. Hoshino. That's the exit, let's go. Izuku, who was carrying the two scientists, walked alongside the woman who opened the door to the exit of the laboratory. When they both went out, the first thing they could see was the big sun and several trees. Izuku. We're in a forest, right? Hoshino. Yes, it's a bit far from the city. Wait, I'll get my car and we'll go. Izuku. I'll go with you. They walked a little further and saw a black car. Izuku threw the guys back and he and Hoshino got in the front. Hoshino. Vamonos. She started the car and already a few meters away from the place Izuku put his hands together. Hoshino. What are you doing? Izuku. Explodes. She didn't understand anything until she felt a small tremor and looked in the rearview mirror to see a large explosion cloud behind them. Hoshino. Now this is an epic exit. She drove toward the city, and after 2 hours, they arrived at a building. They both stopped in front of it, and she and Izuku got out. Hoshino. Let's go inside. Izuku just followed her. She climbed up the building to reach where a door was. She opened it and they both entered. She went into the kitchen and Izuku stood there. Hoshino. Sit on the sofa, I'll bring some tea in a moment. Izuku just did what was asked. After a few minutes she arrived with tea for the two of them and sat next to Izuku. Hoshino. What did you think then? Izuku. Do you think someone like me can be normal? Hoshino. Why not? Izuku took off his mask and stood in front of her. Izuku. Look at me, I'm an ugly monster. No one could ever love someone like me. I have no one. She stood up and stood in front of the black-haired man. Hoshino. That's not true. Placing his hand on the black-haired man's scars, I told you when I gave you that mask, I don't mind you looking like this. You're not a monster, and if you were, you'd be my cute monster. Izuku. Thank you. Smiling. Hoshino. For the first time you smiled. Come on, I made you smile. Izuku. It's not true. Hoshino. Don't lie. Izuku. I don't. Hoshino. Well, I have some things to do. Can you stay here until I get back? I'll get what I need to make sure you become my family. Izuku. Good. She left the apartment and started heading towards the car and then started driving to get to a place. This was a large building. She stopped and took the two scientists out of the car. These two were no longer in Izuku's illusion except that they were very well tied up and gagged. She got them out of the car and into the building. Then she walked a bit to reach an elevator and went up to the top floor, where there was a large room at the back. She started walking. And he opened the door of the room to see one person there. Hoshino. It's nice to see you again. ? Stop being formal, and tell me what you're bringing. Hoshino. Reporting my mission. First of all, I have these two, showing the scientists, and I also have a flash drive that shows how guilty they are. Very well done. Well, that's all. Hoshino. Yes, but I also wanted to ask your permission to prepare some adoption papers for me. As you know, I'm an older woman and I want to have a child, but I don't want to miss months of work, so I'd like to adopt. Rest assured, they will arrive. Thank you very much for your service. Hoshino. It's nothing. I'll leave without further ado. She left the room and started walking outside the large building. Hoshino. Finally everything will be normal again. With Izuku. He was sitting on the couch staring at the mask. He put it aside and looked at his hands, then placed them over his eyes. Izuku. Be normal. Shedding tears, I can be normal. After escaping from the laboratories, our protagonist escaped along with his caretaker named Hoshino. Let's go back to the woman's apartment. There you can see a green-haired man sitting on the couch. At that, the apartment door opened, and the woman could be seen entering. She closed the door and saw the black-haired man sitting in the same position as when she left. Hoshino. You haven't moved, have you? Izuku. No. Hoshino. Okay, we'll have to work on that. First, everything's already been settled about you staying here. Second, my name isn't Hoshino. Izuku. What? Hoshino. That was just the identity to enter the laboratory. Izuku. And what's your name? Hoshino. Makoto, but you can call me whatever you like, even Mom. Izuku. Forget it, Makoto. Come on, shall we? I want to record you saying it. Izuku. No, Makoto. Well, let's continue with the first thing. Izuku. What will we do? Makoto. First, I want you to tell me who Izuku Midoriya is. And your secret. Izuku. Makoto. Why are you hiding this so much? It's no good holding on to such a grudge. Izuku. You don't know anything. Makoto. I don't know. But I want to know. Please, Izu, let me help you. There's more to it than just pain and resentment. Show me everything you have. Izuku. You're always like this, right? Makoto. Yes. Izuku. Fine. Izuku Midoriya is my name. Makoto. I think that was a bit obvious, but continue. Izuku. My parents abandoned me to my fate. They were never my real parents, though. They only stayed with me for money. They turned me into this monster. Looking at his hand, because of them I'm like this. Makoto just hugged him. Makoto. I'm so sorry you had to go through all that, little one. Izuku. Don't worry, this has nothing to do with you. Makoto. Are you crazy? We're family now. Instead of leaving the burden on you, we can bear all of this together. Izuku. I don't understand. Makoto. Never mind, you'll figure it out someday. Now let's get on with the house rules. Izuku. What are they? Makoto. It's simple. 1. You have to help me with my homework. 2. You will learn to cook. 3. You can't just wait for orders all the time. Do things on your own. Make your own decisions. 4. You can train but not much because I don't want you to destroy anything. That would be all for now. Izuku. I can do that. Makoto. Okay, 2nd. We'll have to buy you some clothes. But that can wait a bit. 3rd. At home, you won't be wearing the mask. If you want, you can wear it outside, but not inside. And finally, you will go to school. Izuku. Really? Makoto. Yes, I understand that cells also affect your brain and you're very smart, but you have to study too. Izuku. Good. Makoto. That would be all for now. Ah, that's right, no girls at home Izuku. Nobody cares. Makoto. Do you like men? Izuku. No, but I don't like anyone right now. Makoto. How do you know so much about this? Izuku. Those scientists' books were strange. But it doesn't matter now, I'll go train. He stood up but stopped dead in his tracks. Izuku. Where will I train? Makoto. Come on, let's go to the other room. She stood up and took the boy's hand as they began walking through the large apartment and into a room. Makoto. This is my reading room, but I can let you use it. Izuku. Why would you need a reading room? Makoto. Heroes make a lot of money, I don't know what to do with all that money. Izuku. Put it in a bank. Makoto. I don't trust that kind of thing. But anyway, this is your room. I'll make lunch, and then we'll go shopping. So you can do whatever you want. She left the room, leaving the green-haired man there. He got down on the floor and started doing push-ups. Makoto. Makoto. What can I prepare? Makoto. Yase. She quietly began to cook while our black-haired man worked hard on his training. After an hour the woman had finally finished her meal, so she went to where the boy's room was to open the door and see him doing squats. Makoto. What are you doing? Izuku. Not everything is muscle on the top, sometimes you need good glutes and legs. Makoto. Yeah. Looking at the boy's butt, he does have a nice butt. Asterisk. Izuku. And well, Makoto. That's right, the food is ready. Izuku. Finishing a squat, then let's eat. Makoto. Aren't you going to take a bath? Izuku. Why? Makoto. Well, you just trained, you must be sweaty. Izuku. You're pseudo. Makoto. Really? Izuku. Yes, let's go then. They went to the dining room to eat peacefully without any interruptions, although a little awkward because the black-haired man wasn't talking at all. That was until the woman asked. Makoto. Your eyes are very pretty. Izuku. Thanks, although they shouldn't be like that. Makoto. Why? Izuku. My quirk is changing the color of my eyes. They were originally supposed to be black. But I guess I like eye better, so I left them. Makoto. Oh, well, you look better like this. It makes you look tougher and cuter. Izuku. Thank you. After that little chat they finished eating and the black-haired man was about to return to his room when he was called. Makoto. Where are you going? We're going shopping. Izuku. I'm going to get my mask. Makoto. Okay, but hurry. The boy went for his mask so that they both could leave the building and head to the car to go to a shopping center. After half an hour, they arrived. Izuku. Yes, it was far away. Makoto. Something, but come on. They went down and entered the mall to see many people walking. Some looked at Izuku because it was not normal to see someone with a mask. Makoto. Let's go to the clothing store. She started walking and Izuku just followed her. They walked a little to get to the front of a store. When they entered, a person approached them. Good afternoon. Makoto. Good afternoon, I was looking for something like this for this little one here. The person looked at Izuku more closely and could see his red eyes. At first, he was a little scared, but nothing serious. Yes, you can come this way. He took them to a part of the store and left them alone. Makoto. Choose whatever you want. He looked for clothes, especially black ones. After a bit of searching, he found some. Makoto. You can try it on over there. Come on. They went to have the protagonist try on clothes quietly while she was outside. Makoto. But take off your mask, it's just you and me. Izuku. Good. He took off his mask to leave, What he didn't know was that with Makoto was the girl who was serving them. She was about 15 years old approximately. He came out and the two women could see an angel. Izuku. You didn't say you were alone. He took the mask and was going to put it back on, but then the girl spoke. Girl. Wait, don't put it on. Izuku. And why? Girl. I just think you look a little cute. Blush. Makoto. Dress up, Izu. You look better like this. Izuku. I don't like it as much. He closed the dressing room door. Izuku. I'll take this, it's very comfortable. Makoto. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Izuku started changing his clothes again and Makoto only saw the girl. Makoto. And what do you think of my son? Girl. Oh, well, he's cute. Blushing. Makoto. Ahahaha. You want her number? She doesn't have one yet, though. Girl. Please. After that they paid for the clothes to leave and go to another store. They walked a little further and finally arrived at a store. They entered and Izuku didn't understand much of this. Makoto. You need a cell phone. Izuku. I don't think I'll need it much. Makoto. Never mind. You need one and shut up. At that moment, a 15-year-old girl with red hair arrived. Nice to meet you. My name is Yuyu and tell me, what were you looking for? Makoto. I want something for this troublemaker, the best there is. Yuyu. Mirando Izuku s2 Sugar. Asking Makoto. Makoto. No, he's my son. Yuyu. Sorry for the question. Makoto. No problem, and well, do you have something? Yuyu. Sigami. They followed the girl and after a few moments they came to a counter where a cell phone was. Yuyu. This is the best. It has a 280 megapixel camera and 100x zoom. It has a great processor and 16 gigabytes of RAM. It also has a terabyte of storage space. Makoto. I didn't understand anything, but what do you think, Izuku? Izuku. I like the color black. Makoto. I'll take it. Yuyu. Brilliant. They paid for the cell phone, and while Yuyu was collecting, Makoto bought more items separately. Meanwhile, Izuku was with Yuyu. Yuyu. And why the mask? Izuku. I'm ugly. Yuyu. I don't think anyone is ugly. But it's your decision. Izuku. Thank you for respecting. Yuyu. You're welcome. I'd just need the phone to configure your face and that's it. Izuku. Good. He took off his mask and Yuyu just blushed a little. Izuku. Can you do it now? Yuyu. SC. She finished the setup and Izuku put his mask back on. Yuyu. It's ready. Izuku. Thank you. Then the boys' mother arrived. Makoto. I've got everything, Izuku. Let's go. Izuku. Yes. He stood up and turned to the girl. Izuku. Thank you again. See you. Yuyu. There is nothing to thank for, goodbye. The mother and the young man left there heading for the exit of the shopping center. Makoto. See, you're not ugly. Izuku. Whatever you say. Looking out the window. Makoto. What a tsundere you are. 4 weeks later, Izuku had entered the private school because he has money. At first, everyone approached him to ask questions about his mask, but he either ignored them or gave the barest of answers. This caused him to distance himself from the others. But that didn't matter to him, he was never one to have many friends. When he got home now his whole life was different, he almost always had someone who greeted him with a big hug. The black-haired man's life was going uphill again. Currently we can see a woman in the kitchen and a boy in the dining room on his cell phone. Makoto. Izuku, have you thought about what you're going to do? Izuku. How? Makoto. I mean, now you don't have to get revenge or anything. You can do a lot of things, you're very smart. I don't know. Izuku. No, I have nothing on my mind. Makoto. And what do you think about entering UA? Izuku. For. Makoto. Didn't you want to be a hero? I could help you a little. Though that's still 4 years away. You're only 13. Izuku. To be a hero. Makoto. I already told you, didn't I? If you don't like how the heroes are now, why don't you change it? Izuku. I don't know. I don't think I'll make it. Makoto. Come on, imagine, the great red-eyed hero, sounds great, right? Plus, You'd be my awesome adopted son. Izuku. It sounds really ugly when you say that. Makoto. Do you want me to talk to you affectionately? My cute baby touching the cheeks. Izuku. Para. Makoto. How bad, my baby doesn't want to hug me anymore, sad face. Izuku. Tisk. Abrazondola. Corridors. Yay, she started kissing Izuku all over his face except his lips. Makoto. Who is the best adopted? Izuku. That's enough. Makoto. Ha ha ha, don't worry, hugging your mom won't make you less tough. Izuku. Your food is burning. Makoto. It can't be. The woman rushed to the kitchen to try to save the food, but it was too late. Makoto. Eat a pizza. Sad face. Izuku. It is. Makoto. Che Riest. Izuku. It's not true. Makoto. Tisk, better order the pizza, I'm hungry. They ordered the pizza so that after half an hour it would arrive and they both would sit down to eat quietly and finish after another half hour. Makoto. Well, I have work to do. I'll leave you in charge of everything. And make sure you clean up. Izuku just crossed his fingers and from there came several clones of him. Makoto. You're lazy. Izuku. I'm just a man with a big mind, who uses it to avoid making as little effort as possible. Makoto. Laziness is laziness. But oh well. Approaching Izuku, we see each other, little one. Giving him a kiss on the cheek, you take care of the house. That was the last thing she said before the black-haired man sent the clones to do different household chores. He went to his room and came there to sit on the couch in his room and look at his phone. Izuku. Sighing, he took his mask and began to look at her. Izuku. Will there ever be a day when I can live without you? Looking at his mask. He got up from there and started exercising like he normally does. Hours later we can see a black-haired man finishing up his workout and then starting to look for some clothes to take a nice bath. He did just that, and then he headed out to the living room where he saw everything clean and his clones on the couch. Izuku clone. You exploit us a lot. Izuku. Sorry. That was all he said to make them disappear in a cloud of smoke. Just as he was doing that, a woman walked through the door. She was somewhat injured. Seeing her like that, Izuku became upset and grabbed her to take her to his room. Makoto. I'm fine. Izuku. I don't care. He laid her on his bed, and a green light began to emanate from his hands. The woman's wounds were beginning to heal. Makoto. I didn't know you could do this. Izuku. That doesn't matter now, what did you do to end up like this? Makoto. A villain who trafficked girls. Izuku. You shouldn't risk yourself like that. Makoto. That's the job of a hero, to take risks even when no one asks for help. I don't know if I'm a true hero, though. Izuku. Tisk. Okay, now just let me heal you. Makoto. I have the best son in the world. Falling asleep. Izuku. He fainted from losing a little too much blood. I should make him take better care of himself. The boy finished healing the woman and then brought a small cloth and began to clean the woman's blood. Hours later Makoto was waking up and the first thing she could see was Izuku staring at her. Makoto. Stop looking at me like that. Izuku. I don't want you to do something that dangerous again. Makoto. Are you my father or something? Izuku. No, but I already told you. Makoto. Why are you behaving like this? Izuku. I don't know. But now you have to take a bath. Makoto. I feel weak. Can you help me? Izuku. Get the tea ready. Makoto. Fine. Izuku took the woman and led her to the bathroom. Izuku. From here you can do it alone, right? Makoto. I'd rather you help me but I can. Izuku. Fine. He left her in the bathroom and left. Makoto. That look was worried. 11 months and a half later. It had been almost a year since Izuku had moved in with Makoto. They were very close. Izuku was still extremely cold but Makoto knew how to deal with him. You could say they were a great duo. As for Izuku, he'd begun to develop feelings for the woman, but it was only brotherly love. She was the only one who'd ever given him a hand. He didn't want to lose her. So after the woman had come in several times with injuries, he decided to send several clones to observe her. He knew this was wrong, but it was for a good reason. Now, His student situation had also improved. He still had no friends, but at least he wasn't completely antisocial anymore. You could say that he was beginning to live normally. But back to the topic of it almost being a year old. Makoto had decided to go on a picnic with our dark-haired boy. It was a surprise, so he didn't know anything. A few days passed, and today was the long-awaited picnic. It was Saturday. Makoto opened the door to the green-haired boy's room to see that he was already awake, exercising. Makoto. You should rest. Izuku. I will do it but later. Makoto. As you wish. Well, the thing is, I wanted to give you this. Taking out a bag. Izuku. And why is that? Makoto. Stop exercising first, then talk. Izuku. Good. He stopped and walked over to the woman to take the bag and open it. He looked inside and saw that it was a nice robe. Makoto. I know you like black, so I bought that for you. I asked for it to be upgraded, so it's very durable. Izuku. Thank you very much. Makoto. Stretching her arms in my hug. Izuku hugged her and so for about 2 minutes. Makoto. Okay, now take a shower and get changed. We're going on a picnic. Izuku. And why is that? Makoto. Today marks 1 year since you became my son, so I want to do something with you. Izuku. Okay, Makoto. Okay, do what I asked and I'll wait for you for breakfast. She left the room and the protagonist left the bathroom and got dressed to go out to the living room and see his mother. Makoto. Glad you made it, kiddo. Sit down, it's going to be a long day. Izuku. Good. They ate quietly and then grabbed a few things and headed to the car so they could get in and start driving to the place where they were going to spend their day. After the last chapter and the events of the previous chapters, we end here. Today marked 1 year since Izuku began living with the woman who had become his mother. They had decided to go on a picnic so they could enjoy this special day together. We continue. The boy and the woman, after driving a bit, managed to reach a small flat area in a forest. The place was not bad. They both stopped there and then they both got out of the car. Makoto. Well, let's take everything down and set the table. Izuku. Good. They set about unloading all their things, but in the middle of everything, Izuku found something strange. Among all the things, it was in a black bag. Izuku. And this? Makoto. Work stuff. Leave it there. Take the tent out instead. Izuku. For what store? Makoto. We're going camping today. Sounds exciting, right? Izuku. Whatever you say. He put down the black bag and took out a large box that was there. He started taking out all the pieces and leaving them on the floor. Makoto. You don't know how to put it together. Izuku. No, but I'll manage. Makoto. Fine, I'll finish taking everything out and start preparing the food. Izuku. Yes. Staring at the camping tent. He got to work and started trying to figure out how to put everything together. After 2 hours, we saw a green-haired guy in front of a camping house. Izuku. Listo. The house fell down again and he started to moan and want to burn everything down. Makoto. Ha ha ha. Izuku. How long have you been there? Makoto. Half an hour ago. Izuku. Why are you spying on me then? Weren't you with the food? Makoto. I'm done. But I wanted to see what my dear son would do. Izuku. Putting this thing together is impossible. Makoto. It's not. You're just a hopeless fool. She approached our green-haired girl and then started to approach the house box. She moved the box so that a paper came out of it. Makoto. To set up a tent you need 3 things. 1. Patience. 2. The instructions. 3. Help from someone else. You're so stupid you don't have any of the 3. I love you very much, but you're a complete idiot. Izuku. Are you trying to insult me? Makoto. A little, but that's not the case. Come, let's put this all together. Izuku. I can do it alone. Makoto. You're wrong. That will always be your problem. No one can live their life alone. You'll die if you keep thinking that things will only get better for you. Izuku. What are you talking about? Makoto. Let's take a child for example. If you separate them from their parents and they're left alone, they'll eventually die. You might say they're a child. But that happens to everyone, no matter their age. If you think you can do it alone, it's like you want to die. Izuku. Why are you telling me all this? Makoto. I don't know. It's just something I wish someone had told me. But now that I have you, I won't die alone. Ha ha ha. Izuku. You're so weird. Makoto. Look who's saying it. Underscore. Izuku. Let's get this ready, I'm already hungry. Makoto. You're right. Together they set up the tent in which they were going to sleep. After that they settled down to enjoy the holy sandwiches. That is until the woman asked something. Makoto. What have you thought about being a hero? Izuku. I don't know. I feel like I'm not ready. Makoto. Don't worry then. You have plenty of time to decide. By the way, how did this year feel with me? Izuku. Well, you're noisy and boisterous, you also block the bathroom a lot, and I think you use me to clean your apartment. Makoto. Underscore. Izuku. But I think I liked it. Makoto. Couldn't you just say that? Izuku. No. Makoto. Better eat. What do you think if we train the VE? It's been a long time since we did it. Izuku. I thought an VE is a very strange name. Makoto. You're right. How about we call it Energy. Izuku. Mass sounds better. Makoto. Well then you name it. Izuku. No, I'm sorry. Makoto. You're lazy. They finished eating and then started training until nightfall. Makoto. Just. Izuku. Good. Makoto. Well, since we're done, I'll ask you for some things. First, get some wood for the fire. Izuku. And the electric grill. Makoto. You won't live surrounded by luxury forever, kid. Learn to appreciate what life gives. Izuku. Okay, but what else? Makoto. That's all, I'll get some water. Izuku. What if I create everything with energy? Makoto. Understand. He proceeded to create everything calmly and then the woman calmly began to cook dinner while the boy continued training, that is until someone called him. Makoto. Izuku, then. The boy just calmly listened. Izuku. What happened? Makoto. Go take a bath, I don't want you to be all sweaty when we sleep. Izuku. You know I don't sweat. Makoto. I don't care, go take a bath. There's a waterfall a few meters away, or if you want, you can bathe using your own water. I brought some clothes in the backpack that's in the tent. Izuku. Bye. He went to the store to get some clothes from there and then started walking to the waterfall. Once there, he took off the mask he was wearing and all his clothes to begin to get under the waterfall and begin bathing in its water. But now let's go back to the woman. She was cooking quietly when she moved her head to the left and some knives passed by. Makoto. Get out of there. From the trees that were there came out approximately 40 men with masks and 2 who had nothing on them except a hero costume. Makoto. Oh, I don't know if there's enough food for everyone. At that, one of those who were not wearing a mask spoke. Turn yourself in. We know what you've been up to lately. Makoto. What exactly? Public destruction and unauthorized use of quirks. In addition to murder. The other person spoke without a mask. Makoto. Oh, so I'm in trouble for doing what's supposed to be your job. A villain will always be a villain. Makoto. That's very derogatory, especially coming from you, mentalist. Please let's end this the best way, I'd rather not have to hurt anyone. Makoto. If you want to end this, go away and leave me alone. Today is an important day for me. Mentalist. What's so important about a villain like you? You just have to give someone miserable. Makoto. What a shame for you. Today marks 1 year since I won't die alone. What are you taking about? Makoto. It shouldn't matter to you, and even less to you, Hisashi Midoriya. Or should I say Flame? Flame. How do you know my name? Makoto. In the slums, you learn a lot of things. But that doesn't matter. You should just be thankful you're not dead right now. Mentalist. I'm not going to thank a villain like you. Makoto. Well, leaving that aside. Are you leaving or staying to dance? Flame. It will have to be the hard way. With Izuku. He quietly bathed and thought about what he had said about the woman being a hero. Izuku. Maybe heroes aren't so bad. The end of taking a shower to get out of there and start changing calmly. After all, he wasn't in any hurry. After a few minutes, he started walking, mask on. He got closer and closer to where his mother had been. He heard some noises, but he thought they were animals. But everything changed the moment he got within a few meters of where his mother was. He was able to see the worst thing he had ever seen in his life. The woman could only turn around and see Izuku. Makoto. Izu. That was the last thing she said before she spurted blood from her mouth and the guy who had run her through pulled out his fist and she fell to the ground. Izuku looked at the guy who had pierced his chest, and when he saw that he was starting to approach a woman who was on the ground, he instantly recognized them. Izuku. No. The guy carried the woman and flew out of there in flames. Izuku. I reject it. Izuku. I won't accept it. He let out a loud shout, drawing the attention of everyone there. Everyone saw him and saw how stakes were coming out of his body. One. He's just another one. He must be the villain's backup. Let's kill him. He threw a knife at the green-haired man but didn't expect it to go through him. This surprised everyone a little, but nothing serious for now. Izuku. I'm not going to accept this. No. Asterisk. He ran out at great speed towards all the guys. One stood in front of him to try to hit him with a sword, but Izuku just dodged him and hit him, so the guy exploded, scaring everyone a little. But it didn't stop there. Izuku began generating several stakes, grabbing them and setting them on fire. He threw them without caring if they were lethal or not. All he wanted was to get to his mother. The guys dodged the stakes with great difficulty. One of them stood in front of Izuku to try to hit him with a sword, but Izuku hit the sword and it broke. He did a big spin in the air and kicked him, which knocked the guy to the ground. Izuku was about to continue on his way. Many men appeared behind him with swords. They shot at the boy with his back turned, but they didn't expect the swords to pierce through the black-haired boy's body. The guys were very surprised, but Izuku didn't give them time for that, and in the air he made a great jump and did a great turn, kicking the guys and then falling and continuing to run. 1. Let's get the body back. It has information. Izuku. I won't allow it. He appeared behind the guy to drive a stake with fire into his body. He started to move forward and could see how guys were approaching his mother's body. He increased his speed, but there were still too many guys. They positioned themselves to attack Izuku, but it was no use. He began to run through them like nothing was happening. Their attacks didn't do anything to him. 2 men were standing near their mother's body. He took one of the stakes and set it on fire, threw it at the first guy, and then caused a burning tree to sprout from it. The other guy was about to try to fight Izuku, but he hit him with a blow that knocked him to the ground, and after a kick he brought him back to his own height and grabbed him by the neck. Izuku. You're a fool. He pulled a stake from his hand that pierced the guy's neck and knocked him to the ground. He turned around and saw everyone left. Some of them were very confident. 1. Who are you? Izuku. The dead shouldn't care about anything. 1. That Puog spitting blood. He and everyone else looked down to see that they had a big hole in their chest. They fell to the floor dead. Izuku just moved a little further away from all the guys as he took off his mask. After a moment he arrived in front of his mother. He bent down and tried to touch her, but it went right through him. He was a little scared, but he calmed down a bit and was finally able to touch her. He took her and hugged her. Izuku. Mother, forgive me. He looked at the woman closely, but she didn't respond at all. Izuku. Forgive me for this. Shedding tears. He stepped away from there and put his mask back on. Izuku. I swear I'll wipe out the trash in this world. He clasped his hands and the earth surrounding his mother began to move and she was burying herself. Izuku. Of all the things I can see with these eyes, I wish I couldn't see the moment this happened. See you, Mom. The boy disappeared completely from there. 3 years later. Clarification. As you've seen, Izuku has the Kamui, but there's something bigger. By the way, here the UA is a university that has dormitories from the beginning. We find ourselves 3 years later. We can see a man with black hair and a mask standing in the middle of a forest. This place was filled with flowers. Izuku. The time has come. I'll show that I'm not the one who's wrong. It's the world, and I'll change it. He left some flowers on a small tree that was there. And disappeared. Now let's go to a very peculiar school. There we can see a green-haired teenager walking hand in hand with a gray-haired boy. They were chatting about trivial things until a major attack happened nearby. They ran quickly and saw a mud villain trap an elderly woman. They didn't care when they saw reporters and several famous people there, not to mention the fact that the woman was well known in Japan. So they decided to play the hero. Both of them launched themselves against the villain who had. Several of the heroes there could do nothing because it was not their specialty. The boys stood in front of the villain, and the heroes began to give warnings, but that didn't matter. The girl began to control the fire, gathering it in one place and quickly exterminating it completely. Now the boy went hard against the villain. The villain launched attacks but the boy dodged in a great way. That was until the villain caught him, but the girl threw a blue flame that made them release the boy. He made an angry face and began to say something to the young woman, before launching himself. Now he was in front of the villain and let out a huge explosion, not caring if anything happened to the woman. The lady closed her eyes and as if by magic she appeared behind the villain to see when the villain exploded all over the place. She didn't understand anything. After that, the green-haired girl began to gather the villain from everywhere and put him in a bottle that was in the wasteland. Everyone started praising them, even the heroes. They just looked at each other and let out a big smile. What they didn't know is that two people were watching them closely, or well, one from not so close. I already found them. 2 hours later, we can see the same couple of boys who had played heroes. They were talking when a person appeared in front of them. Hello, Ambos. All Might. The man named was a large, muscular man who ended up deflating and looking like a man without muscles and anorexic. Both. Who are you? I'm All Might, but this is my civilian form. Both. Good. All Might. Aren't you going to ask why I'm here? Both. It's true. All Might. These young people today, all they think about is relationships. Well, the point is, I want to thank you for saving that woman who was in danger. Both. You're welcome. All Might. Tell me, what drove you to be heroes? They looked at each other and both knew the reason: fame. But they also knew they couldn't say that. I don't know. I think it's something that just happened. All Might. So they moved on their own. They looked at each other and nodded. All Might. Great. Allow me to name you, young lovers. Katsuki Bakugo. Masami Midoriya. All Might. Ooh, I know your parents, young Midoriya, they are great. Katsuki. Could you get to the point? We have things to do. The young man said somewhat calmly. All Might. That's true. But for that, we need another place. How about tomorrow at the beach, which is a dump? I'll see you there at 6 a.m. Masami. Why can't you tell us here? All Might. It's a secret. I shouldn't say it on a street where anyone can hear. Masami. Good. All Might. Then see you tomorrow. He quickly left there, leaving both young people. Katsuki. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Moving on their own. Masami. What kind of fool would do that? That was the only thing they said as they continued walking home. The next day. Age: 17 years old. Time: 6:10 a.m. Location: beach. We can see two blonde-haired people waiting, sitting on a bench that was there. All Might. They should have arrived by now. I don't understand why we're here today. It was supposed to be my day off. All Might. After this day you will have all the days off you want, Melissa. The named Melissa looked at the anorexic a little strangely. But before he could speak, two boys appeared out of nowhere. Both were wearing regular sweats, and one was half asleep. All Might. He stood up to them and greeted them. All Might. Glad you're here so young. Come sit next to Melissa. They did as requested and then the anorexic began to speak. All Might. You see. Do you know what my gift is? The two boys shook their heads and Melissa was a little weird. All Might. Well, the thing is, my quirk is called One for All. This quirk has something peculiar about it. It can be inherited. I inherited it to protect peace from my teacher. I actually inherited One for All from Melissa. Masami. And why are you telling us this? All Might. I want to make a proposal to you or young Bakugo. All Might. Become the new heir to One for All. Melissa went into shock. The boys looked at each other and smiled, then Bakugo spoke. Katsuki. Accepto. That took Melissa out of shock. All Might. Genial. Melissa. What do you mean, cool? I was supposed to be the heir. Why are you deciding to change now, Uncle Might? All Might. Calm down, Melissa. The reason for this is a matter of gifts. Melissa. And what does that have to do with it? All Might. You see. I know you're smart and all, but your gift is kind of, well, bad. The young man, on the other hand, is someone very powerful. Melissa. Is it only power that matters? Seriously. So why did you get my hopes up when you said I could be a hero? All Might. That's why I didn't have any other options for an heir, but now there's the young one. Don't worry, Melissa, you can be a police officer or a doctor. With your intelligence, you could be anything. Melissa. That's not the point. Uncle Might, everything you told me was a lie. Holding back tears. All Might thought carefully about everything and what was best for Melissa. All Might. Yes, and if you allow me, I'll take the one for all. He approached the girl to try to grab a hair, but she pushed him away. Melissa. Don't touch me, keep your gift. I don't need it. She pulled out a small lock of hair and gave it to the blonde stick in her hand before running away from there, shedding several tears. Everyone looked at that and the boys didn't care much, but All Might was affected. All Might. Well, young Bakugo. Here. He handed the hair to Katsuki. Katsuki. And what is this for? All Might. To obtain one for all, you must ingest the carrier's DNA. Melissa was the carrier, so you must eat one of her hairs. Katsuki. Bien. He ingested the hair and then All Might started talking to them a little more. Elsewhere. I have it, he said to disappear from there. Con Melissa. She started running around. It was very early, and she didn't even know where she was. She had only come to Japan for her uncle. She arrived at a small vacant lot near the beach. She sat down there and began to cry. Melissa. I just want to be a hero. She had her head down until footsteps began to be heard in front of her. Melissa. She couldn't hear anything because of the crying she was doing until she felt something blocking the sunlight that was coming in. She looked up to see someone standing in front of her. Melissa got right up close to the boy's face and couldn't see anything. Two bright red eyes with distinct patterns between them. Get up, Melissa. Who are you? Don't ask, let's just go. After saying that, both boys disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Well, this is just the beginning. From here on, things get better, in my opinion. Thanks for all the support. Don't forget to check out my other stories. And follow me if you'd like. Bye. It's been 9 months since we last saw our protagonist. Now let's go to a house. There we see a blonde, anorexic man. All Might. Maybe she left because of me. He was looking at himself in the mirror with a very sad face. But you might wonder why he said that. 9 months ago. We can see the same anorexic man entering the house. All Might. Melissa, are you there? He spoke but no one answered. All Might. I guess she's mad. I just hope she didn't get lost. The man went into the kitchen to prepare something in case his niece arrived and apologize. What happened was, he was left alone, waiting. 10 hours later, almost the whole day had passed and it was almost midnight. All Might. Where is Melissa? Why at this hour? If anything happens to her, David will hang up on me. It can't be. He paced around the house until something occurred to him, to see if Melissa was in her room. All Might. Why didn't I think of this sooner? He quickly ran and opened the door to see an almost normal room. If it weren't for the fact that the laundry room was completely empty. All Might. Escaped. He got worried and started searching the room to see if there were any traces or anything. But nothing. He just walked out of there and made a few calls. Hours later we see an All Might lying on the floor of the house. All Might. This is all my fault. 9 months later. All Might. Yes, it's all my fault. But I can't give up now. I need young Bakugo to defeat All for One. Today will be the first step I take. The entrance exam. The adult left the bathroom and then changed before leaving the house and starting to drive to a great place. Elsewhere. It's your time, Alpha. Alpha. Are you safe? We must show why this world is corrupt. You'll make the first move. Alpha. Good. Don't let me down. Alpha. Yes, sir. After saying that, she disappeared into a vortex to leave that place. I'll finally see your faces, heroes. He did the same and disappeared in a spiral. Now let's go back to the anorexic gentleman. After so much driving, he got out of his car and started heading towards the entrance of a large building. He entered and began walking to reach some stairs. He climbed them calmly and after a long time he arrived at a large office. He knocked on the door and was given the pass. He entered and could see several people gathered there. You finally arrived. Do I speak a mouse bear? All Might. Yes. What time do the exams start? The writings will be in an hour. But we should be well prepared. I hear some good ones are coming. Saying good is pure garbage. Don't be like that, Aizawa. I'm sure someone will surprise you. The named Aizawa then responded to what the mouse said. Aizawa. Even if they're children of famous heroes. Principal Nezu. I don't care who it is, if they don't have what it takes, I won't accept them. Oh, how ugly. I'll just have to be pretty. Aizawa. You're Midnight, but you know you're already a teacher for those three. This year, it's my turn to choose. Midnight. I was so lucky, wasn't I? All Might. I heard those guys are the best in the academy, right? Midnight. That's right, I made them the best, and they'll come to see the exams too. Right, Principal. Nezu. Yes, by the way, how's your search going so far? Midnight. Are you looking for a girlfriend? The anorexic was going to answer but before that someone else spoke. It was a big and muscular person. No sees taunt Midnight. Aizawa. That's true, no one would want to walk around with a bag of bones. Midnight. Good point. All Might. For your information, there are many interested parties, but that's not the case. I'm looking for my niece. Midnight. What happened to him? All Might. She disappeared 9 months ago, and I haven't seen her since. No one knows anything, it's like she's been swallowed up by the earth. Nezu. What happened? That's impossible, Aizawa. Unless he went somewhere else where he can't be tracked. Blad King. That's impossible. Nezu. Blad is right Aizawa. Aizawa. Bueno. Nezu. And I hope you find her as soon as possible, All Might. All Might. Thank you, Director. Nezu. By the way, has anyone seen Present? Aizawa. No, and I don't want to see it. Unfortunately for him, a man with strangely styled blonde hair and glasses just walked through the door. Present. What bad luck you have, Eraser. Aizawa. Dios. Midnight. I thought they were super friends. Present. We're but Aizawa denies it. Aizawa. That's right, All Might. You're very unfriendly Aizawa. Nezu. Ha ha ha, here. You can't tell me anything because I'm firing you. Aizawa. Tisk. I better go to sleep. He took his sleeping bag and went to sleep in the corner of the living room. Blad King. I can't believe he's like that for someone so good. Nezu. Nay, it's okay. Just then, someone else knocked on the door, and the director let them in. From there, 3 people entered. Hi teacher, said a young blonde man smiling broadly. Hello, hello everyone. The last person started moving from side to side in the room until he reached Aizawa. Nay, why do you sleep so much? Is it because of your wife? Or because your kids won't let you sleep? Aizawa. Go now. Midnight. Najire, come here and introduce yourself. Najire. True. She quickly went back to where the other 2 boys were and introduced herself. Najire. My name is Najire Hado. The smiling boy now spoke. My name is Mirio Tagata. Tamaki. Whispering. All. What? Najire. Her name is Tamaki Amajiki, but she's a bit shy. She has the heart of a chicken. All Might. Nice to meet you. Nezu. This one here is Toshinori Yagi. An old friend, now joining us as a teacher. Najire. Well, it's a pleasure. Taking the man's hand. Why is he so skinny? All Might. Midnight. No more questions like that, Najire. Najire. Oh sad face, sorry. Nezu. The applicants are already arriving. Midnight. Great, it's finally starting. I'll open my eyes, Aizawa. Aizawa. Let me sleep. Nezu. Present Mike, go greet them and wait for the written exam. May ectoplasm be with you. Midnight. That's right, those 2 haven't arrived. Nezu. That's right, the other new teachers. Half an hour later. We can see a young woman with green hair and a young man with ashen hair getting out of a large limousine. They started walking toward a large building. Behind them came a couple of renowned heroes. They also headed toward the building. Masami. See you later, I hope you're the first. That's the least. Masami. Yes. She was about to start walking but then someone wearing a robe covering her bumped into her. Masami. Look, I can't look at such weak people. That was all he said before leaving the four people, including the girl in green, confused. Masami. Who does he think? Well, go to your exam now. The adults turned around and started heading toward the top of the building. Meanwhile, the children walked a little further and came to a large door. They opened it and saw that it was a large auditorium filled with young people. They sat somewhere in the auditorium and then the lights went out and Present Mike came on stage. Present Mike. Hello young people. Today is the long-awaited day of the entrance exam. Say, yes. He spoke but no one played along. Present. Difficult audience. Okay, let me start by telling you what the exam consists of. First, this exam consists of a written section and a practical section. The written section is a typical exam. I'll explain the practical section right away. Destroy robots in 20 minutes. Robots count 1, 2, 3, and 0 points. Each robot earns some points. That's all. That cleared up some doubts and others didn't care much. Present. The written exam will consist of a normal exam and you will have 1 hour to answer. Ectoplasm should have already given his exam. Let's begin. He gave the signal, and then everyone quickly opened their exams. It consisted of 10 standard questions and 1 special question. Everyone was very stressed. For an exam, it was very difficult. But then, just as the clock reached 5 minutes, someone stood up from their seat. Everyone turned around and saw a person wearing a robe that covered everything. How did it end so quickly? Asterisk. Insurance is all bad. The person arrived next to present but without speaking he just left his exam and was about to leave. Present. Are you sure? Then the person spoke. That test is a game. Next time, a harder one. That was all he said before heading out of the large auditorium. Present took the exam and began to review it and realized that everything was correct, even the last question asked by the director. Present Mike. Whoa wow 100 points on the first time, it's impressive. Ectoplasm approached him and also reviewed the test, and he could see that everything was actually correct. This left everyone very surprised. Some just watched the person wearing the hood leave the place. Above. Midnight. We already have one. Nezu. What? Midnight. Present informs me that one has already been finished and its score was 100 points. Nezu. Even cheating. That's impossible. No one can get 100 on that test. At that moment, someone knocked on the office door and he gave them the pass to see a green-haired girl and a black-haired man. They walked in and sat down straight away. Nezu just the Kuro and then talked to Midnight. Nezu. I have to see that exam. Midnight. I'll tell Plasma to bring it but I don't understand why. Nezu. Are you serious? If that person could answer my question, it means they have a similar intellect. It would be great to have someone like that. But then before anyone else could answer, someone else butted in. To be a hero, you don't need intellect. You just need to be powerful. Nezu. You're wrong. To be a good hero, besides power, you need intellect. But it's no use if the other person is more powerful. Aizawa. You're wrong again, Inko Midoriya. Nothing beats intellect. Inko. Whatever they say. Nezu. Okay, Midnight. Tell him to bring it. Midnight. Right away. She left the room and then Nezu turned to the people who were there. Nezu. Why did you arrive late? We arrived on time for the exam, but it took us a while to get there. They should build an elevator. Inko. Hazashi is right. It's very tiring to climb everything. Nezu. Okay. The thing is, I want to introduce Toshinori Yagi. He'll also be a teacher with you. The others in the room are students like the young men over there, pointing to Najire and her group, and the other teachers, pointing to Aizawa, trying to sleep. Hazashi. Nice to meet you. Inko. Same. All Might. So the young Midoriya's parents are like that in person, he only knew them because he had seen them from afar as All Might. At that moment, a midnight girl quickly entered through the door of the room. Midnight. I got it, Director. Nezu. Come over here. He quickly ran to where his desk was and sat down in his chair. Midnight did the same, and then together they began to calmly review the exam. And both of them were increasingly surprised by the answers, until the last one came, and they both couldn't believe it. It looked like a copy of the test the principal had made. Nezu. Wow. Midnight. What's her name? They looked at the name part. Both. Alpha. Nezu. What's this? He doesn't have a last name. Alpha isn't even a given name. Midnight. It made me even more intrigued. Nezu. Me too. The two of them were very excited, and everyone was looking at it. That was until Nezu noticed something. On the test paper, there was a small drawing of an eye. Nezu. 50 minutes later, everyone had finished the exam, and the only one with a perfect score was the hooded guy. No one could believe it. Present. Okay, everyone is finished, it's time for the practical part. Everyone started to leave the auditorium, and then outside there were ectoplasm clones that separated them into sections. Masami and Bakugo were forced to play together because #it was rigged. The hooded guy ended up in a place with no one he had seen before. That is until a guy approached him. How did you get the perfect score? You don't care. Go away. You're distracting me. Answer me. I don't have to do it. If you couldn't get a perfect grade, it's because you're not perfect. That's your harsh reality. Now leave me and go. Tisk good. He left the hooded guy there. Everyone looked at him strangely, because no one is used to seeing guys like that. But then Present Mike interrupted. Present Mike. The exam is about to begin. The doors of the place opened and everyone ran out, or almost everyone, because the masked guy just started walking. Everyone else just started destroying robots like their lives depended on it. After 15 minutes, we can see a masked man sitting on the roof of a building, waiting for something. In a room. Nezu. This year's harvest is fantastic. Everyone is giving their best. Midnight. This year we're seeing some great talent. That girl with the big hands knows how to fight like a charm. Blad King. I'll stay with the one with the thorns, and you Aizawa. Aizawa. I'm not interested in any of them. All Might. Are you serious? Hazashi. For example, the green-haired girl. She's destroying a lot of robots. Inko. Yes, it looks great. Aizawa was going to answer, but then someone interrupted before. You say that because she is your daughter, not Hazashi Midoriya. Everyone turned to see a masked man. Only his eyes were visible, but not even that because they were closed. Aizawa. Who are you? Just another spectator, like you. Nezu. This is the teacher's lounge. Oh really? I didn't know. Making a foolish voice. Aizawa. Go then. No, I'm seeing my student. Nezu. Student. There aren't any here. You're wrong, little mouse. Appearing behind him. He pressed a button on the dashboard, and then the place started rumbling. Aizawa tried to catch him with his bandages, but the guy sank to the floor. That surprised everyone, but the guy reappeared back where he had originally started. Observe my student, Aizawa. Why are you here? I already told you. He opened his eyes, and everyone could see those red eyes. Some of them had memories, but nothing more. Najire. What beautiful eyes. That relaxed the atmosphere. Thanks, girl. When you get bored of playing save people, you can find me. Najire. You know, I always wanted to be a heroine. Ha 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 ha. Heroes. Villains are almost the same. If anyone knows this better than anyone else, it's you three, pointing at All Might and the Midoriyas. Nezu. What are you talking about? Here, little mouse. He threw a small flash drive at him, but before it reached the mouse's hands, it was burned by a small flame. Hazashi. I won't let you insult us and leave. You can't do anything then. He appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the neck. Don't come to me and talk to me about what I can or can't do. You're just coming to leave that. He just let go of Hazashi, who fell to the floor breathing very heavily. Here, mouse. He threw the flash drive at her again and it did reach her now. See you. After saying that, the guy just disappeared. They were very worried until they noticed that the board was glowing red. And there was a big beeping noise all over the place. Everyone turned around and saw something on the cameras that left them speechless. The masked guy was flying and on one side of him the whole ice was filled with spears of light. The masked man's hood fell off in the air, and All Might couldn't believe it. A thick, blonde head of hair sprouted from the masked man. All Might. Me Melissa. She lowered her hand and all the spears of light began to descend, attacking as many robots as possible. The points of this one began to rise until reaching 200 points. She landed on top of a building, and then a giant robot came out. From there, she turned to look at him and realized something. The teachers did too. That robot wasn't normal. It started launching missiles at the students and destroying buildings. Nezu. What's wrong? Aizawa. It must have been that guy. They could see how the robot had a building to throw and it was about to fall on top of students, but before that a whip of light stopped the building. All Might. Melissa. Everyone could see how the girl using the whip began to maneuver the building and then throw it towards the robot. After that, she started running and swept away everyone taking the exam in the blink of an eye. No one understood a thing. She now just walked against the robot. All Might. Get out of there. He might kill you. What he didn't expect was for her to suddenly clench her fists, then open them, and out pop a lightsaber. She grabbed it, and as if it were nothing, it appeared behind the robot. No one understood anything until half of the robot began to change color and turned red, as if it had been melted. Then it fell, cut in half. Everyone was very surprised by what the girl had done. Aizawa. I want her in my class. For the first time in Aizawa's history as a teacher, he had chosen someone as a student. The girl simply put on her hood and started walking toward the exit. All Might and the teachers quickly left to go with the girl. But when they reached the students, they could only watch as the girl left, but then quickly disappeared. All Might. I just want to apologize. On the part of the students, no one asked them to believe that it had happened. After the events of the previous episode, we now see some UA professors gathered in the principal's office. Nezu. And what do you think? All Might. There's no way Melissa is with that guy. Inko. Jokes. I call her a student. It'll be a problem. Aizawa. I just want him to be in my class. Nezu. Calm down. Why don't we check the flash drive he gave us? Hazashi. She's really going to believe in that guy. Nezu. We have to look at our options and what cards to play. Midnight. I trust you, Director. Nezu. Thank you. He put the flash drive in a computer and the project is on the office wall. Nezu. Close the windows. None of this stuff should get out of here. The teachers just listened and then he opened the folder on the flash drive and there was only one video. He opened it and then you could see an All Might, but he wasn't alone. Jun. To him were Melissa, Masami and Bakugo. All Might. It can't be. The video showed the moment when All Might told Bakugo about his power and how he took it from Melissa, and how she left crying. I have it. After that, the video cuts to a short and then returns. You can see the moment when the masked man meets Melissa, crying. After that, you can see them disappear and reappear in a very dark place. But you could clearly see it. No one who saw this understood. Melissa. Where are we? In my world. Melissa. Who are you and why am I here? You're here because you're useless in the other world. He sat down at a piano that was there and began to play it. Melissa. Why are you doing that? I don't know. I just want to play, and you? Melissa. I don't understand. What do you want to achieve? Melissa. I want to be a hero. But my gift is simply useless. My own uncle, who is the best hero, rejected me. I see the world rejects you. Melissa. That's right. Reject them yourself. Melissa. What are you talking about? Tell me, wouldn't you like your reality to be any different? And a place where you're the only one who sets limits on you. The only one who can reject you. Melissa. Why do you say that? Just answer. Melissa. I'd like to. But that's impossible. Ha 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 ha, what a good joke. If I were able to alter your reality, what are you willing to give, seriously? Melissa. I am capable of anything. Would you give me your life? Melissa. Well, answer. I'm talking to you, are you willing to offer your life? Melissa. S. Ha ha ha. Melissa. What are you laughing at now? How pathetic. Let me show you something. Memorize it well. The only one who can change your reality is you. Melissa. So why did you get me excited again? I just wanted to have a little fun. But don't yell at me either. His voice deepening. I'm not someone you can yell at. You're in my world, and I respect your place. Melissa. Sorry. Silence. I don't care who you are or where you come from. I'm proposing you a deal. To get rid of all this. Melissa. What kind of deal? I'll help you change your reality. I'll help you become a hero. To be the strongest. But promise me one thing. Melissa. Whatever, if you help me. Reject the current heroes, become the heroine who begins the change in this corrupt world. Melissa. Salvador. That's right. Tell me what your gift and name are. Melissa. Melissa Shield. My gift is light. Today Melissa Shield dies. Alpha is born. The goddess of light. Melissa. Goddess. After that the video cuts out and ends. Nezu. Toshinori. What was seen in the video really happened. All Might. Yes, when I say Toshinori or All Might it's the same, only I'll put them as All Might because I'm too lazy to change his name all the time. Nezu. It can't be. I didn't imagine that from you. Aizawa. But that girl swept all the robots off the floor like it was nothing. How strong is the other one? Midnight. Existential doubts. Nezu. The good thing is that the girl wants to be a heroine and not a villain. Aizawa. So you'll stay with me? Nezu. Yes, but we'll have to interrogate her to see if we can learn anything like that. Aizawa. Genial. All Might was just silent. Midnight. But what did he mean when he pointed at Flame and Mentalist? Inko. Who knows? Hazashi was also quiet and very thoughtful. Nezu. The only thing we can do now is talk to the girl. Don't worry, it's possible that nothing bad will happen. Aizawa. What do I care? I finally have a great student. 1 week later, we can see a girl wearing a UA uniform with her blonde hair uncovered, entering a classroom. She opened the door, and then a guy jumped at her. It just so happened that it was the same guy from the exam. He was about to speak, but she walked right past him. Hey, what's wrong? I wanted to apologize. Alpha. I don't care what you have to say. How rude. Alpha just walked past and went straight to a seat and sat down to look at his cell phone. Everyone looked at her and she acted like nothing had happened. That is until an old man in a sleeping bag entered the living room. He crawled to where the teacher's desk was and I put it in front of everyone. Nobody understood anything, especially when he took out a box of juice and started drinking it. Alpha. Will I work or can I leave? Aizawa. Why would you do that? Alpha. I have better things to do than waste time watching a teacher drink a juice box. Aizawa. Sipping on his juice. Alpha. You know you can do whatever you want. She took out some headphones, put them on, and continued checking her phone. No one understood a thing. Aizawa. Okay, that's enough. Take off your headphones. The girl now paid no attention to him. Aizawa. Okay, put on these suits. He said this while taking out some blue uniforms with a white U on the chest. Aizawa. They're in the locker room. Alpha. The director needs you in his office. Everyone else, go change, and I'll wait for you at the UA field. The boys quickly left and Alpha just started walking with his headphones on. She walked for a while until she reached an office. She knocked on the door and was given a pass. She came in and was still looking at her cell phone with her headphones on. In the office were All Might, the principal and the Midoriyas. Nezu. Please sit down. She just listened without taking her eyes off her cell phone. Nezu. You see, the reason I'm here is simple. Alpha. Nezu. We wanted to ask you about All Might. First, pay attention, Melissa. Take off those headphones and put down your cell phone. Alpha. Did they say anything? Nezu. You are Faith. All Might. Are you going to ignore me? Alpha. What's up, Director Mouse? Nezu. My name is Nezu. I wanted to ask if you know this guy. He threw a photo onto the desk where he can be seen masked. Alpha. Oh yeah, it's the gentleman. But why? Nezu. So you know something about him? Alpha. Apart from its measurements, no. Nezu. All Might. Who is this guy and why did you run away, Melissa? Alpha. Excuse me, but my name is Alpha. That name was given to me by the best person I've ever met, and the floor I respected. All Might. Stop talking like you don't know me. Come on, what did he do to you? Alpha. He didn't do anything to me. I'm Alpha, that's always been my name. All Might. What happened to Melissa? Alpha. She died the time you scorned her. Nezu. Enough, both of you. Okay, young man, so you don't know anything about him. Phone number. Where can I find him? His gift. Alpha. Nothing. I only know that the Lord has a world beyond this one and is the most powerful person ever seen. Nezu. How powerful? Alpha. Erase the entire UA in a snap. That scared those present a little. Nezu. It can't be. And you know what his goal is. Alpha. What part of nothing don't you understand? Nezu. I understand now. Well, you can go now. All Might. Wait, you're just going to let her go like that? Inko. We have to catch her. She could be the key to getting to that guy. Alpha. No, the gentleman wasn't interested. He told me once, he's only doing this to get rid of his dream. He entrusted it to me. Hazashi. Has he always had those eyes? Alpha. Since I met him, yes. Nezu. That might help. Okay, please leave, and I'll go to Aizawa's tests. Alpha. With pleasure. She just walked out of the room quietly. Nezu. What shall we do now? Inko. I say we have to lock her up. Hazashi. No, Inko. What are you talking about? Hazashi. Didn't you see what that guy did? He went right through everything. And then he can disappear like nothing. He could easily enter anywhere or even watch us. All Might. It is possible that his gift is equal to that of the young Mirio. Nezu. I'll have to talk to him. Aizawa's child. Aizawa. No one has arrived. It's been 20 minutes. That was all the professor said, speaking to a place where no one was. That is, until someone appeared there. Aizawa. I can't believe you came in first. Alpha. Create it. Aizawa. But why don't you bring your sports uniform? Alpha. It's very ugly. I'll never wear it. By the way, what's she doing here? Pointing at Midnight. Aizawa. It stuck to me. But that's not the case. What else are you going to do? Alpha. This. A slimy thing started coming out of it and began to wrap around it. Melissa. Go ahead. Aizawa. What is that? Midnight. Looks great. The gold color is beautiful. Melissa. It's a gift from my lord. Midnight. Do you know if you can give me one? Aizawa. And it's not uncomfortable. I mean, it feels like leather. Melissa. It's not leather. I don't know what it is, but it feels very comfortable and is very durable. I can create more things with it, and it works with it. Midnight. Can you make one for me? Melissa. Of course. She touched the teacher and the black thing started to wrap around her too. Midnight. It's true, it feels very comfortable. Aizawa. Tisk and the others. You didn't see them. Melissa. No, and I don't care. They're so weak, I don't even know why they want to be heroes. Midnight. But they can improve. Melissa. I don't deny it, but they're just clinging to their own reality. They don't destroy it and rebuild it like he did with me. Aizawa. So everything in the video is true, right? Melissa. I don't know what video you're referring to, but I think so. Midnight. When All Might ruined your dream. Melissa. Oh yeah. Aizawa. Taking advantage of the fact that you're here. How your gift works. Melissa. I am light. Aizawa. K. Melissa. Keep that. Midnight. How long the others take, moving strangely. Aizawa. Now what are you doing? Did I get something into you? Midnight. I was just testing how it felt in motion. But it still feels good, it's like I'm naked. Aizawa. It can't be. They stopped talking because a whole class would arrive at the field. Aizawa. Why did you arrive so late? Then the boy who bothered Melissa on the test answered. We got lost. But why doesn't she have the uniform? Aizawa. Why'd I allow it? I don't care why you were late. You could have fixed it. She had to go to the top of UA and came back as if nothing had happened, and you only went a few meters from here. But it's not our fault. Aizawa. They're a class. Everyone pays for one. that includes Melissa, or Alpha, I don't know what you want. Melissa. Tell me Melissa, only my lord can call me Alpha. This is nonsense. That's right, she doesn't scold her even though she's not even wearing a uniform. Aizawa. Okay, now sit down next to the girl. I want to get this started quickly. Everyone did as requested, some were a little angry but it didn't go any further. Aizawa. Midnight and I will give you some tests. They're the same old tests you've taken at school. Only now you'll be using your quirks. Then now another girl interrupted. And the welcome ceremony. Aizawa. If you want to be good heroes and improve yourselves, the least you have to do is waste time with things like a welcome. Aizawa. By the way, Midnight. Is Blad here yet? Midnight. He said he was coming. I think you can do the teaching part. Aizawa. Okay. Then the first of the entrance exam. Some kids were about to pass by, but then a name came up. Aizawa. Melissa. The girl in the black suit walked ahead of everyone. Melissa. Huh, Aizawa. Throw the ball. I don't care how you do it, but you shouldn't leave the circle and use your gift. Melissa. Good. She threw the ball, but it shot upwards. As if nothing had happened, everyone watched as she began to disappear, and particles of light flew towards the ball. Everyone watched as she appeared behind the ball and kicked it so it flew. Aizawa. No way, look, Midnight. Midnight. It's the first time. What was your score? Aizawa. See for yourself, angry boy. He showed the device and it said, error. Aizawa. What did you do? Melissa. I disintegrated it. I was going so fast I couldn't stand it. So it ended up disintegrating. Aizawa. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. How is that even possible? Blad King. Must be a lot of training. Aizawa. Good to see you here. Blad King. I know. It's my time to take the test. Aizawa. Sorry about that, it's just that these took too long to change. Can we do it together? Blad King. Aizawa. You need to control them better. He looked at Midnight and noticed something strange. Blad King. And those clothes. Midnight. My new suit. Aizawa. Wait, what? Midnight. It's more comfortable than mine and also shows off my curves more. Blad King. Whatever. Let's test it then, Aizawa. Aizawa. Yes. Besides, I think yours already saw the example Melissa set. Right. Blad King. Yes. He turned around and could see a large class. Blad King. Sit next to the others. The tests will be held jointly with Class A. Aizawa. I don't know why they gave me the A. Blad King. Why you are the privies. Midnight. Lol the privies. Aizawa. Enough. By the way, you can go back to your seat looking at Melissa. She just made the request and then someone in the crowd spoke. If we can use our gifts it will all be a lot of fun. Aizawa. Huh, fun. You think coming here and studying to be a hero is fun? Do you know how many people die just because of things like what you do? But if it seems so fun, how about we make it even more fun? The two who finish last in the tests will be expelled from UA. All. What? Then a black-haired girl spoke. That's very unfair. Aizawa. Landslides, fires. Many catastrophes happen in the world of heroes. Nothing in the world is fair. But some of us adapt to that. Others like you, who lose nothing, don't care. That's true injustice. Blad King. Okay, now that you've heard it, prepare for the consequences and give it your all. Midnight. Let's start with the tests. First test, stretching. They started doing traditional stretching exercises, and the teachers watched the students' progress. Some struggled, while others, like Melissa and a girl in pink, did everything without any problem. Midnight. Second test, 100-meter claws. Aizawa. They'll race to the finish line in the shortest time possible. First up, Katsuki Bakugo and Melissa. They both just walked by without saying anything. Melissa had a big, unconcerned expression on her face, and the other had a slightly angry expression on his face. Bakugo. I'll finish you off here. Melissa. Borrowed powers are nothing. Bakugo. Shut up. You long for this power too. Melissa. Yes, and you wouldn't believe how pathetic I looked. That made the ash-haired boy a little angrier. They were both standing at the start, and Bakugo was activating some lightning bolts. And Melissa was there. Aizawa. Allah to 3. Midnight. 3, 2, 1. Bakugo shot out to get there as quickly as possible and was already close to the finish line when particles of light passed in front of him. And at the finish line Melissa appeared. Aizawa. 1.2 seconds. Melissa. Bakugo arrived a little later but with good time. Aizawa. Bakugo 2.3 seconds. Melissa. You see, borrowed powers are garbage. That made Bakugo angry and he was about to attack her, but before that someone came out of the ground and grabbed Bakugo by the hand and slammed him to the floor. Everyone could see this and the teachers recognized who did it. You'll always be a dog on the ground, no Bakugo. He disappeared into the ground as a flash of blue fire headed straight for him. He appeared before everyone on a tree. Melissa. Kneeling sir. Stop calling me that Alpha. He appeared before her and touched her head to get her to stand up. Aizawa. Now what do you want? Just seeing how my beloved Alpha's journey was going. And I was in for a big surprise. He started walking straight to where the teachers were. They were on alert. The world is unfair, yet some of us adapt. Great quote. Eraser head. Aizawa. Stop calling me that and tell me what you want already. Join me. Let's change the reality for everyone. Aizawa. You're crazy. Ha 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 ha. What a great joke. Well, that was all. I just wanted to tell you that I admire you. I wish you had been the first hero I met. The rest are garbage. Blad King Y Midnight. Oye. I'm sorry, but it's the truth until proven otherwise, and if anyone knows better, it's Masami Midoriya, right? The aforementioned did not want to leave the crowd. I see I'll have to get you out of there. He took a piece of land and his left eye shone and the piece of land was exchanged for the girl. True, Masami. I don't know what you're talking about. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. One day your mask will fall, along with that of your entire family. I'll make sure of that. See you later, Alpha. Live happily, I'm proud of you. That was the only thing the guy said before disappearing. Melissa. He's proud. Aizawa. Tisk. Okay. Let's get on with the tests. They did the tests and in the end it turned out as follows. Aizawa. Blad will give the results of Class B and I will give the results of A. The first one was Melissa from my class. Blad. Mine was a Shiozaki, but just barely. It was a tie. Aizawa. She was first here by far. Last was Minoru Mineta. Blad King. The last one was Shota. Aizawa. That means that both. We will be expelled. Aizawa. No, it was just a test to see if they would give their best. I already said that this was very illegal. The same black-haired girl spoke. Melissa. What a piece of garbage reality they have. It's a shame they're treating this as a lie and not as their last chance. Aizawa. Silence. Blad King. Well, that's all of today's class. There are handouts in the classrooms. Your things should be in your dorms by now. You can go. All the students came out to what the teacher said. Blad King. Are you sure about this, Aizawa? Aizawa. Yes, they're very stupid, but their potential isn't zero. Midnight. Ah, how cute you are. Aizawa. Shut up and leave me alone. That was the only thing he said before leaving there. Leaving the other two who just laughed XD. Well, after the previous chapters, we can now see a woman with shiny blonde hair. She was brushing her hair as she left the bathroom. Then, while she was still brushing her hair, she went down the dormitory elevator to see the boys from Class A and the boys from Class B. She walked past them and into the kitchen. She took her cell phone and started searching for something on it. After a moment, she found it and played it. She left her cell phone in a small place in the kitchen and began to take a hair tie and put it in a beautiful ponytail. It should be noted that she no longer wears glasses, which makes her blue eyes appear somewhat more noticeable. Now she started moving around the kitchen looking for different materials. After a few moments she had everything. Melissa. This is my favorite. She took the egg and cracked it into the bowl, then added a pinch of salt and 2 tablespoons of sugar. Then she took a glass of milk, took a small sip, and then poured a little into the bowl. Now she added the flour and began to beat it. While she was doing this she started to dance a little to the music, All of this was seen by several boys and girls from both classes. No one was talking to her, so they decided not to ask. After a few moments she stopped and now poured more milk to continue beating and doing the same process again. She then stopped and took some butter to melt in the microwave and then put it in the dough and beat again. Then I stopped beating and leave the batter there. Now she wandered back to the kitchen and took out a knife and a chopping board and then took some strawberries and started cutting them. No one who saw this understood. 20 minutes later, the girl stopped chopping various fruits and went back to the dough and picked it up. Now she started to prepare the heat on low while she looked for a pan. A few moments later, she took out a pan and waited for it to heat up a bit before adding a very small amount of oil. After that, she began pouring a little batter into the hot pan. She began forming a round shape in it. She waited a minute, then used a small spatula to lift the shape and turn it over. Everyone who saw this started to smell the girl's cooking and realized that it smelled really good. For her part, the girl began to make more and more food for herself. Then she made one last one. Still leaving a lot of dough. She took it to the refrigerator to store it. After that, she returned to where the last one was to take it off the stove. Now she started taking the ones she had made to put fruit on, being strawberries, blueberries, a little maple syrup and whipped cream. Melissa. Perfect. She grabbed a fork, but before leaving she started picking up everything she had used and washing it quickly. Now after a few minutes I take her plate and walk to the dining room to untie her hair and start eating. Everyone looked at her and saw that she wasn't laughing or anything, she was just eating and staring straight ahead. That was until someone finally approached her. Kendo. Are they crepes? Melissa. Yes. Kendo. Can I try a little? Melissa. Yes. Leave more in the kitchen. Kendo. Great. She ran to the kitchen to grab a plate and start arranging her crepes just like the blonde-haired girl and then sit down in front of her. Kendo. Profit. Melissa just ignored it as she continued eating. Kendo tried the food and was amazed. Kendo. How did you make them? They're great. Melissa. Leave the recipe in the kitchen. Kendo. You are very quiet. Melissa. Kendo. Why don't you talk more? You know you're very pretty. If you talked more, you'd be a great girl and have lots of suitors. Melissa. I'm the only one interested in one. Kendo. Who is it? The two-colored one, or the bird-headed one? Melissa. Red eyes. Kendo. I don't know anyone like that. Maybe he's older than you. Or something. Melissa. I don't know. Kendo. Well, whoever opens it, I wish them luck. Melissa. He's not interested in me, I'm just an ordinary person. Kendo. How sad, he's a bad guy. After that, the two of them ate while Kendo talked and she just listened. Now let's go far away from there. We can see a masked man wearing a black robe with red clouds. He was sitting on a building's ledge, looking at the buildings. That was until he moved his head and dodged an attack that was coming straight for him. Izuku. Wow, Eraser Head, I didn't think I'd see you here. Eraser. I received your letter, what do you want from me? Izuku. I'm not interested in you anymore. I just wanted to talk to you. Eraser. About what? Izuku. What do you think of Hero Society right now? Eraser. I think it's completely rubbish. Relying on a single thread is very difficult. Izuku. Eraser. Why do you want to know that? Izuku. To compare opinions. I think the same as you. Unfortunately, the fact that the heroes solve everything has made all the citizens rely on them. One small mistake and everything will fall. The citizens will attack the heroes and despise them. Eraser. Who are you? You would make a great hero, you are very smart and strong. Izuku. That option no longer exists for me. Eraser. There's always one more option. Izuku. Yeah, but being a hero isn't it. I'll take down this whole society and then reclaim what's mine, but first, I'll let you enjoy your own pathetic little world. Eraser. Are you a villain? Izuku. I am their savior. Among the heroes there are guys worse than villains, but if instead of realizing it they praise them, those rats grow even more. Eraser. I don't understand you. Izuku. I'd better show you. He appeared out of nowhere in front of Aizawa and he thought he was going to attack, but then he looked into Izuku's eyes and they began to resonate in his head, and then he appeared in one place. The masked guy was standing next to him. Eraser. What is this? Izuku. I'm going to alter the reality you believe in and open your eyes. Eraser just looked around and saw everything white until the place changed and a moment began to show. Aizawa could see some acquaintances on the couch of a house. At that moment, he saw a child come out, but his face was not visible. Izuku observes the Eraser heroes. He could see how the heroes threw the little boy away and then how the boy's sister burned him. Now we go to a new episode where you can see a hero in front of a girl. He began to want to rape her. That is until someone knocked him out to reveal the masked man, who began to recover the girl's clothes and heal her a little. After that, the setting changed, and now you can see several heroes killing a woman. The woman was about 50 years old, in her own home. Now we look at a small laboratory. There was a girl with purple ears and a purple tail. She was tied up, with many wounds and her clothes all worn out. In that, you can see how she begins to be struck by lightning, which begins to change her body, turning her into a monster, with one eye and a purple color. Aizawa was disgusted. Now we see how the scientist and several heroes that Eraser knew enter the laboratory. After that he returned to where he was originally, seeing Izuku sitting at the top of the building. Izuku. What did you think? Did you like it? Eraser. This is a lie, right? It has to be a lie. Izuku. Think what you want. I have to go. Enjoy yourself for now. Next time we see each other, I won't hesitate to attack you. Aizawa wanted to move but realized he had stones tying him to the ground. Izuku just disappeared in a spiral to appear in a very nice and well-decorated apartment. He started walking to his room, but when he opened it he could see a girl with purple hair, ears and a tail. Izuku. What are you doing here again? You're supposed to be training. There's nothing else to do. I can do everything now. Izuku. Then go and help Gamma. The clumsy one, not again. Izuku. Do it now with a killing look. At your service, boss. She quickly climbed out the bedroom window and disappeared into the night. The boy started walking to the bedroom bathroom and stopped in front of the mirror. He took off his mask and could be seen. Izuku. I wish you would tell me that what I think now isn't true, Mom. He put his mask back on and left the bathroom so he could get some sleep. 4 hours later, it was 3 in the morning and we could see a masked man on top of a building looking down an alley. Girl. Please leave me, I don't want anything to happen to me. Type 1. Silence, darling. You'll only serve to sell us your stuff. Guy 2. You're not supposed to say that. They pounced on the girl and, after putting her to sleep, used a stick filled with chloroform to drag her out of the alley and into a van. The masked guy just got on the truck and drove off. After half an hour, the men arrived at an abandoned warehouse. They went to the back of the truck and pulled the girl out to get inside. The guy just climbed onto the roof of the warehouse and through a window he could see what was happening. He could see how they had several women in a cage with collars and handcuffs. They were in very bad condition. The guys who came with the girl threw her in with the others and then left. The masked guy was going to act, but before that he heard one of the guys who had the girls. Type 1. What time will the client arrive? It's awful waiting. Type 2. Calm. Will arrive soon. Type 1. Tisk. Then the masked man decided to wait a little longer, and you could see how the woman they'd thrown was just beginning to wake up. She looked around and realized she was in a strange place. Get me out of here. I don't want to be here. Type 2. Klala. The guy, who was a very big guy with a stupid face, approached the cage to take the girl out and then start hitting her. The masked man felt helpless watching this until the guy stopped and grabbed the girl's hair to look at her face. Guy 1. Shut up, I really don't like hurting your beautiful face. The girl just spat on him. The guy got even angrier and was going to hit her again, but the other guy stopped him. Type 2. Don't damage the merchandise. Just leave it there. It knows better than to scream, or something worse will happen to it. The big guy now just left the girl back in the cage. Santa was bleeding a little. The others who were there started to do first aid. Salvin me. In that, you can see a van pull up in front of the warehouse, letting a familiar guy get out. He got in. I'm here now. Type 2. It was about time. Don't talk to me like that, don't you know who you're talking to or what? Type 2. Whatever, just pick the one you like as usual. Today I come for more. The guy approached the cage and started looking at all the girls there. Among them he saw the girl who had just been beaten. It is in bad condition. Type 2. It's because he didn't keep quiet. Good. Then give me those 3. He pointed to a girl with white hair, another with blue hair, and finally the girl who had been beaten, who was a girl with short, white hair. Type 2. Charge it yourself. He gave the order to the big guy who, using his quirk, took out ropes and tied the 3 of them up to take them out of the cage and put them on the floor with their hands tied. Type 2. What we agree on now. He. You know, I'm tired of you. I don't need you anymore. He gave a signal and his security guard pulled out a gun and shot the guy, who was pierced by the bullet and fell to the ground dead. That's what you get for being damned. He was going to leave but the big guy they saw with the other guy started attacking him. Using his quirk, he threw water at the guy. It seemed to do nothing at first, but then the big guy started to release a lot of smoke and scream. His skin was melting. The guy fell to the ground unconscious. Now the hero began to take out the girls who were still tied up. Let us go. No, they belong to me now. The other 2 just seemed very scared by what they had just seen, but then a shadow with a mask and a black robe with clouds appeared in front of the hero. Who are you? Izuku. You don't care, I already have you. Be quiet. He threw the water again but it went through the body of the man with the mask. That surprised the 3 girls and the hero. Damn, you dare to dodge at such a high speed. Izuku. I didn't have to try hard. Something black began to emerge from his hand and took the form of a scythe and a chain. Izuku. Now you will regret all your actions. Shoot. At that point, many men in black suits began to fire a lot of bullets, but all the ones aimed directly at the green-haired man went through him. Izuku. You're a complete coward. He disappeared and then each of the guys who were shooting disappeared until suddenly there were none left. This scared the hero. Who are you and what do you want from me? If you want money, I can give it to you. Izuku. Coming out of the ground behind him, I don't want anything from a pig like you. He launched a great killing blow with the scythe towards the guy, who managed to dodge, separating himself from where the girls were and leaving the guy with the mask near them. Izuku. That's it, you're dead. Have. Sleep. The guy started spitting blood. He looked underneath him and noticed how his entire stomach was gone and how the guy in front of him had his heart beating. The guy just fell to the ground with his eyes blank dead. Izuku threw his heart to where the guy was. He turned around and started walking towards the girls, who were even more scared. Please don't do anything to us. The blue-haired girl spoke. Izuku didn't respond and started approaching the girl who had just been hit. She panicked and closed her eyes, waiting for death, but nothing happened. All the girls began to see how he began to heal the girl and her wounds healed, leaving her as good as new. Izuku. I won't do anything to them. I just wanted to kill these pigs. I'm disgusted by the people in the world like them. Now they just want to forget all this. Who are you? Izuku. I don't have a name. But like I was saying. He appeared in front of the cage with a large sword and cut it, destroying it all and causing all the girls who were locked inside to come out. The guy in the mask started to disappear and appear in front of them all and his eyes were glowing red in a strange way. He talked to them and gave them orders. Izuku. You won't remember anything about being kidnapped and seeing me. All the girls looked good, they just nodded to what the green-haired man said and he created clothes for them and the girls started to leave from there. The 3 who saw this were surprised. Izuku walked towards them and was about to activate his eyes when he heard something. Take me with you. The blue-haired girl spoke and the others just nodded. Izuku just walked towards them. I have nowhere to go anymore. My parents have died and I have nowhere to live. Izuku was still walking. Me too. My parents kicked me out of the house when I told them a lie that I was pregnant. I've been living on the streets since I was 8 years old. My parents were killed before my eyes. I've wanted revenge, but I know I'll never be able to. You're very strong, aren't you? Help me. I need your help. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks and the girls got excited, but then he took one more step and disappeared. The girls didn't understand anything until he appeared behind them. Izuku. I don't care about anything in your life. I'm just here to kill those pigs. You're just a nuisance. I don't mind being a hindrance if it means I can achieve my goal. Izuku. Oh yeah, well, I'll give you the power, but will you be able to? I'll do whatever it takes. Me too. I want to go with you. Me too. Izuku. Let's go then. They began to be absorbed by a spiral of air that gathered around the boy's eye. To disappear from there. Just as police patrols arrived at the warehouses, they got out of the cars to enter the warehouse and see how the top 19th hero was dead with his heart outside. We can see a green-haired man in a dark place. He was walking away. Behind him were girls who had fainted and were very injured. Izuku. I'll send them with the others. They disappeared in a spiral and he began to walk in the distance through that place. Izuku. I think it's time to live normally, right? He left the dimension and appeared in an apartment to start changing. He took a suit that covered him up to his neck and a different mask. He left there to go down the street and reach a large building where he entered and went up the elevator to reach a large room. At the back of it was a woman with a black dress and long hair. She was sitting at a desk until she saw Izuku arrive. I see you've arrived, Izuku. Someone has to take charge of this. How's the negotiation going? Okay, we've got them in our sights. Delta's investigated what they want, and they're already in our hands. Izuku. Then schedule an appointment. We need to expand as soon as possible if we want to wipe out the competition. Are you sure you want to play this card? Izuku. Are you questioning me? Of course not, sir. Izuku. Fine. And about the product. It is gaining a lot of popularity. Your idea has been a success. Izuku. Great, and did you see the girls I sent you? I haven't received any report, but I assume they are already in the capital. Izuku. That's a big guess. Is there anything else, sir? Izuku. Yes. How is the financial support we're giving going? That's a bit complicated. He refuses to accept. He says he already has the Midoriyas with him and that it's not right to trust a company that's still developing. Izuku. Keep insisting. If he rejects it once more I will have to interfere, but anyway you are doing a great job. I'm flattered you say that, sir. Izuku. Calm down. Okay. Then we only have the appointment with the Chinese today, and schedule the other one with the Americans for next week, Gamma. Gamma. At your service. Izuku headed to a bookstore and moved one so that an elevator would emerge. He entered and began to descend. The elevator took him to a tunnel in which he began to walk calmly. He then arrived at a very dark place. It was a laboratory. He entered and saw many large tubes that brought back bad memories. However, a loud bang was heard. He turned around and saw a red-haired girl in a robe sleeping on the floor. He woke her up with a great lightning bolt and she hurriedly got up and looked at Izuku to begin apologizing. I swear I wasn't sleeping, sorry. Izuku. I don't care, just do your job. How's it going? Very well. If we achieve this, it will be a great discovery. It will be the success that elevates us in the eyes of the world. Izuku. I like that. He started walking again but now to another place. In UA. We see a very thoughtful Aizawa in the UA dorms in his sleeping bag in a corner of the kitchen. That is until he saw an anorexic All Might who took a yogurt out of the refrigerator and was eating it until he saw Aizawa. All Might. Ah, what's wrong? Aizawa. Nada. All Might. That's not a bad face, you can see you haven't slept. Aizawa. That's my face. All Might. Oh sorry. At that moment a wild Midnight appeared. Midnight. Hello. Looking at Aizawa, what's wrong with this guy? All Might. This is his face. Midnight. Oh no, his face is more like this, making Aizawa's normal face. That's when something makes you uncomfortable. Aizawa. WTF, how do you know me so much? Midnight. Mike told me. Aizawa. Esse maldito. Midnight. Good that you have. Aizawa. I met the masked guy who appeared in the exam. All Might. What? And what happened? Aizawa. I don't know. Midnight. K. Aizawa. I don't remember anything from the first time I saw him and the time he disappeared. But all I know is that something's off. All Might. We need to notify the principal and have them start investigating further. Aizawa. See, All Might. Well, I'll leave you. I have to go take the combat test with the boys from both classes. Several hours later, we can see a masked man entering a bar in an alley. He entered and could see several villains known in the underworld together. Were they waiting for something? He just walked to a corner of the place and leaned there. He was watching everything like a security camera. That is until a guy with hands all over his body caught everyone's attention by climbing onto the bartender's counter. That's when the guy started talking. Let me introduce myself, I'm Tamura Shigaraki. I'm here with one intention. To recruit you for a project, to kill the symbol of peace. That surprised everyone and that's when some guys started laughing. 1. Ha, what a good joke. Do you think you can take on All Might by yourself? Haven't you seen what he can do? 2. You're just stupid, you have nothing else to do. Tamura. I don't care what you say, Kurogiri. Then a portal behind Guy 1 opened and sucked him in so that he appeared to be being grabbed by the neck by Tamura. Tamura. You'll pay for making fun of me. He put his fifth finger on the guy and he started to crumble into pieces, surprising everyone. Izuku. It's dangerous and stupid, I just need to change it. Asterisk. Tamura. That'll happen to anyone who questions. Fine. Let me tell you, Kurogiri and I already have the plan to kill All Might, we just need someone to entertain the other heroes. No one spoke. Everyone was somewhat disgusted by what the boy had done. That is, until someone raised their hand. Izuku. I'm in. Tamura. He, that's the attitude, who else? Again no one spoke. Izuku. What cowards. That caught everyone's attention. Izuku. I mean, many of us here think we're super strong villains and we're just useless people who are afraid of a few heroes. That made several people angry. 1. You're the one who's getting involved, can't you see it's All Might? He's impossible to beat. Izuku. You're stupid. I understand that All Might is the symbol of peace, but so what? He's also a person. He can also lose and die. At that moment, a screen inside the bar and behind Shigaraki lit up and a black figure was seen. Just like he said, All Might seems perfect, but he has a flaw. A wound, it's slowly killing him. It's our chance to rise up. Imagine, any villain defeated the symbol of peace. You'd be a worldwide trend. That caught everyone's attention even more. So, taking all of this into account, who else besides the boy joins Tamura? Several were still afraid but everyone there raised their hands anyway. Izuku. That's the boss. Asterisk. Alright guys, you'll be notified of the attack on All Might very soon. The screen went black and Tamura left the bar. The masked man had already disappeared and began following Tamura from a distance. He watched as he entered an alley and then disappeared. Izuku. Tisk, never mind, I've got it under control now. He disappeared from there in a spiral. 1 week later, Tamura and his group had returned to the bar on Monday night. Izuku had gone every day to see if he would meet up with him and on Monday he showed up, but only to notify them of the time and place to meet, which would be this same bar. The attack would take place on Wednesday of that week. That was the only thing Tamura said. Now we see a guy wearing a trench coat with red clouds sitting on the ledge of a building. In that we see how behind him appear 2 people. Izuku. Eraser head. How are you? Eraser. What do you want? Izuku. First let me say hello to the other one, how are you Midnight? Midnight. Good. She was uncovering her arm. Izuku. You know, there's something funny about me, your quirk Eraser is useless against me. Yours, on the other hand, is much more Midnight. Midnight. Ve al grano. Izuku. Ha ha ha, I better show them. He appeared in front of the 2 and touched their foreheads so that they rolled their eyes and fell to their knees. Aizawa and Midnight were in an unknown place, but then they saw a guy with hands all over his body calling attention and talking about his plan to kill All Might. Then they left there and went back to see what they were on the ground, and in front of them was a guy with red eyes that turned out at night. He disappeared to appear sitting on the ledge. Midnight. What was that? Izuku. My memories. Aizawa. That means that. Izuku. Yes. Midnight. But when? Izuku. Wednesday. Midnight. Let USJ. Aizawa. Why are you showing us all this? Izuku. For my own amusement. I'm just asking you to bring in a few heroes. They're common villains, but there are a lot of them. Midnight. So you're on our side. Izuku. No, I'm disgusted by heroes. Aizawa. Are you a villain? Izuku. I'm more of a revolutionary. Well, goodbye. Midnight. It was too late because Izuku had already disappeared in a spiral. Aizawa. We have to report this. Midnight. Let's go. Now we see how Izuku appears elsewhere to see a boy with purple hair and cat ears. Izuku. Delta. Tell me, boss. Izuku. Do you have everything ready for extraction? Delta. At 100, I'll take the new ones. Izuku. Good. Delta. Do you want something else? Izuku. Yes, I want you to investigate a villain if you can. I don't know who he is, but he could be dangerous. Delta. Good. That was the last thing the masked man heard as the girl disappeared at high speed. Izuku. I'll get information first, then kill them from the inside. 2 days later, we can see a masked man entering a bar, attracting several glances. But he just got back into his usual position. After a while, a guy with hands all over his body and another guy who looked like he was made of smoke came in. Izuku. That must be the transport. Tamura. Is everyone ready? Everyone. Izuku. Yes. Tamura. Well, it's time. He ordered the smoke and it opened a large portal into which everyone entered, and finally the one with the red clouds entered so that Kurogiri could close the portal. Then the portal opened in the center of a very large space. Izuku quickly disappeared into the crowd. Facing the villains were several, if not all, of the UA teachers. Tamura. What's this? There were supposed to be only 3 of us. Scratching his neck. Kurogiri. Someone must have betrayed us. Tamura. Whoever did it, I'll kill them. Kurogiri. Not to alarm you, but they're coming this way. Tamura. Attack. The scream so that all the villains would rush to fight with the teachers while Tamura and Kurogiri watched this from afar talking. Tamura. Bring the Nomus and also go disperse everyone. Kurogiri. Allah Orden. He opened a portal, allowing several very muscular chicken mutants to emerge. Now on Kurogiri's side he arrived and could see how both kinds of hero boys were already waiting for him along with 13 and the big 3. Kurogiri. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kurogiri and we are the League of Villains. We come with the sole reason of killing All Might. That surprised the boys a little and they finally understood the reason for so many heroes. 13. Why they take it away, kill it. Kurogiri. It's necessary, but I wanted to ask. Was there a change of plans? I don't see All Might around. Mirio. He won't come. Smokes, better prepare for a good battle. He lunged to hit Kurogiri but only went straight through. Kurogiri. What a pain. He just started circling all the students, but before that could happen, 13 started using his quirk to absorb it. But what no one expected is that Kurogiri would use his quirk against her and open a portal behind her to knock her out. Once again, Kurogiri began to circle around all the students, and this time he did it. He then disappeared from there and returned to Tamura's. Kurogiri. List. Tamura. Perfect. All that's missing is the main course. What neither of them expected was that some particles would form next to the teachers and a blonde-haired woman would appear. Tamura. Who the fuck is that? Aizawa. Finish them all off. The girl obeyed the order and began to move among all the remaining villains and defeated them at incredible speed. Melissa. Now there are only 2 left. She launched into a lightning-fast kick, but before she could, one of the chicken-headed guys appeared in front of her, stopping the kick. But he didn't escape unscathed, as the kick caused the chicken's arm to explode. He let out a loud shriek and Melissa ran back to the heroes. Now we see someone who saw all this from a mountain. Izuku. Those things will regenerate. It won't be so easy for Alpha. Tamura. No, I like this Makosa. The Nomu using his other arm grabbed her hair and began to whip her against the dome and then threw her at another Nomu and gave her a great blow that sent her flying against an edge of the great dome. Aizawa. What are those things? We need All Might to arrive now. Blad King. We just need to take care of them when All Might arrives. Tamura. Kill those stupid people now. A Nomu launched itself at midnight who was distracted and was about to take her when a lightsaber cut off the Nomu's arm and then another one was thrust into his chest sending him flying. Melissa. With little blood in her head, what do you think about that? She could see how the Nomu got up as if nothing had happened. Melissa. Tisk. She began to divide into particles of light to appear in front of the Nomu and with a large sword slash it in half. The Nomu fell to the ground and seemed to be motionless. What she didn't expect was for its legs to sprout new toros and a head. And its torso to sprout new legs, turning into two Nomus. Melissa. What are those things? She disappeared again, to appear next to the teachers. Melissa. I need more information on those things. Aizawa. They didn't tell us anything about that. But I'm guessing they must be the final bosses. Snipe. Besides that, there are still students left. Aizawa. You're right. Melissa. Bring the others to where 13 is and ask them to heal her. Melissa. Yes. She began to divide into particles of light and disappear. Midnight. Breaking his suit, it's time guys. Mike. Just like in the old days. At the UA. Nezu. The Midoriyas and All Might were watching everything that was happening. Nezu. Call for reinforcements, and you go too. Hazashi. Right away. He and Inko flew out of there. All Might stayed with Nezu a little longer. Nezu. What are you waiting for? All Might. I feel something strange, but it doesn't matter. It's time to be a hero. He began to transform to quickly leave for the USJ. Nezu stood there and started making calls for help. One left USJ. We can see several teachers being brutally beaten by the Nomus, who had become even more so. The teachers could barely stand, they were so badly injured. Izuku. They're strong, yes, but when you can erase their existence, it's easier to undo. Besides, their weak point is their brain, obviously. Tamura. Kill the one with the bandages first. At that point, all the Nomus went against Aizawa and despite trying to stop them, the other teachers were pushed away. Aizawa began to be beaten by several people and then slammed into the ground. A Nomu jumped on top of him and began to tear at his head. Tamura. How does this feel? Eraser head. Aizawa could only feel himself losing his mind until a half-broken brain fell in front of him. Everyone could see how a Melissa with her lightsaber had cut the Nomu's brain, causing half of it to fall to the ground and the Nomu to fall on Aizawa. Melissa kicked him away with a strong kick and took Aizawa away from there. Tamura. Damn nosy brat. Melissa. So his brain doesn't regenerate. She took Aizawa to where the big three were tied with the other students recently brought by Melissa. Melissa. Take care of him, I'll get the others. I'll take care of it. Najire. Are you sure? We can help you. Melissa. I'd rather not. Bakugo. You just want to rescue more. Melissa. Say what you want. She disappeared among particles of light and then where she was, teachers began to appear. Tamura. Damn brat, I'll kill her, scratching his neck. Do it then. Tamura. Who spoke? Ha 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 ha. Tamura. Shigaraki. You will tell me where your base and your boss are, also what he is looking for. Tamura. Why would I do that? The voice in his head cut off and he could see Melissa slowly taking out the Nomus. At that point the door of the place is blown open and there you can see All Might with the Midoriyas. They all quickly rushed to where Melissa was. All Might. What's the situation? Melissa. These guys attacked us, we just need to finish them off. Hazashi. Easy. He launched himself at a Nomu and with a large fire sword he began to cut it many times. He returned to where he was. Hazashi. Was that all? Inko. Very well done. Melissa. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. The four could see how 15 more Nomu began to emerge from the pieces. They began to do something unthinkable. They began to pull out blades from their hands and began cutting each other down so they could once again become a large army. Melissa. It can't be. All Might. Why did you do that? Hazashi. The girl didn't explain. Melissa. You didn't let me do it. Izuku. This will be very exciting. Everything's ready, boss. Via communicator. Izuku. Delta. That's right, it's me, boss. We're already at UA. After the previous events we returned to where we left off. Delta. That's right, boss, it's me. We're already at UA. Izuku. Okay, you know what you have to do, right? Delta. Yes. Izuku. Do it without a trace. Understood. Delta. Yes. After that the call through the communicator was cut off, Izuku continued watching as All Might, the Midoriyas and Melissa continued to finish off the Nomus. With Delta, she was wearing a black hood. Behind her were 3 men. What will we do? Delta. Just follow me. The first step is to get to the main office. If anyone gets in the way, take them out. But we are not strong yet. Delta. Team up, or whatever. I just want the boss to congratulate me. Let's get started. With that, the 4 of them disappeared. With Izuku. He was watching as the heroes were almost finishing off all the Nomus, and a large dragon had just arrived at the USJ. Izuku. They look like cockroaches. The great dragon also began to destroy the Nomus. Tamura and Kurogiri, seeing that the Nomus were becoming fewer and fewer, became scared. Tamura. Curse scratching his neck. Kurogiri. Calm down Tamura, we still have the other one. Tamura. That's true. After a few minutes the heroes had finished off all the villains. Tamura. Kurogiri's secret. Kurogiri opened a portal and a body began to emerge from it. When he came out completely, many recognized him, including our black-haired man. Izuku. Those damn ones. Tamura. Admire. Tamura. The perfect creation. Hazashi. I'm supposed to be dead. Tamura. This is a clone of him. More powerful. Finish them off. The woman's body began to glow green and she moved her arm, sending all the heroes flying into the dome. She jumped in front of Melissa. She tried to hit her but her body didn't respond and she received a big blow to the pit of her stomach that made her spit blood. Her eyes rolled back in her head and she collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The woman launched herself again, but now against the dragon. The latter tried to crush her, but the woman jumped high and appeared behind her head, kicking her to the ground, and then giving a big kick right to the dragon's neck. She was still able to get up but before she could she received a great blow that sent her through the dome and falling into the nearby forest. She turned around and saw Inko. She appeared in front of the heroine and knocked her to the ground with a mighty blow. She then grabbed Inno's arm and snapped it in half. She was going to throw a big kick but a fireball interrupted her. Hazashi was protecting an Inko who could barely be present due to pain. Hazashi. Stop doing this. You were never like this. Tamura. You're so stupid, she has no reasoning. She's just a clone. Hazashi. That means I can kill her. He appeared out of nowhere in front of the woman with a flaming sword and plunged it into her stomach. But when he pulled it out, the woman didn't even flinch. She began to regenerate. After that, in a massive spin in the air, she kicked Hazashi hard, sending him to the ground. She then tried to pass him, but he dodged. She threw herself at him and a great fight began. She threw massive punches at the man, but he barely covered them, until she unleashed a massive kick that knocked the man off guard. After that, she quickly recovered and began concentrating multiple blows on his abdomen. He tried to hit her, but she grabbed his arm and twisted it so far that it was dislocated. Then she kicked a pressure point on his leg, knocking him to the ground. She was slowly approaching him but then a big punch sent her flying. Hazashi saw who it was and fell to the ground out of combat. Now of the heroes that were there, only All Might remained. All Might. They made you nightfall. She just looked at the man without saying anything. All Might. Why, when you retired, you said it was because you had a son and wanted the best. Why are you doing this now? Tamura. You're such a fool. I told you he's unconscious. Finish him off. The woman's body just started to glow green and she stretched out her hand and All Might's body did too. She pulled him in. With her open fist, she threw a huge punch right at All Might's wound, causing him to spit out a lot of blood and fly away. All Might would recover in the air and with a great leap, propelling himself into the air, would come out to hit the woman and bury her in the ground. He did a spin in the air and gave the woman a great stomp, making her spit saliva. All Might grabbed her by the hair and began to whip her and then threw her against the dome. She jumped and bounced. After that All Might gave her a big hit that sent her to the fire zone. He was going to jump again but his body began to glow green. All Might. I hate this. He tried to get out but it was impossible. He was drawn to where the woman was. She threw a great punch that sent All Might to the center again and she came out behind him. All Might Vado on the ground spinning around. He tried to get up, but his body began to glow again. What he didn't expect was that the woman would pull him toward her. Everyone could see something that terrified them. All Might looked down and saw a metal tube running through his entire stomach and another through a lung. He started spitting up too much blood. She just let go of the tubes and gave it a big kick so that it flew away. Bakugo. It can't be. But it's All Might. He lost. Tamura. Ha 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 ha, perfect. Kill him now. The woman began to pull out a black metal sword and approached All Might at high speed. He was still alive and tried to get up, but it was impossible. He could only watch as the sword went straight for his neck. Everyone closed their eyes, losing faith. Throughout the place, the only sound that could be heard was the sound of blood running. The boys opened their eyes and saw the same thing All Might had seen. It was the masked man, who was holding the sword. With his hand dripping with blood, he threw the woman away. Then he crossed his fingers, and another one just like him emerged. Izuku. Take care of it. The clone carried All Might and dragged him out to the boys to remove the tubes, causing him to scream in pain. The boys were about to attack him, but then they saw him start to do something to All Might's body. Najire. What are you doing? The clone didn't speak at all. Tamura. Why are you getting in the way? Weren't you on our side? Izuku. Shut up. I can accept you killing heroes. But what I will never accept is you using the body of a dead person, especially not her. Tamura. What do you care? You don't even know her. You're just a guy in a hideous mask. Finish him off. She launched herself at the boy but everyone saw her go through him. Izuku. I warned you before. He stretched out his arm and the woman behind him was thrown against the dome. Tamura. What did you do, damn? The masked man didn't answer and just walked out to where the woman was. She tried to cover herself, but it was no use. A small knife lodged in her hand. Izuku. Forgive me for this. He looked into the woman's eyes and they began to shine. She just fell to the ground on her knees. Izuku took her and carried her to the center. Tamura. What are you doing? Move, you stupid thing. Hi yo. She stood up and stood in front of Izuku. He just walked closer to her, and his hand began to fill with black lightning. Everyone watched as he drove his fist into the woman's chest. Thank you, son. She fell to the ground dead. Tamura. How is that possible? It should just be a weapon. It shouldn't have a conscience. Izuku, I told you to shut up. Kurogiri. Tamura, we should go. There's something strange about this guy. Tamura. I won't let a guy like that humiliate me. He launched himself at Izuku, and the one in his hand pulled out a large stake. It began to fill with blue flames. He stretched out his other hand, and then something strange happened with Tamura. He was thrown, unable to move, against the boy. The latter only stuck his other arm in Tamura and began to burn all his organs. Izuku. Dies. Tamura drew a lot of blood but then a purple portal attracted him and took him out of there. Upon seeing this, the masked man tore off his arm, and everyone watched with great disgust. He threw his arm out, and a new one instantly grew back. He approached the woman's body and grabbed them. Izuku. Sorry for not being able to protect you this time either. He started walking somewhere. Izuku. Take care, heroes. That was the last thing he said before disappearing into a spiral. His clone also disappeared in a puff of smoke. What the hell just happened? At the UA, we can see shadows moving throughout the large building. Until they reach an office. One of them made a sign and then they all went in. When they entered they saw a little mouse looking out the window. Nezu. So I'm the first, right? May I know who's in charge? The people did not speak. Nezu. Then I think I'll have to take them out. He turned around and saw the 4 people with hoods. Nezu. Goodbye. He ducked, and they could see a huge burst of flame shatter the glass, and they just dodged. But what they didn't expect was that a rabbit would appear from behind a closet, lunge at one of the girls, try to kick her, but she covered it. I see you're moving well. 3 other heroes entered through the broken video. One of them had wings, the other breathed fire and the last one was made of paper. The people gathered, and then one of them signaled, and they all nodded. The girls disappeared. Nezu. They're not inside the building anymore. How do you know? Nezu. Because of the great security system. They must still be on campus. But not in the building anymore. Who are those? Nezu. I don't know yet. Just then, a phone in the living room starts ringing. The little mouse took it. Nezu. Bueno. Najire. Director, we need you to send reinforcements to the USJ. Nezu. What's up with All Might? Najire. He's badly hurt, he needs help fast. One of his lungs has been punctured. Nezu. What? Okay. I'll call for medical assistance. Najire. Thank you. The call was cut off and all that was heard was laughter. Everyone turned around and on top of a shelf was a girl, her purple tail sticking out. Nezu. You're one of those, aren't you? That's how it is. Nezu. What do they want? You already said it to me before. Nezu. I mean by kidnapping me. I don't know. I'm just following orders. The person disappeared. The heroes started looking around, but then a small blade passed near the winged man's head. Phew. Lucky me. Before he could continue speaking, he fell to the ground, unconscious. What happened to this one? Before he knew it, a shadow appeared in front of him and landed a punch, which he managed to cover. The shadow disappeared again. They decided to take the director and the chicken to leave the building and get to one of the UA fields. There they stood guard. 3 of the 4 shadows appeared in front of them. They removed their hoods. At that the rabbit heroine who was there spoke. They are all women. Nezu. The fire guy then spoke. And the other one. At that the other hero who was there spoke. I'll look for her. Endeavor, Mirko take care of the director. He turned into a strip of paper and was about to head towards the building but was stopped by a blue-haired girl. He returned with the heroes. Tisk. Endeavor. They seem to be powerful. Mirko. That was a great kick. They just stared at each other. That is, until they started fighting. With Delta, she appeared in the headmaster's room, hooded, and then began searching everywhere. After a few moments, she found a very secret drawer. Delta. I was tasked with inquiring about everyone's gifts. Let's see. Class 1A. Explosion. Create. Half hot, half cold. Acid. One for all. That's it. He took out that folder and then started taking pictures of the other folders. She did the same thing with all the hero classes. After a few minutes, she was already finishing, that is, until a loud bang was heard and the building rumbled. Delta. I told them not to wreck anything. She started putting things away and after a while she looked out the window and saw the heroes were somewhat injured and the girls were badly hurt. Delta. Damn. She put on her hood and started running. Below, Endeavor and Mirko were launching themselves at hitting one of the girls. She was trying to cover, however, if one did it the other would take advantage. They stepped back and then started making signs. One of them began to create a glowing arc. The other began to release a black mass, and the last began to position itself to attack. They attached the blackest one to the arrow, which they fired. It began to unleash a massive attack, which the heroes narrowly dodged. The attack destroyed half of the UA forest, but the heroes were distracted, and then the one in the fighting stance appeared in front of Endeavor and launched a massive kick that knocked him to the ground. Then she disappeared and appeared behind Mirko with a massive whip. The rabbit tried to cover herself, but she grabbed her with the whip and began to spin her around, then toss her into the sky. Mirko was preparing for an attack, but he didn't expect to receive an arrow to the chest. She flew toward the building. Finally, the remaining hero turned into paper to try to escape, but he couldn't. The blue-haired woman appeared and gave him a massive cut that turned him back to normal. They regrouped again. 1. Last. Take the mouse and leave. 2 and 3. Understood. They put on their hoods and disappeared. They appeared in front of the 3 heroes and were about to beat them to the ground, but then more heroes appeared. They began to fight the girls. They were somewhat injured and tired, but they finally succumbed before taking Nezu. The heroes took them prisoner. Delta appeared in front of them and removed her hood. Delta. Tisk, I should have taken care of it. She launched herself at the heroes but then particles of light appeared in front of her to stop her attack. Melissa. Delta. Delta. Alpha. She stepped back. Delta. What are you doing here, you damn traitor? They weren't supposed to come back now. Melissa. They warned me, now I'm a hero and I have to help. Delta. You'll always be just as annoying, right? Melissa. And you're just as stupid. Delta. Shut up. She launched herself at her, but Melissa disappeared into particles and appeared in front of him, delivering a massive kick that sent her flying toward the large UA building. Delta quickly recovered and launched herself again. The heroine tried to dodge, but Delta was the better player and guessed her moves, landing a massive blow with a black claw. This made the blonde bleed. Melissa. Tisk. She moved quickly and appeared in front of Delta, delivering a massive blow with a lightsaber. The one on her tail covered him with a claw, and this began to release a large wave of air. Delta. You're ungrateful. After he gave you a new life, you abandoned him. Melissa. I have a life outside. Delta. The life the heroes you so protect ruined for you, right? You're just ungrateful. I hate that. She stepped away and appeared in front of the blonde and punched her in the jaw. Delta. He gave us a life. He helped us. Melissa pulled herself together and appeared in front of her to kick her. Melissa. I appreciate it, but I have a dream. Delta. Shut up, you damn traitor. They started fighting without grace. Until after a few minutes they were both very beaten and breathing heavily. Delta fell to the ground on his knees. Delta. Why? We were such good friends, why did you have to leave me? Melissa. I want to fulfill my dream. Delta. Stupid dreams. They're nothing. Her body began to glow purple and she began to move at high speed, attacking Melissa, knocking her to the ground. Delta began to approach her. Her eyes glowed red, but before she could attack Melissa again, she began to feel dizzy. She was about to knock Acer to the ground, but Melissa recovered and appeared in front of her. With a powerful movement, she twisted and dislocated his arm. After that, she gave him a powerful kick that sent him to the ground. Delta kicked her again, sending him rolling. Delta was badly injured and losing consciousness. So all she asked was to get up, and she quickly disappeared. She appeared in an apartment and fell to the floor. Delta. For Dawn, she had fallen completely unconscious. 5 minutes before, we can see a young, dark-haired man arriving at an apartment, his clothes covered in blood. He went straight to a bedroom and began removing his trench coat and mask. He started changing his clothes and after a minute he was ready. He went to the bathroom and started looking at himself in the mirror. Izuku. I hope you forgive me for killing you. The place was only filled with a great silence. Izuku. How I wish you were here. He just put his hand in front of him and out of nowhere it filled with blood and then went back to normal. Izuku. There's no turning back now. Delta's already got everything. I hope you'll forgive me someday for what I'm about to do. He looked in the mirror again and saw his right side, so he touched it with his hand. Izuku. I hate feeling this way. I hate you. He slammed his hand hard against the mirror and broke it. He just moved his hand to the side, and drops of blood trickled down. He took his mask and began to put it on. But before he could finish, he heard something fall to the ground. He quickly put on his mask and ran to the sound. When he arrived, he saw Delta lying on the floor in a state of extreme pain. Delta. Forsake. She fell into unconsciousness. Izuku. Delta. He thought about it for a moment, but then picked up the girl and carried her to the living room couch. There, he began changing her clothes and removing her outfit, then made 2 clones. Izuku. You fix the bathroom and you prepare my dinner. The clones just listened and he just stood next to the girl. Izuku. Delta. Forgive me. He began to heal the girl calmly. 20 hours later, we can see a girl with little ears. She started moving them and then opened her eyes. She opened her eyes and could see what was there. She just lay back down. At that moment someone came through the door revealing a masked man. He just walked past the girl and into the kitchen. Delta. Hello. The man just remained completely silent. Delta. I understand. Please excuse me. I'm sorry for failing my mission. Izuku. What happened? Delta. Well, everything was going well, but they'd set a trap for us. There were already heroes prepared. The girls and I managed to take care of it, but we were badly hurt. In the end, Alpha arrived AA and I failed. The others were captured, and I fell in combat. Sari lowering her ears. Izuku. Chopping vegetables. Delta. But I did get the information. Izuku. That'll do. The term of chopping everything and only approached Delta. Izuku. Rubbing his head thanks. For the first time in her life, the girl didn't know what she was feeling. Her tail started to move on its own. Izuku. However, that doesn't take away from the fact that you failed. I told you not to be so lazy. Delta. Huh, Izuku. This information is of no use to me. He took the cell phone the girl was holding and threw it against a wall. Izuku. You know that not only did you fail, but your teammates were also captured. You're a disgrace, Delta. The girl lowered her ears again. Izuku. I won't forgive you for that. Delta. I understand. Izuku. What do you want to do now? Delta. I'm going to beat Alpha for abandoning him, sir. Izuku. That's your problem. You are what you do, not what you say you'll do. You're so weak you couldn't even beat Alpha. Delta. Next time, sir. I swear. Izuku. There is no next time, Delta. Delta. What, Izuku? I realized something. I can't involve any more people. This fight is mine. Delta, you're out. The girl's world was falling apart. She didn't know what to do and she had no idea. Delta. Sir, please let me be. Shedding tears. Izuku. No, Delta. Delta. If it's because I failed, I'm sorry. Give me one more chance. I'll prove I can be useful. Please don't leave me. Izuku. It's not because of that, Delta. Delta. Tell me then. What did I do wrong? Let me fix it. I'll do what I know to be by your side. Please, tell me. Izuku. Enough, Delta. I already told you. Delta. That's no good for me. I want to know why. I don't have anyone else. I don't have a dream, I don't want one, and I don't need one. If the only person I have is going to leave me, I want to know why. Izuku. I've realized something. I can't stand seeing people hurt, especially if they have a connection to me. I'll cut all ties, with you and the others. This is my problem, not yours. If you love someone, Gamma's there. Delta. I don't accept it. I don't care if I get hurt, I want to help you, sir. Izuku. Then do it by staying out of my business. He started heading for the door. Delta. Where is it going? Izuku. I'll go get the others. Delta. Let me help you, I can do something. Just let me get up. She tried to get up from the chair but let out a loud scream of pain. Izuku. Stay there. Dinner's on the stove. I'll leave a clone. He walked out the door and Delta just fell onto the couch and started crying. Delta. Please leave me alone. Sniff, I just want you to understand me. Somewhere, we can see a certain mouse in front of a glass looking. Nezu. Haven't you talked? A man was behind him and he started talking. No matter how much I want to do something, they don't talk. I can't even use my gift. Nezu. Let me go in with them. Are you sure? Nezu. It's the only option. He got down from his chair and started walking to the door. The other man pressed a button and the door opened to let the little mouse in. The three girls looked at him. Nezu. Nice to meet you, I'm the director of UA, although I think you already know me. None of the women who were there spoke. Nezu. I see, you don't know what position you're in, do you? That girl who was with you abandoned you. You're all alone. Then, finally, one of the girls spoke up, this one a white-haired girl with glasses. If he's trying to get us to talk, we won't. He was wrong about us being alone. I know he wouldn't let us. Nezu. Him. Who? Our lord. Nezu. Why show so much respect to a person who has probably already abandoned them, who assures them that they are not just an object for that guy? Nobody, but I trust him. I know he'll come. He's not like you talkative heroes. Save everyone. Can you even do that? Nezu. What are you talking about? We know his kind well. He explained it best. He just wants us to talk and he'll take us to prison. That's how they all are. Nezu. What do you think if you talk? I won't take you to prison and I'll give you a new life. That's where the other white-haired girl spoke. We don't need anything coming from dirty heroes like you. Nezu. That's very contemptuous. Besides, there's no such case. Public safety. Multiple deaths, people in Tartar. Doesn't that sound familiar? Nezu. Yavio. He started walking to the door of the place. Nezu. When you realize your true situation, call me. Tell Naomasa to call me. He left the place and together with the other guy they left that place to start going up an elevator. 2 days later, we can see a room full of people, some with minor injuries and others with less serious ones. Nezu. It can't be, they haven't said anything yet. Midnight. Are you sure this is what we should do, Director? Nezu. Of course, we'll make them talk, whether it's fair or foul. Tell Naomasa to bring them. 30 minutes later, we can see 3 girls getting out of a car with a man. They were handcuffed. They entered the large building to go up an elevator and reach an office. They all entered to see all the hero teachers of UA. They were injured, but nothing serious, except for a blonde-haired man. Nezu. Thanks for this, Naomasa. Naomasa. You're welcome, I'll leave without further ado. He left the office and left everyone standing in front of the girls. Then one of them spoke the first line. What do you want? I already told you we won't talk. Nezu. Calm down, we just want you to watch a video. He showed a tablet that showed Melissa. Melissa. I don't know them, but I do know that guy's just using them. He did the same thing to me. The video cut out and the girls now began to doubt. This video is fake. Nezu. Believe it or not, our student herself didn't say that. But hey, what more proof do you want? She hasn't come for you in 2 days. I don't care if the video is true, he saved me and I will serve him until I pay my debt. That's right, the moment you heroes abandoned us, he extended a hand. At that moment, a blonde-haired man stood in front of them. All Might. If he saved them for his own use, they don't owe him anything, please. Tell us what you know about him so we can make him pay. The man seemed very trustworthy and the girls were even more doubtful. Inko. You guys are so stupid. Don't you realize where you are and who the real villain is? Inko. Not only do they let themselves be used, but it seems like I brainwash them. Hazashi. Silenced Inko. Inko. No, I'll wake them up right now. She approached the white-haired girl and was about to throw a big slap when her hand was stopped. Everyone could see how a certain masked man came out of the ground. Izuku. Apart, he threw her against an armchair. I knew he wouldn't leave us. Izuku. Shut up, you're so useless that you let them catch you, I don't need you anymore. Their eyes sparkled and the girls rolled their eyes for a moment before returning to normal and fainting. Nezu. That's the same thing you used at USJ, right? Izuku. That doesn't matter to you, Mouse. He was heading for the door of the place but before that a feather went straight towards him. Where do you think you're going? Izuku. I don't need to do anything else here, you can stay. I don't need you anymore. All Might. May I know why you saved me? Izuku. I didn't do it for you, I did it for that woman. I don't care if you live or die. All Might. Why by nightfall? Izuku. You're so dumb you didn't realize that even though she's a clone, they were controlling her. Besides, we had a score to settle. Nezu. You're his son, aren't you? The masked man just looked at the mouse directly and his eyes began to turn a blood-red color. Izuku. If it were what? Besides, she's already dead and the dead don't talk, right? Hazashi Midoriya. Hazashi. Why do you mention me so much in your dialogues? I have to see. Izuku. Oh, don't you remember? What do you think of this? Her eyes shone, and the space transformed into a forest. Everyone could see the moment Nightfall was killed by Hazashi. To then return to normal. Izuku. So you can see how pathetic and fragile your society is, a scumbag with gifted powers, corrupt heroes, deceit. However, that's a problem I'll take care of. Nezu. Adequan. At that moment, machine guns emerged from the wall and began firing at the black-haired man, but all the bullets went through him. Nezu pressed a button, and a lot of smoke appeared so he and the other heroes could escape. They were running to get out of the building and almost made it but a masked man came out of the roof and stood in front of them. Izuku. I'll take it as self-defense. At that moment, a large man who was generating a blood hammer stood in front of him. Blad. I'll take care of it. Get out of here. The others ran away and he stood in front of the masked man. He lunged at him and tried to strike a powerful blow with the hammer, but the masked man stopped him with one hand and spun around to strike the hero in the abdomen with his open fist, causing fire to burst out. The masked man quickly grabbed the hero's head and slammed it against his knee. Izuku, you're not even good enough to start. He grabbed the hero and gave him a strong blow that sent him through walls and falling out of the building. On the other side of the heroes, one of them with wings saw a man fall. I'll take care of it, Mirko, help me. He and a rabbit set off towards where the hero and the others continued running. The winged man released several of his feathers, which stopped the unconscious hero from falling. But then they saw a shadow peacefully fall. Hawks, take it and secure it, I'll buy you time while you get back. Mirko, understood. She walked out with the man on her back. Izuku, how sad your life is. Hawks, what are you talking about? Izuku, working just to kill, that's the most pitiful thing. Hawks, and you are not the same. Izuku, unfortunately, not for you. I do it on my own, and I'm not a dog. The chicken appeared in front of him with his hand carrying a ball. He was going to hit the ball against the bird's chest, but at the last moment he turned around and hit one of the hero's wings, ruffling the feathers. He then made a hand signal so that many branches came out of his hand and took the chicken by the arms and legs, placing it on a cross. Izuku, fulfill your sins. A branch emerged from the ground and lodged itself in the hero's chest. Blood gushed from his mouth. The masked man was about to leave, but then a rabbit kicked where the chicken was and took it behind her. Mirko, I can't believe you're so weak, damn chicken. She launched herself at the masked man with a massive kick, but he covered her with a single hand. Mirko grabbed that hand and spun around, about to hit him in the back, but she went right through. The boy disappeared into the ground and Mirko was falling to the ground when she was grabbed by the ears and hit with a blue sphere in the chest. She flew out of there. Izuku, what a shame these heroes. He used a black thing to make chains and handcuffs that he placed on her hands. Izuku, I'll finish quickly. Mirko, I'm not afraid of you, weirdo. 5 minutes later, we can see both heroes tied to crosses, one with chains and the other with branches. Both were dripping with blood. Izuku, tisk, that was the only thing he said to disappear from there. Now we can see some teachers who had reached the students' dormitories and managed to warn them of the attack so they could leave. For some reason, the security system wasn't working. Many of the students from the non-hero classes and some from the hero classes had already evacuated. Aizawa, it's only a matter of time before he comes. Inko, you don't think he'll have defeated the top so easily, do you? They were leaving the bedrooms when they came face to face with a masked man. Izuku, finally, you're going out for cheese, dear mice. Aizawa, what do you want? Izuku, Inko Midoriya's head. And put an end to this society. Inko, you're crazy if you think that. Nezu, from what I see, there's no way to resolve this peacefully. Izuku, you guess right. At that, all the UA teachers except All Might, Aizawa, Nezu and the Midoriyas got ready to fight him. Ectoplasm began generating clones of itself. Izuku, sleepy. He crossed his fingers and 10 copies of it came out of it. Izuku, take care of the clones, leave the old ones to me. They all threw themselves at the black-haired man and he just stood there. The first to attack was Midnight with her whip. She was holding the guy's hand out for another teacher to hit him, but just as she was about to receive the blow, her eyes glowed, and she switched places with Midnight. She took the massive blow from Ectoplasm, sending her flying. Now the masked man took out a black mass and with it he created a whip with which he took Ectoplasm and began to spin it. The other teachers took advantage to launch attacks but Izuku hit them using Ectoplasm. In a moment of carelessness, the black-haired man began to be absorbed by 13. He simply turned to look at her and she looked into his eyes, only for her to suddenly unleash her quirk and faint. Izuku, out with the dangerous one. All Might, can't you use your quirk Aizawa? Aizawa, I've already tried. It's impossible. The masked man launched himself at the teachers, creating a large sword and in one step appearing behind Snipe, filling the sword with lightning and delivering a massive slash that made the teacher pray. He disappeared again, and now it was Power Loader's turn. He was impaled by the sword. This surprised everyone. The boy now disappeared again and appeared in front of a newly awakened Midnight. He delivered a powerful blow to her stomach, knocking the wind out of her. He then kneed her, lifting her slightly off the ground. He then turned his sword into a hammer, sending her flying into a dormitory building. He disappeared again, and now it was Ectoplasm's turn. He tried to cover himself, but Izuku cut through him and exchanged the mass for chains, which he used to choke him. The professor lost more and more of the fight until the man let him go. Everyone watched as he sank to the ground and dodged a spear of light. Izuku. Alpha. Izuku. Alpha. Melissa. I'm sorry, Izuku. I thought you were the one who would change everything, however that was my mistake. Melissa appeared in front of him and with a lightsaber tried to cut him, but it only went through the masked man without any damage. Izuku. How pathetic. He now grabbed Melissa by the face and slammed her against the ground and threw her until she crashed into a building. He was recovering, but before that a blonde-haired woman appeared in front of him about to kick him hard, but he ducked and dodged and then took out a blue sphere and hit the girl in the back. She flew off again but quickly appeared in front of him again, defending the teachers. Behind them came even more boys. Some of them were familiar to the black-haired man. He simply lowered his fighting stance and relaxed. Izuku. Finally, I have them all. Alpha. Please stop. Izuku. Your attempt to make me change won't work. Alpha. Then I'm sorry about this. She appeared before him and with a sword of light pierced where his heart should have been. She returned. Thus, she undid her sword. Everyone present could hear something. Izuku. Ha ha ha. See. Alpha. Nezu. That's impossible. Izuku. His hole began to fill as if nothing had happened. All Might. It can't be. The masked man now made his eyes glow, and then Alpha was pulled towards him. He pulled a branch from his arm and slashed, drawing blood from the girl, and she disappeared into particles of light. What was not expected was that when a masked man appeared, he would come out of the apartment and hit him in the stomach with a blue sphere. She flew out of there but recovered quickly. The masked man appeared in front of her. They both began to fight. He made them pass through several kicks since they were very dangerous. He made a hand sign with his hand and his arm generated a fist of fire which hit the girl in the jaw. She did a little spin in the air to recover but was met with a lightning bolt straight to her chest. She ducked to dodge it. She also created a sword of light and quickly stood up to slash at the boy's chest, who became intangible. They both stepped back. Alpha was a little tired. While she wasn't hurt, she still hadn't recovered from the USJ. What the masked man and no one else expected was a shadow appearing next to the blonde. Melissa. What are you doing here? Delta. I came to help. I don't owe you anything anymore. I'm free to do whatever I want. Izuku. I see you've already decided. He made his eyes shine in a skeleton. Izuku. Balamos. They threw themselves at him and the moment they touched the skeleton they were pushed back. The skeleton began to take out some hands. Out of nowhere the masked man lunged at them and grabbed them with both hands and began to squeeze them. They let out a great scream when they couldn't get out. At that, they were released when a wave hit the skeleton's hand. Izuku turned to the side and looked at the three big ones. They were joined by several boys from the hero classes. The skeleton began to fall apart. Izuku. I have more fun this way. He created a sword with that black thing that came out of his hands and filled it with black lightning. Izuku. Yay. He was replaced by one of the boys in the class and slashed a red-haired boy from behind. He managed to cover himself, but it felt like steel. The others, seeing him there, launched themselves at him, but all their attacks pierced him. He sank to the ground. Mirio. He also has intangibility, which is his gift. Someone spoke up about that. Aizawa. I noticed something. His eyes changed color. He must see something. Melissa. Yes. Izuku. Stop talking. The black thing fell apart and many stakes came out of its arms. He started running at the boys, breaking the ground wherever he went. He broke a stake from his arm. The boys also jumped. Izuku jumped on them and started spinning the stake, then threw it at some students. As the stake went into the sky, he crossed his fingers and they became 100. A boy created a wall of ice that covered everything, but it left a trail of smoke. He took advantage of that and got into the ground to appear behind a girl who had a jack in her ears. He took out a stake and buried it in the girl's leg. Everyone heard her scream, but when they saw her, they only saw the stake. Izuku appeared in front of them again and waved his hand to clear the smoke. He started making hand signs and throwing fireballs. The same boy again created a wall of ice, but it was not enough because the balls passed through the ice easily, creating a lot of smoke again. Again, the masked man made several signs and began to release a white substance from his hands. He moved among all the students. He dispersed the smoke again, and everyone saw that they were trapped in a white thing. Izuku, you know it's very flammable and can be used to glue things together. Mouse. Nezu. It won't be. Izuku. That's right, he took out a stake and it burst full of blue fire. Izuku. You remember, don't you, Masami? He threw the stake at the white thing, and it burst into flames, slightly incinerating all the students there. He would have done more, but someone started absorbing the fire. Masami. You won't get away with this. Izuku. I already did it. His eyes lit up, and he started to raise his arm. Many rocks also began to rise, including the ones the students were stuck to. Najire. What is this? Melissa. I've never seen anything like this. Delta. Great. When the rocks reached a certain height, he clenched his fist and the rocks began to come together violently. Seeing this, the students began to try to break free, but it was too late because they had already hit the large rock. Izuku. Still missing. He began to tighten his grip even more, and many screams began to be heard. Mirio became intangible and tried to escape, but something was preventing him from leaving the orbit of the large rock. He crossed his fingers and from there came 5 clones of him. All Might. No matter how many they are, they can't win, evil never wins. Izuku. Whoever told you that is lying, hee. A large skeleton began to form around him. It sprouted legs and muscles, transforming it from a skeleton. It will then become filled with a body and armor. Izuku. Do you want 1 or 5? All Might. I told you so. Izuku. 5 there will be. The clones started doing the same thing as the original, surprising everyone. The original began to move his arm and from there he took out a sword and a shield. Izuku. Balamos. All Might lunged forward and threw a huge punch at that blue thing and everyone could see how the blow hadn't scratched him at all. The next to charge was a boy with hair like an explosion. He released lightning from his body, and when he touched the skeleton, he let out a huge explosion. The other students also launched an attack. Mirio tried to break through the skeleton's defenses, but it was impossible, so he just started throwing punches. Najire generated a large wave that she threw, but the skeleton swung its sword and swallowed the attack. Aizawa. That sword is very dangerous, step back. Director. Ideas. Nezu. A joint attack. Aizawa. You heard it. Everyone started to do their best attacks but something that surprised them a lot was that the other 5 skeletons disappeared and only the one with the sword remained. Inko. This will be easier. The skeleton began to generate a crossbow and an arrow. This arrow began to fill with black rays. Izuku. Let's see if this is your size. He charged and launched the arrow. The UA team also followed suit and launched a massive attack. As they collided, they began to generate a huge amount of light. 1 minute later everyone could see again and saw that the skeleton was as if nothing had happened and the arrow was behind them. Kendo. We just deflect it. The great skeleton began to fall apart. Inko. Don't you see, he must be very tired. This is our chance. She pulled rocks out of the ground and threw them at the villain. This one just dodged them all. Inko. Became intangible again. Nezu. Just dodged them. Izuku. Let's finish this. He put his hand out in front of him and attracted a dwarf boy from the hero classes and when he was close he pulled a black tube out of his hand that pierced the boy. Izuku. How pathetic. He threw the boy to the side and he began to bleed out. All Might, seeing this, couldn't resist and jumped. He was about to hit him but was knocked back against one of the dormitory buildings, which were a bit far away. Kendo. What was that? Bakugo. Tisk. He began to release lightning from his body and All Might appeared next to him. All Might. Let's take care of it. He and the explosive quickly launched themselves at the villain and began unleashing blows, which he dodged and sometimes simply went invincible. After a few seconds, he repelled them again. But this time, he pulled all might in and delivered a massive slap that sent him flying. Bakugo appeared in front of him and tried to hit him, but Izuku jumped back and kicked him in the face that sent Bakugo to the ground. He took out a stake and was going to bury it, but then an All Might appeared and hit the masked man that sent him flying. He recomposed himself in the air and could see how All Might appeared above him and gave him a great blow that threw him to the ground. Everyone was moved to see this. But the boy pulled himself together again. He now quickly appeared in front of All Might and was about to stab him with a tube of black stuff, but All Might dodged it and punched the boy who crossed him. He was about to turn around but was met with a massive punch from Bakugo straight to his mask. He stepped back and everyone could see how his mask was cracking and drooping a little. He quickly put it on and launched himself at the two again. Nezu. Hide something. Nezu. Listen to me, help All Might and the young man. We need to break his mask. Everyone heard that and they too went on the attack. The young man began to move skillfully among them all. 5 minutes later several boys were badly injured, but there were still many left. They were the big three. All Might and the remaining teachers, Melissa and Delta. Bakugo, Masami and Kendo. Izuku. I had a lot of fun. But, he was about to continue speaking, but two women appeared in front of him. Both, to everyone's surprise, had their bodies glowing. They struck hard, sending the man flying. The guy stopped in midair, but realized something. Everyone also watched as the guy's mask shattered. Music for the rest of the chapter. Everyone was watching the pieces of the mask fall to the ground. They all looked up and could see. Some people were reminded of the face and the red eyes together. Nezu. A teenage girl. Aizawa. All this time our biggest problem was a brat. All Might. He doesn't even look like he's of legal age. Alpha. I imagined it differently. Delta. He's very handsome. Izuku. Sighing. It's all over. He quickly pulled Delta over and pulled out a tube to impale her on the ground and then shoot lightning through it. He quickly made hand seals and appeared in front of Melissa with his hand full of lightning and pierced her through the stomach. After that he pulled out his fist and the girl fell to the ground. The teachers were about to jump, but before they could, the boy made hand seals and branches began to sprout from the ground, grabbing the students and teachers who were still standing. Izuku. Goodbye, he signaled, and a large stake was sticking out of nowhere. Some felt it brushing against their backs and tried to free themselves. Izuku. Best words. All Might. Why are you doing all this? The stake went right through him. Izuku. My heart was ripped out, I just did it too. All Might spat blood from his mouth and everyone could see how he began to close his eyes. Several of them screamed. Izuku. What a waste. Someone else. Aizawa. Damn brat. Izuku. Bad choice. He too was pierced by the large stake and again screams and some crying began to be heard. Bakugo. Damn coward, let me go and I'll kill you right now. Izuku. Interesting. Let's see how much the great Katsuki Bakugo has grown. The branches holding him up shattered, and he was thrown at Izuku. Izuku stopped the blow, but I don't know what he expected Bakugo to let out a huge explosion. Smoke was filling everyone's eyes. Bakugo was confident and started throwing a lot of explosions, but Izuku was already behind him. Bakugo appeared between him and pulled out some chains to grab him by the neck and send him tumbling to the ground. That caused the smoke to disperse and everyone could see how the young hero was on the ground. Izuku. I see why you were doing this. It feels great to see people asking for help and no one giving it to them. Or don't you think so? Bakugo. Let me go. I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku. Don't you remember? Don't you remember that you were the bully of half the school? Remember? Bakugo. No, I know what you're talking about. Closing his eyes. Izuku. What's wrong, great Katsuki Bakugo? Can't you breathe? Bakugo. Bad. At that a loud scream was heard throughout the place. Masami. Let it go. Izuku. Oh, it's important to you. I see. He stopped choking the boy but now he started to lift him up. He created a big tree and tied Bakugo with chains. Izuku. Tell me, Masami. Where do you want it? Masami. Let me out shedding tears. Izuku. Oh, what happened to the big badass girl from before? He created a large tube and fitted it into Bakugo's leg. Bakugo. Ah, damn coward. Izuku. Does anyone want another place? Nezu. I'll do whatever you want but leave my students alone. Izuku. Once I kill you, I don't need you anymore. Besides, I'm having the time of my life. He stuck a tube in Bakugo's hand. Masami. Enough. Enough, please, crying. Izuku. What's wrong? It hurts to see this. He nailed another tube into Bakugo's leg. Bakugo. Ah. Masami. Stop, please. I'll do anything, but please leave it. Izuku. Let's play a game then. He let go of the girl and pulled her towards him. Izuku. If you resist without screaming, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Masami. It's okay. Izuku. Look good, Bakugo. He approached the girl and took one of her hands. Izuku. List. The girl just nodded. He broke one of the girl's fingers and she managed not to scream in pain. The boy continued breaking each of the fingers until only one was missing. Izuku. Oh, Mira. Everyone could see how the girl's hand returned to normal. Masami. That's cheating. Izuku. Is it? He broke the girl's finger and now she started screaming in pain. Everyone closed their eyes, only to open them quickly. Izuku. Too bad. Say goodbye. He approached Bakugo and now took out a tube again, but this one was longer and sharper. Izuku. For everything you've made me suffer. Masami. Para. Izuku. Say goodbye to your miserable life. Katsuki Bakugo. He was going to throw the tube at the boy, but before that happened. Enough, Izuku. Everyone looked at a green-haired woman hanging there. Inko. Enough, Izuku. I know it's you. I recognize those eyes. My son's eyes. Izuku. Inko Midoriya. You have no right to call me that. He dropped the tube and started to approach the woman. Inko. How did you end up like this? Izuku. Don't you remember? Look at me. Inko. Hio. Izuku. Shut up and look at me. You turned me into this. Or don't you remember when you and that damn bitch pointing at Masami did this to me? Inko. Her. Izuku. It's too late for an apology. Now watch me take down what matters most to you in life. Watch me take down your beloved daughter. Inko. Izuku. Izuku. You're no one to call me that. Look closely, Inko Midoriya. He began to walk slowly towards the girl, and as he did so we could see how he was taking out a sword, which he filled with fire. Izuku. Remember when you did the same thing to me? Or you don't care why, we weren't brothers. He arrived in front of the girl. Inko. Izuku, no. Basta. Hazashi. Izuku, you're not like that. Izuku. I'm going to enjoy this so much. Goodbye, dear little sister. He brought the sword down straight at the girl's neck. The whole world didn't exist. Despite the screams, he had a big smile on his face. We can see how everyone was attentive to the moment the boy's sword came down. Izuku. Finally, the sword was already at the girl's neck. She closed her eyes, but before this could happen a sword of light stopped the attack. The boy with the red eyes quickly looked up. Izuku. Alpha. Damn. The girl quickly moved and unleashed a great kick that sent the boy flying. After two, she moved at the speed of light and unleashed everyone. Inko. Masami. She ran to hug her precious daughter. Masami. I was very scared. At that, a body was heard falling to the ground, several of them being Bakugo, Aizawa, and All Might. Nezu. It can't be. They're losing too much blood. Inko. It's all that bastard's fault. Hazashi. Take care. The man just started walking. At that moment, a masked man appeared in front of him. Izuku. I'm done. I won't let anyone else interrupt my revenge. His eyes began to shine even brighter. He created a sword and in one step appeared in front of Hazashi. He unleashed a great slash that the man barely managed to cover. Izuku disappeared again, but now behind him. Once again, the hero managed to cover himself, but everyone could see how blood began to fall to the ground and then a finger fell. Izuku. How pathetic. Inko. What are you doing? Why aren't you attacking? Izuku started to constantly attack Hazashi and he just covered himself. Hazashi. Listen, Izuku. We've done a lot to you, but think again. It's not too late to change. The boy stopped dead in his tracks upon hearing that. Izuku. Isn't it late? It's 17 years late. Since I was born, you have ruined everything. Everything. You killed my parents not once, but twice. That wasn't enough for you. You sold me out to pay off your damn wife and daughter's debts. Look at me. You did this to me. I'm a monster because of you. For years, I endured being beaten by that damn Katsuki and my sister. When I had finally found friends, you took everything from me. Everyone heard that and was stunned. Hazashi. We forgive you, son. Izuku. No, I will never forgive you. Hazashi. Izu. Before finishing that word he looked down to see a sword tucked into his chest. Izuku. See you in hell. He pulled out his sword and after that, with a great movement, he turned it and slashed right at the man's neck. Everyone saw how in a second the man's head fell to the ground and his limbs too. The boy just walked past and started walking towards them. Izuku. I don't care about any stupid hero society anymore. I just want to kill the Midoriyas. The two green-haired women were in shock. Their father and husband was dead and done in the Tamaulipas style. Nezu. It can't be. The boy quickly moved around the place and appeared in front of both women. Izuku. Go say hello to him. He swung a long sword but before hitting the women he was stopped. Alpha. Has lost his mind. The boy just looked at her. Izuku. Let's get this over with. He swung his sword and charged at the girl. She dodged by ducking and then kicked the boy in the head, which he covered. Everyone else started to step back to try to heal the wounded. The black-haired boy and the blonde-haired girl were just fighting fiercely until everyone saw a person start to get up. She started walking toward her father's body and touched it. Then she looked at her hand and it was covered in blood. She only opened her eyes because of the fear she felt. Right next to her a lightsaber passed followed by a blonde-haired girl. She watched as the boy followed the blonde. Masami. You'll pay for this. She stood up and started walking to where the two boys were fighting. They stopped for a moment to see how she was coming. Masami. I'm joining. Excuse me. She put her hands together and from there she pulled out a sword of blue fire. She quickly launched herself at the boy, but he simply covered himself and delivered a direct blow to her jaw, sending her to the ground. But Alpha took advantage of that and quickly appeared in front of him and tried to hit him, but only went straight through. He created chains and grabbed both of them, sending them flying. Then he took out a skeleton and a large spear. He launched the attack, which hit the girls squarely, sending them flying into the main building. He created a complete skeleton that grew wings and began to fly. Nezu. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to take the wounded somewhere else. Let's go. All the boys accepted. With Izuku, he was flying on his Susanoo until a lightsaber struck him. He looked over and saw both girls preparing a fire and light attack. They launched it, and Izuku simply undid the Susanoo and began to float. Izuku. Come back. A wave came out of him and the attack of both women bounced directly towards them. Both of them dodged everything but before they could recover they were grabbed by the foot by our protagonist who buried them in the ground. Izuku appeared in front of them. Izuku. Don't you understand that you can't win? Masami. Shut up, you bastard. You killed our father. What the hell is wrong with you? Izuku. Don't be mistaken. Your father, remember, we're not brothers. Masami. I'm already angry at that phrase. She shot out of the ground and, with a flaming sword in hand, pierced the boy. He, naked, grabbed her by the hair and brought her to the ground. Izuku. How pathetic. What I don't know, I hope, is that a blonde-haired girl appeared behind him and with a big blow which managed to cover, he moved away from the girl. Alpha. To win, you have to work together. Or at least make time. Masami. Shut up, I just want to kill him. Alpha. Let's go then. They created some swords and launched themselves. The three of them clashed handcuffs and then disappeared. In the air, only trails and clashing swords could be seen. Everyone watching this was incredible. They passed through the bedrooms and were all reduced to ash in an instant. That is, until the three of them could be seen in the air. Izuku. Move away. A shock wave came out of him and pushed the two girls away. Then he flew through them and they started clashing swords again until he appeared in the sky again but now he kicked Masami to the ground. She quickly let out fire and recovered to cut herself off again. That was until after a few moments the three appeared on top of the main building of the UA. Masami. We'll end it here. Alpha. I'll distract him. She launched herself at him, and they began to spar, until he landed a knee strike on her or landed a punch in the jaw. What he didn't expect was for a green-haired girl to appear next to him and unleash her powerful attack. The attack lit up the entire sky as far as the students could see. Inko. That was Masami. A large amount of smoke had been produced in the place until the boy, with a movement, grabbed the two and threw them to the ground, dispersing the smoke. Izuku. You were going to kill me, weren't you? He hit both girls' abdomens hard, letting out a loud cry of pain. Izuku. I'm stepping on trash. The floor was back, but now the ground and the building began to crack. The scream was heard again, but now it was louder. Nezu. What's going on up there? The boy started walking away from both girls and they just stood up. Masami. Where are you going? Izuku. That doesn't matter to you. Masami. No matter where you go, thousands of heroes will already be looking for you. The press must have recorded everything. You'll never be able to rest. I'll make sure you pay for everything you've done to me. Damn you. You'll rot in jail. I swear that when I become a hero I'll keep my promise. Izuku. Ha ha ha. Masami. You have to because you know it's true, you have nowhere else to run. The place fell completely silent. At that moment, a loud laugh could be heard all over the sky. Izuku. Run away. Izuku. Who? Where to? Because. The sky of the place began to fill with a blue trail surrounding the entire perimeter of the UA. Everyone was surprised and scared. Izuku. Games are over. Masami. What is this? Alpha. I don't know. But it's dangerous. Izuku. Once upon a time, there was a young man who wanted to resist an atomic bomb. Izuku. However, no matter what he did, his body couldn't handle it. So he took the only option available. He trained and trained until he finally became the bomb. Masami. That shit. Izuku. Watch carefully. I'll end your entire pathetic life in a second. Masami Midoriya. He raised his sword and the area began to glow even brighter. He lowered his sword and the whole place was filled with a great white light, leaving everyone blind. All the people in the city could see how the sky cleared and a great light shone in the distance. 1. What is that? 2. Where it comes from. Many people began to head toward the light, including many heroes. When they all arrived, they saw a large crowd. The heroes approached to see the UA teachers. Mirko. What happened, Mouse? Nezu. Lala Ua. She turned to the side and saw that there was a crater in the ground. In that we see how some particles of light appear in front of them. Melissa. I'm sorry. She threw the green-haired girl she was carrying on her back and fell to the ground spitting out a lot of blood. We can see a black-haired man on top of a building. Izuku. It was great looking at his hand one less Midoriya. He disappeared from there without leaving any trace. 4 days later, we can watch a television. Reporter. Well, that's the weather today. Looks like it's going to be a great day. Reporter. For those who didn't have a good day, it was for those at the UA, right? Reporter. Yes, reporter. I can't believe the best school for heroes would allow this to happen. Weren't they supposed to have top-notch security? It wasn't enough that they were attacked first. Reporter. Hey, reporter. If my son were at the UA I would definitely take him out of there. The television turned off and a man on a throne could be seen. Izuku. Perfect, using the Kotomatsukami on that reporter did the trick. We then see several women with strollers enter the room, followed by a black-haired woman. The young man just looked at them. The woman in black and the others knelt before him. Gamma. Good morning my lord. Izuku. Did something happen Gamma? Gamma. Yes, they finally accepted. Now without the Midoriyas they finally agreed to let us enter UA. Izuku. Details. Gamma. We offered them the opportunity to provide financial and labor support to help them fix up the campus, and they accepted due to their situation. Izuku. That means my plan was perfect. Now, request that construction start soon. Take the girls and then come. Gamma. At your service, my lord. Please enjoy the food we brought. And yes, there's Katsudon. Izuku. Good. The woman left and the boy stood up from the throne. Izuku. Gamma. The only one. Now let's go to a hospital. In one room were several students, and in another, several teachers. We met a little mouse in front of Aizawa. Nezu. If I had gone with him, none of this would have happened. In this you can see how someone knocks on the door and then opens it to reveal a black-haired woman. Nezu looked at the woman and just walked towards her. Nezu. I'm sorry we're in a situation like this. I'd normally see you in my office. Don't worry. But how about we go somewhere else to talk? A friend of mine lent us her office. Nezu. Let's go. They left the room and walked toward an elevator to get to the office. Once there the woman sat on one side and the mouse on the other. Ah, okay. Let's begin. Nezu. Bien. I want to help rebuild the UA. Nezu. How so? He's been insisting for a long time. The UA is antiquated and old. For one thing, there are many good gifts that are wasted. Second, low security. Third, incompetent students. Nezu. I ask you not to talk about our students like that. Sorry, but it's a reality. Nezu. Fine. But don't say that again. As for the other stuff, I thought we had the best of it. The best is never the strongest. It doesn't matter if a person has the power to blow up a city if they don't have the intelligence. Nezu. I agree with that. Well, now these are my plans for the new UA. Nezu. I hear you. The UA is a renowned school that's losing everything. The first step is to talk to the media. Second, report on our attacker. I know you have all the details. Nezu. Are you sure? They're heroes. They should inform the people. If it makes them feel safer, I'll be there too. Now after that we will start with the new buildings and also the start of the sports festival. I don't know. The UA must be like a great and fierce phoenix rising and flying high. Nezu. I agree with you on that. A simple attack won't defeat us, but this one was supposed to take place in a month and a half. There's nothing left. I'll take care of that. That's what I'm here for. I'm offering all the money from the restoration of the UA buildings, but also the labor. Nezu. Sounds good, but I have a feeling it won't be free. What do you want? Let's get to the point. Within the UA, I only ask to be taken into account in decisions and to have a contract with me. I need faces for my company. What better than an alliance? Second, I need a favor. Nezu. What kind of favor? Look, I have a very unruly nephew. I'd like to apply and get him into the UA. What do you think? That's all. Nezu. In serio? Yes. Nezu. Do it. Fine. I'll start the preparations first thing tomorrow morning. I need you to come to the place where the UA was in 2 days to start. Nezu. I'll be there. Okay, now take it. She took out a tube with some liquid and gave it to the mouse. Nezu. And this? Just give it to your teachers. I wouldn't want any of them to die. That was the last thing he said before leaving the room and starting to walk hand in hand with 2 very pretty guards. Nezu. What could this be? 2 days later, we can see a man on a throne, and I'm not talking about a bathroom. Izuku. Everything's going great. Second stage, completed. The third begins. Hours later, we can see a woman getting out of a limousine wearing sunglasses and a hat. In the distance, she saw several UA professors, including the director. The woman walked towards her calmly. Good morning. Nezu. Nice to meet you, miss. Nice to see you again. I'm wondering the same. Aizawa. And who is there? Nezu. She's the one who will help us with the UA issue. Midnight. So she is? My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. Taking off his glasses and hat. Luna Mitsugashi, director of the Garden Foundation. Director and owner of Mitsugashi Companies. Inko. Were you the one competing with us? Luna. I was competing, now I'm on top. I'm sorry. Inko. Tisk. Luna. By the way, I'm sorry about your husband. So, what's up? Nezu. On repair. Luna. True. Nezu. Asterisk is very distracted. Aizawa. Will you do all the work alone? Luna. Ha ha ha, of course not. I could, but I wouldn't want to ruin my nails. That's what they're for. As expected, many construction machines followed her.
They stopped in front of the teachers.
Aizawa. That alone won't get us through to the festival. Luna. You're very talkative, aren't you? Girls. Thousands of women came out of the machines and stood behind the one with the black-blue hair.
Luna. This is my part of the deal. I'll leave it in your hands, girls. You know what to do. I'll talk to the adults, but let me help.
She walked over to the large crater and touched it. Nezu. What does he do? Moon. Earth. Saying that, the crater began to fill completely and leave a smooth floor again, leaving everyone very surprised. Girls. Thank you very much, Mrs. Moon. Luna. You're welcome. Give it your best. Now you come with me. She loaded everyone into her limo and they headed to a large building. Upon arrival, they walked right into the woman's office.
If you see me telling you about my plans for the UA. There's a slight change. The name. Nezu. How? Luna. I like the name UA, but it's so empty and unfunny. So we decided to call it that.
The heroic capital. Better known as. We return to the large office where we see a blue-black-haired woman looking out the large window of the room. Luna. Alexandria. All. What? Nezu. Excuse me, miss, but that's impossible. Luna. It isn't. Nothing is impossible in this life, especially not for the most intelligent being in the world, right? Aizawa. One question, why Alexandria? Luna. How misinformed. You see, it dates back to the era when the monarchy still existed. Many people take it as a legend, but I believe it. The story tells of how a great dragon destroyed the kingdom. The descendants of the kings of that kingdom sought revenge against the dragon. Thousands of years later, a person with extraordinary power defeated the great dragon. He took over the kingdom and named it Alexandria.
Alexandria means a new beginning. The kingdom that rises from the ashes after the defeat of the dragon.
Aizawa. A very nice story and all, but what has to do with heroes? I mean, it's nothing.
Luna. You're very annoying. However, you're right, it has nothing to do with heroes, but that's the point. Not everything in life is heroes and villains, you know. I mean, look at me. At 20, I'm the most important multimillionaire in several countries. Luna. Alexandria, although it will be the capital of heroism, will not be just that. There will also be different courses like in the normal UA, only improved. Nezu. That's very ambitious. Luna. Yes, in life, you need that hunger to want to take on the world. Something they didn't have with the Midoriyas, with respect. Inko. Hey, Luna. Well, that would be the first thing. Just to be clear, UA will be the part of Alexandria that will be in charge of the heroes as such. Aizawa. It doesn't sound so bad. Blad. Well Luna. The second thing that will change will be the exams. Midnight. What's wrong with them? Luna. Everything. To start, tell me, Eraserhead, when you took your exam, how did it go? Aizawa. They didn't let me take the exam because of my gift. I had to enter generals and then heroes. Luna. That's exactly it. Tests only serve to identify gifts with destructive power. Tell me what happens to those who don't seem to have that destructive power, but why don't they know how to use it? Nezu. So what do you propose? Luna. Taking 2 exams, choosing the ones with the best grades from both and balancing the classes, doesn't mean that the study will be different. However, we will make those with destructive power learn intelligence and those with intelligence learn destructive power. Aizawa. Isn't it very dangerous? I mean, they're teenagers. Blad. Aizawa is right, they are just teenagers who don't know about life. Luna. Ha ha ha, what a great joke. Tell me why you think that about young people. I'll give you an example, my own. Luna. My parents abandoned me when I was 14. For years, I was wandering around the slums trying to survive. I learned about life the hard way. My point is that young people have one handicap, their age. Age is just a number. Age is relative. Young people will always have that attachment. You're too young. You don't know. You lack experience. What is experience? Ectoplasm. Is having experiences and generating knowledge based on that. Luna. Good, but a little bad. Experience isn't always about generating knowledge. Let's take another example. What happened at the University of AA left a mark on everyone. I can assure you of one thing. Most of you and your students are thinking about one thing. Revenge. Everyone looked at her a little surprised. Luna. He, I got it right. The point is, they've already generated the experiences, but not the knowledge. They have, however, gained experience. But they'll almost always do so through ectoplasm. With that said, the exams are over. Is everyone in agreement? Midnight. You are. Aizawa. Nezu. That's very surprising. I can see why he became like that. Luna. Thank you. Ink. Sigh smugly. Luna. Third. Security. I'll take care of security. It'll be 100 times what it already was. But they don't care how. Nezu. We leave it in your hands. Luna. Fourth. Back to school. All current UA students will be able to take the exam to transfer classes. I don't care if they've already earned it. I have to see if they earn it, and the best way to do it is with the festival. Luna. Well, how about a break and we can keep talking? These things are hard to do. I'll call for them to bring something. If you want, you can see how the new academy is going from here. They approached the window and could see how the women in the distance created a large wall just by touching the ground. Nezu. How do they have so much power and we didn't know? Asterisk. Luna. Okay, now they'll bring the tea. Shall we continue? I don't know. Luna. Fifth, tell me how and who destroyed UA. Aizawa. Excuse me for butting in, but that's classified information. Luna. How lazy. Nezu. Please. Nezu. Aizawa. About that all this will be made public. Aizawa. K. Luna. Heroes must not lie to their society that loves them so much. Blad. But what can we say? Nezu. The one who destroyed had a special grudge against someone. Everyone looked at the green-haired war. Inko. What? Nezu. What happened to that boy? Inko. I don't know, I can't place it. Nezu. Don't lie, you called him son. Inko. Tisk. Nezu. Tell us the truth. For the memory of your husband. Inko. Bien. Minutes later. Nezu. Why did you do that? Don't you see what that guy did to Ua? Did you not think he could be a big threat? Inko. No, her quirk only changed the color of her eyes. Recovery girl told me. Nezu. I'll call her. But anyway, now we know why she destroyed everything. Luna. What a great story. This will definitely be the best. Inko. They won't tell this, right? Blad. Even though it hurts, I think it's best to hide it. Luna. No, we'll have to first destroy their hopes for the heroes and then rebuild them. Look, if the guy comes out first and talks about this, the hero society will strike against the heroes. We'll do it by cutting them up and putting them back together. Nezu. Like an operation. Luna. Yes, I'll take care of that. But I need you to tell me everything. Aizawa. This is very tedious. Luna. Yes, but it's necessary. Nezu. Now that one is still trying. Luna. I think it's just the dormitory issue. And the new infrastructure. Luna. To start with, the glass is all pretty but not very functional. That will be changed. Then the bedrooms will also have improved security and infrastructure. Nezu. How? Luna. We'll give students a place to truly feel at home. With the luxuries and necessities. Nezu. Well, just that the UA funds are a little. Luna. I've got that covered too. Don't worry, I know about your situation. Luna. The academy will have fully equipped study centers, as well as training camps and more appropriate training. Aizawa. Are you implying that it's not enough? Luna. It's enough, not the best. If we want to be the best, we have to give our best. It's a little weird because it may seem like we're trying to exploit them, but we need to do this. Midnight. I like it. Luna. I think this will be the last, but the uniform, the gym uniform, is the worst. It looks really ugly. Nezu. Sad face. Luna. Don't get me wrong, they won't be up to scratch when Alexandria is ready, that's why I'm proposing this. At that moment, a woman came into the room on a cart. Luna. She is my dearest friend and companion, she has created a very special outfit. She pointed at the wall and out came a suit. Luna. This suit has a good lining. And it's very flexible. Aizawa. But the black color isn't something. I mean with the sun. Luna. There it is. This one has a UV coating. It also bonds to its wearer. Midnight. Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? It looks like leather. Moon. On the contrary. This is attached to the body and makes it look like a very thin layer. To the person, it will seem like you're not wearing any clothes. But to others, it will be a very elegant suit. Nezu. I like the idea. By the way, was she the one who developed what you gave me the other day? Moon. And the mouse went and crouched down in front of the woman. Nezu. Thank you very much. Thanks to you, we managed to save several of the teachers. I owe you my life. The woman just looked at him without saying anything. Luna. Sorry, she's not very expressive or friendly either, but I know she accepts your thanks. The woman in the cart signaled to be taken out. Luna. That would be all. Sorry if there are too many changes. Nezu. No problem, after all he's helped us a lot. Luna. Hee, like I was saying. Alexandria should be ready in a month and a half. Before the school festival, the conference to explain the whole situation will be held in a week. I'll attend myself. See you then. Nezu. With that said, we'll leave. Luna. Don't forget my favor, Director Nezu. Nezu. Claro. After saying that, the mouse and the other teachers left the building. 1 week later, everyone was wondering what was happening behind the large walls that were where the UA used to be. Reporter. Here we are, standing in front of the Great Walls. They were created by a gift. Could there be something new? Reporter. Thank you very much for your contribution, colleague, although I think it will only be a matter of rebuilding everything. Reporter 2. You're right. But what will they do now? There was a lot of damage. I don't think there's that much funding. Reporter. You're right. Wait. Reporter. What's going on? Reporter. Our colleague Jorge brings us some exclusives. Let's go with you, Jorge. Jorge. Thank you very much, mate. We're meeting inside the Hardin Foundation. More specifically, in a large room. It's full of reporters, but we have an exclusive. On the screen behind the journalist, several people in very formal suits can be seen entering. Nezu. It's a pleasure to have you here. Let me introduce myself. I'm Nezu, the headmaster of UA. At that the room filled with flashes. And then one of the journalists spoke. Here, excuse me, director. What's this for and why is this here? Nezu. We'll explain that first. Luna. Let's first talk about why we're here. The director and I have signed an agreement. 1. Who are you? Luna. Let me introduce myself. I am the owner of everything you are seeing now. 2. Why is all this? Can we trust you? Not that you were the best. Luna. That's why I hate journalists. Director continued. Nezu. We came to talk about UA. As you know, UA currently does not exist, it was erased from existence by a person. At that moment a screen came down and everyone looked at a photo. Nezu. Alias unknown. Currently unknown quirk. Name only. Izuku Midoriya. This person erased the entire UA in one afternoon. That surprised everyone because it looked like a photo of a teenager. 3. Are you saying a kid beat them? How pathetic heroes are. 4. Midoriya. Is that why they stopped allying with them and now they went back to gardening? Nezu. First of all, more respect, and second, no. The Midoriyas are still good friends. That guy's situation is different. Inko. Give me a present, so Inko Midoriya. 4. Are you the mother? Inko. No, my late husband and I adopted Izuku at his sister's request. She died, and he grew up with us. 4. Why did he do that then? Inko. It's my fault. He wasn't the happiest kid. But everything changed when he distanced himself. The Midoriya company was going through some really tough times, and then we got an offer. The offer was to sell our son for an experiment. My husband didn't want to, but it was the only option. 3. Are you saying that we can't feel safe because of you? Because of money. At that everyone in the room started talking. Moon. Silence. The room immediately fell silent and she stood up. Luna. First of all, I know she did very wrong. That will always weigh on her conscience, but you guys are worse. Tell me, when a hero suffers, who saves him? None of you do. Luna. But that's not the point, not being able to feel safe. That's what I'm here for. Nezu. Here comes the main topic. I know we owe everyone an apology. It doesn't fix anything, but we promise to improve. Now, Miss Moon. Luna. Yes, they admire. The screen changed and a video was shown. Luna. Project Alexandria, the most ambitious project in the world. Alexandria. It will be a miniature city. It will consist of 4 parts. Within each, there will be a special module for each type of person. But this will only be for students. As of today, the UA no longer exists. Alexandria will be a student city. The best in the world. 3. That's what matters to us. We want security. Luna. Silence, or is it that you don't want to improve? I mean, there are many people like you who complain about everything. But when there's a problem that threatens everyone, what do? You just hide. Alexandria is the future of heroes, the future of society. Walk toward the sun, and the shadows will always be behind you. Luna. I can't assure you that trusting in today's hero society is the most important thing. But in your words, it seems like that's all you have. You don't have the strength or the ability to go far. Unlike me, I'm not just lending a hand to the future and another to the present. I am the chains that will bind the world together. Hearing all this, the reporter remained silent. Luna. That's great. The point of all this is to report on the new student city. This could also be a refuge in extreme cases. Don't worry about security. I sorted that out myself. Anyone can enter Alexandria, of course, if they want to improve themselves and reach the future. Did you understand? Reporter number 3. 3. Yes, ma'am. Nezu. Poor thing. Luna. That's all. Remember, the future is in the palm of our hands. It's up to us whether we destroy it or not. Saying that, she left the room with the UA teachers. Jorge. Wow, what strong statements. I don't know what it will be like, but just listening to this future sounds great. The signal cut out and returned to where the original reporters were. Reporter. Wow, what do you think? Reporter. I feel a little sorry for the boy who was silenced. It's been a month since the press conference, where various topics were discussed, but especially the new hero school. Many people have begun to theorize about what it will be like. New doubts have also arisen, especially from people who oppose it. Now we find ourselves in a very dark room. We see a black and blue-haired woman standing in front of a throne. Gamma. Good morning, my lord. Izuku. Stop with the Gamma games, what do you want? Gamma. I wanted to tell you about the hero school. Izuku. Gamma. It's practically rebuilt and just needs to be reopened. But that's not the case. Izuku. Then, Gamma. I have made a decision for myself, you will enter the UA. Izuku. What, Gamma? I have asked you to enter the UA in order to rebuild everything, and they gladly accepted. Izuku. Gamma. Don't you know I'm now UA's #1 enemy? Haven't you seen the news? Besides, why would I do that? You shouldn't make decisions without consulting me. Gamma. I know, but I also know he can change his appearance. As for my decision, I made it because it's counterproductive for him to be here. If they find out, the company will fall. It's also a chance to see firsthand how the new era of heroes have been longing for will rise from the ashes. Izuku. Gamma. Take it as a proposal. There's still some time left. She got up from there and left the room. Izuku. I need some advice, Mom. Saying that he disappeared from there. Gamma. I know you'll accept. I'm not asking you to give up your ideals, just to live a normal life like you gave it to me. She arrived at an office and there was a certain little mouse. Nezu. Oh, good morning, Miss Luna. Luna. Good morning. From what I see, she's already here. Nezu. Of course, when he told me that I could go myself to see the new school already built, I didn't hesitate to come. Luna. That's the attitude. Okay, will you call some of your teachers or will you just go? Nezu. Solo yo. Moon. Let's go then. 2 days later. Reporter. Let's go with you, Jorge. What do you have for us? Jorge. Well, we're outside the new Hero Academy. You see, we were told a few days ago that it would reopen today. So, We came here just for that. In that we see how a small stage appears and there you could see two people. Luna. Nice to see you here, gentlemen. Without further ado, and to keep this short, I present to you, Alexandria. She approached the wall and as soon as she touched it, it shattered, releasing a large amount of dirt and dust, covering all the cameras. After a while the dust from the place cleared and everyone could see the magnificent statue. The statue was of a person no one recognized, but there it was. The city could be seen several meters ahead. Before the reporters knew it, a giant steel wall was already behind them. Everyone was very amazed at how big it looked. Jorge. This is fucking crazy. Without warning the signal was cut off. Reporter. Jorge. Answer. Reporter. It looks like the signal's gone. Well, what can I say? That statue leaves me very intrigued, but it certainly looks great. The television signal was cut off. Several people I'd seen on the news were very excited. With Moon. Nezu. Where are we going? Luna. Inside, they'll take care of getting the reporters out. I want to talk to you about something. They walked for a while until, after a while, they reached the main building and entered an office. From the outside, it didn't look very promising, but from the inside, it was something else. It seemed to have doubled in size. Nezu. Wow, Luna. How do you see it? You liked it, right? Hee. Nezu. How did he do this? Luna. Let's just say my partner is the best. Nezu. I would love to know what his limit is. Do you think he wants to play chess with me? Luna. No, she's very lazy. The thing is I wanted to talk to you about the admission of students. Nezu. What does that have to do with anything now? Luna. Don't you remember? I told you nothing would be the same. Please send a letter to all students first, telling them they can all come back here. Second, include exams for Heroes Department too. Nezu. How? Luna. I'll respect the place the heroes have earned, but that doesn't mean there's no wasted talent. We'll hold an exam to see all of that talent and make a selection. Nezu. I like the respect thing, but what kind of exam? Luna. Something simple, I'll call a friend. Okay. See you in a week. I hope everyone's here by then. Nezu. By the way, what about your nephew? Luna. I'll bring it to you later. Enjoy your new school. She left the room quietly. When he left there he ran into a bodyguard. Gamma. Call her. Guard. Right away. A week later. We can see a black car. Two people were getting out of it. One of them had very long, blue-black hair and the other was a boy who dressed in black, had red eyes and his hair was black. Luna. You're ready, right? One way or the other. The boy and the woman began to make their way deeper into the UA building until they reached the principal's office. They knocked on the door and were given permission. Upon entering, they could see all the UA professors gathered there. Nezu. Oh Miss Moon, it's a pleasure again. Luna. Yes, Director. Well, I'm here to supervise the exams as planned. Nezu. That's right. Is your friend already here? Luna. It will take a little longer but don't worry. Aizawa. And the boy. Luna. He's my nephew. Introduce yourself. My name is Sasuke. Luna. He's a little shy since he lost his parents but he's a great boy. Nezu. Oh so he's the one who wants me to enter UA. Inko. Wait, are we going to let someone come in here without even taking tests? Luna. Oh Inko, don't worry, he'll take exams like anyone else. Inko. Okay. Aizawa. What is your gift? Moon. Elements, can create or use any element to her advantage. Blad. That sounds very interesting. Just then, a phone rang. The black-haired woman picked it up and, after a few minutes. Luna. It's already outside. Upon hearing that, everyone left the building and could see a woman with white hair and a black dress. Luna. Oh Lamb, it's nice to see you again. Lamb. Save that, I hope it was worth your bothering me. Nezu. Excuse me, let me introduce myself, I'm the director of UA. My name is Nezu. The woman just looked at him and then turned around with the moon. Lamb. Really, Luna. Look to your right signaling. Turning around he could see the boy with red eyes. Lamb. Sir well let's do that already. After that little interaction everyone went back in, but now Luna explained how the exam was going to be, which consisted of a one-to-one fight against Lamb. The way in which it was going to be evaluated, not why, at Inko's request, it would be an advantage for the others for just one. The students in the current hero class would also be able to see. Lamb. How complicated this is. Luna. You always hate meetings. Okay. Let's do a super mega quick recap of how the exams went and all that. The exams were like any other, except that a few stood out, including one, Hitoshi Shinso. He used his gift with great intelligence and managed to catch Lamb, but it wasn't enough to win. After that, everyone was incredibly pathetic. Some didn't even know how to use their gift. Others just wanted to shine. Pure garbage, in the words of Lamb. The other heroes and Luna watching this were a little bored as well. There was nothing good to be seen besides Shinso, who was chosen by Aizawa. Luna. I thought there would be more competition. It can't be. Inko. You see, power is everything and those people don't have it. Aizawa. Shut up, the old woman. Okay. Macho Aizawa. After that, we move on to the battlefield, where we see the white-haired woman, unscathed, chasing a boy. Leave me alone. Lamb. I didn't touch you, don't run. At least let me hit you so you can go. No need, I give up. Hearing that, some doors opened and the boy didn't hesitate to leave. Lamb. What garbage. Luna. Looking at her nephew, do you want to participate? Sasuke. Whatever. The boy touched the glass and it broke into pieces, then he jumped through it and flew down to where the woman was. Inko. Couldn't I go out the door? Luna. They're children, let them have fun. In the field. Sasuke. Are you coming or shall I do it? Before he knew it, the woman was already preparing a blow. He ducked and managed to dodge. He grabbed the woman's arm and spun around to deliver a double kick to the woman's head. Everyone watching was excited now. It was the first time they'd managed to force the woman back with one blow. Lamb. Hee hee, brats like you know how to have fun. She put on a maniacal grin and shot at the boy. He narrowly dodged everything, but one missed, catching him square in the stomach and lifting him off his feet. She spun around, her leg covered in black metal, and then she kicked him in the ribs. The boy took the full kick but also grabbed his leg and, with momentum, shot into the air and began to spin, but as he did so, his hand filled with rocks, creating a blade. He and the woman bumped fists as she had filled her fist with metal. Lamb. Is that all you have? Or is it? Before she realized it, he spat out a lot of water, wetting her and surprising everyone. Sasuke. You know that metal is a great attractor of electricity and water is a great conductor, right? He shot out and appeared in front of the woman, releasing lightning bolts from his hand and touching her, generating a huge electric shock. The boy spun around in the air and then began to release a liquid from his mouth and then exhale a little air. This created a lot of smoke, and when it dispersed you could see how the woman was trapped between something very hard and very charred. Lamb. I can't move, I give up. Many of those who saw this were amazed by the great display of power. The boy approached her and began to free her. Luna. That's it, nephew. Inko. She was lucky. Nezu. Wow, he's a great guy, although I don't know what class he would be in. Blad. Put it in mine. Nezu. Bien. Well, after that, they announced the boys who were in the hero department, just Shinso and Sasuke. They also told them what class they'd be in, and after a while, they calmly left. In a car, Luna. Did very well. The body of the boy who was going to his Aldo began to change. Izuku. Stop playing around. This is just a walk. Neither I nor Lamb gave it our all. Luna. Well, yes, but I'll pass anyway. Congratulations. The boy just stood there looking out the window as his body changed again. After the previous chapters we can see a boy with very long black hair in an emo style. This one had red eyes, which looked toward a window. He was in a car heading straight to his new home at the UA. Luna. Will it continue like this? Izuku. Why did I accept this? Why didn't I just delete them and start another school yourself? Luna. I need the permits, and only Nezu has them. It's easier this way. Izuku. I hate tax relationships. Luna. If it bothers you, you don't have to go, sir. I'm sorry I made this decision without your permission. Izuku. It's too late, Gamma. I'm already in. I'll just take advantage of this opportunity to observe the new generation I want to create. Luna. Can you tell me why? Izuku. Never. Luna. Well sir, we are about to arrive at the UA. Izuku. I hate this, changing his tone of voice. Sasuke. Where are my things? Luna. They'll be taken to the UA after you buy them. There's nothing there. Sasuke. Stop talking to me with respect, after all I am your nephew. Luna. Sorry. The boy continued, looking out the window to see that they had already arrived in Alexandria. He came down from there with his new uniform on. He started walking and after a while he arrived at his classroom. This being 1B. He opened the door to see a full class and his teacher in front of them. Blad King. I see you're here. Come in and introduce yourself. The long-haired young man did as requested and stood in front of the entire class. Everyone looked attentively and then the boy began to speak. Sasuke. I'm Sasuke. He looked at the teacher and he just shook his head. Sasuke. My name is Sasuke Mitsugoshi. And I like black. He turned to the professor and he nodded. Blad. Sit next to Kendo. Sasuke. Who is that? Blad. The one with orange hair over there. Sasuke. Oh, he went to that place and sat there. Sasuke. I would have killed them all. Blad. Well, as you know, UA is back and better than ever. It's backpacked with new events. First, as you know, there was a new program to select students from other courses to advance to the hero program, which only the Shinso student passed. Mitsugoshi's case is different. The fact is, he's with us too. Monoma. Payment, isn't it? Kendo. Don't be so rude. Besides, it's impossible. UA would never do something like that. Blad. Silence. Okay. Now let's tell you about the UA's next event. The Sports Festival. Hearing that excited several people. Blad. Well, as you know, the UA Festival has become one of the most important events in the world. That's why you're important to me, and I hope you are too. Elsewhere. Aizawa. I don't mind at all, it's just a place for you guys to gain recognition. That caught the attention of several people. With Izuku. Blad. As you know, this is a great opportunity, especially in the future when you've achieved your goal of becoming heroes. Well, that's the whole festival. Oh no. Aizawa and Blad. This year's winner of the festival will receive a provisional hero license. All. License. Provisional. Blad. This is a license that allows them to use their gift in public whenever the moment calls for it. The winner will receive one from the UA, Alexandria, and Mitsugoshi Enterprises. That surprised everyone a little bit because of the last thing. Aizawa. Well, that's it. By order I don't understand. Classes will be shorter for 2 weeks to give you time to prepare. That's all. Leaving the classroom. With Blad. Kendo. But isn't it too hasty to give us one of those? Blad. I thought the same thing, but it's a great opportunity. Especially for the good heroes. Monoma. That will definitely stay in Class B. Blad. But you'll also have the chance to win a trip for your entire class. You'll be given the opportunity to choose. Kendo. What will happen with the license? Blad. They will eventually get it, but it would just be getting it a little bit sooner than everyone else. Yui. It's win-win. Blad. Exactly. Anyway, the point is that they'll have shorter classes so they can train. No doubt about it. Kendo raised the minor again. Kendo. If you win and choose the trip, where would it be? Blad. You can choose. Kendo. Well, by the way, will we participate as a class or individually? Leaf. Individual. Kendo. Well then, Blad. Yeah, that was a lot. See you next time. He left the room and then a teacher with a head like a cement block walked in. Cements. Take out your books. After that not so small 4-hour class, everyone left the room as best they could, except for one black-haired man. He went his own way while the others went to the cafeteria. With Izuku. Izuku. How lazy is this, but I see Gamma showed off. A license. That does interest me. Izuku. It will be a piece of cake to get it. He continued walking until he reached the door to the roof and went up to see that there was no one there and began to undo his disguise. Izuku. This place is super hot, I'll apply something next time. I just wanted to get some fresh air. After saying that, a black mass enveloped him and he went back into emo mode. He made his way to the rooftop exit and started walking again, but now toward the cafeteria. Upon arriving, he could see how crowded it was. He walked to the bar and was ordering when he heard a loud shout. "How do you leave me?" He turned around and could see his beloved sister Masami in front of a Bakugo with several bandages. "Bakugo. Don't shout, you're no use to me alone. You have nothing." He took his food and left the girl's table, leaving her alone. Several girls approached her and began to comfort her, among them was Kendo. Sasuke. "Hey, give me a better sandwich. Lunch rush. With juice or milk?" Sasuke. "Who drinks milk? Lunch rush. Well said, boy." The Masami. She was crying at the table. Momo. "Calm down, that fool isn't worth it." Mina. "She doesn't know what she missed." Hagakure. "Greedalo Reina." Mineta. "I comforted you, let me touch you." Everyone saw a dwarf fly away. Masami. "They don't understand, Yo-Yo." Kendo. "Maybe not, but you have our support." Masami. "Thanks, Kai." At that moment, red eyes and laughter appeared in her mind, generating a massive headache that made her hit her back against the table. Momo. Hey. Masami. Kendo. "Are you okay? Your eyes changed." Masami. "You are." In the distance someone saw this and was dying of laughter inside. Minutes later, we can see a black-haired man walking to his classroom when someone touched his back. He turned to see his classmate Itsuka Kendo. Kendo. Time. Sasuke just looked at her and turned around. Kendo. "Don't ignore me, it's very rude. I'm your representative." Sasuke. "I have nothing to talk to you about." Kendo. Hump. She closed her eyes in anger, but then she felt arms grab her back and begin to grope her. Kendo turned around and could see a blue-haired girl. Najire. "They are really fluffy, huh?" Kendo. "Let me go, silly." Najire. "What are you going to do?" Kendo. "Only subtlety." Najire did as requested and then launched herself at the girl. Najire. "I heard it's almost your first festival." Kendo. "Yes, and you?" Najire. "They don't have a sports festival for the third-year students." "Why?" "As they prepare for their majors." Kendo. How ugly he is from third grade." Najire. "Well, not the first time either. I saw how that guy treated you. He looks like Tamaki, but he's ruder." Kendo. I don't know what's wrong, he's the new one." Najire. "Maybe he just feels weird about being in a new place." Kendo. "Yeah, anyway, let's stop talking about him. Will you help me train so I can win? There's a provisional license and a prize trip." Najire. "Will you take me on the trip if you win?" Kendo. "Obviously. What would a trip be without my friend? Maybe I can trade places with you for that guy." Najire. Hee. "Come on, it's almost time. I'll walk you to your classroom." Kendo. "Let's go." The two of them began to walk and talk about certain things until they reached the girls' classroom, where there was not a soul, or well, just one who had no soul. Kendo. And everyone. Najire. I found a note." Kendo. "Let's see." She took the letter and then read it. Blad. "Today's classes are over, tell your classmates and I told Mitsugoshi to tell you." She looked at the boy sitting there. Kendo. "Thank you." Sasuke. "No, Kendo. Let's go." Najire. She took her backpack and left the place, leaving the boy. Sasuke. "What a character." Kendo. "I heard you." Sasuke. "Whatever." He grabbed his backpack and left the classroom to head to the new dorms. Upon arriving, he saw several boys from Class B and Class A playing soccer. He walked past them and pulled out his cell phone. Sasuke. "Is everything ready?" Luna. "It should be arriving by now." Everyone could hear how a large truck entered the UA. It had a lot of things inside, but when it saw the black-haired man it just stopped, and from there a black-haired woman got out. "Miss Moon sent you this, good day." She left there, leaving the truck's cargo, which was a huge box. Sasuke. "It happened. Whatever." Everyone could feel the ground start to shake, and then the large box floated onto a large piece of land. Mina. Amazing. The boy started walking, the large box following him. That is, until a person appeared in front of him. Iida. Using dawn is prohibited. Izuku. How annoying. Sasuke. Get out of my way. The boy, upon hearing that, his body obeyed even though he didn't want to. Sasuke. You know very well what to do. The boy entered the place and the large box was left floating over the large bedroom. The boy reached his room, and then a loud bang was heard. Everyone could see how the roof of the room opened up, and the large box entered. And out came the large piece of earth, which fell back into place. After all this, the roof closed. Najire. Wow, I'd love to see how her gift works. Kendo. Shut up and keep attacking me. Najire. You're very excited, aren't you? Kendo. I want to win that trip. Najire. That's how you talk. With Izuku, he looked at the big box and then opened it. But first I see that there was a letter. Gamma. It's all the best of the best, including a new cell phone. Izuku. Tisk. I'll never change this phone. It's the only thing I have left. He tore up the letter and then began to take out all the furniture to arrange his room. It should be noted that it was bigger because he had requested it. After a long time he finally did it and had everything arranged and ready. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.